Alright, folks, welcome back. It is Monday local time, and reset day rolls around. This is week 2 of Adventures in Wildspace. As a recap of last week, did a little bit of introduction. It's your, I'm gonna call it your biannual. I'm not sure how the roadmap's gonna change now that Cryptic and Pika are gonna be one, but generally we're looking at 4 months, so it's like a third of each year for the update. So we're looking at mod 28 right now. Last time we were introduced to Volkoth, right? Volkoth and Doomspace. He's pretty much a kingpin, and did a little errands here and there to get Volkoth's audience and trying to collaborate with Volkoth to storm Prince Zelith, right? Prince Zelith is basically storm the palace, right? The Imperial Citadel. So today, actually, usually the second week is the week when whatever it is, the highlight, the dungeon or the trial or the main thing that people are getting to is unlocked. So we're gonna try to at least do the normal to see what it's like. If we get lucky, sure, we'll enter an advance, see what it's like, and masters probably way down the road. If not, probably not going to happen. Usually the way I usually pug groups, right? Or put together, like in the PE, I usually chill out in PE and play Phil. And usually, when it comes to this game's design philosophy, Masters is specifically gated by very specific needs to organize, have a lot of overhead and experience. So generally those opportunities don't present themselves. We tried last time. The last time the dungeon was Demon Web pit. I think we hopped into possibly one and then cleared the advance. And then trial, we did that too, cleared the advance and attempted to see if we can hit the masters. Largely same design language. The overhead is so huge that this game does not fulfill that role of a live service model on the scaling for advanced content. It's kind of a way to remind people, I suppose, remind players who are uninitiated to the old school Dungeons and Dragons Western MMORPGs where the lucrative loot and marker of excellence typically is gated by the need to have organized, dedicated familiars to accomplish them. So I don't imagine the Imperial Citadel is any different. I think that design language kind of disagrees with their business model. I've spoken about that at length for some time now. It prohibits growth. However, not so much anymore because I kind of took a gander at the rewards. We'll see. We'll hop right in, right? Let's actually stop this. Let's turn on the audio, right? Oh, and right now, Day of the Dungeon is happening. Turn on the audio and see. Go back to our NPCs of choice. Volkoth and gang.
Let's see what's out there.
Honestly, I kind of want their voices to be a little bit. Okay. All right. As far as I know, the music is the ambient music is okay. It's not as foreboding as other regions or spacey. I was kind of hoping for some more noticeable notes. Wait, unless I... Hold up. Let's, Let me see. Alright, we're heading back to Volkov's pad. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to gauge how quiet things are. Alright, so things from last week. The highlight, like, campaign thing is the Blood Arena. So, pretty serviceable. I think it was a very solid business as usual kind of thing. A solid business as usual. Slightly above average. I think the layout's great. The maps are to the theme. I kind of prefer the new maps, actually the new regions more so. But last, in terms of like visual presentation, you know, writing and sound, it rarely ever dips below your business as usual. So it's either up or it keeps to your standard, which is very effective considering the age of the game, right? So we pulled, let's see, we pushed 3 dailies. No, we pushed 2 dailies. Yeah, we pushed 2 dailies. Just gauging the audio level here. Okay. So, there should be a milestone somewhere. Someone has a milestone.
Show us your worth.
Oh no, it's second milestone. Okay, so I'm so there's Vestra has the second milestone. We'll probably have to complete the milestone to gain access to the dungeon.
We have done well to weaken the Empire, but there's still more work to be done.
So does Aenor. 3. That's a little different.
My fleet isn't just ships. They're pawns in the celestial game.
So
Each
does
one
Volkov.
a calculated step to expand my dominion.
Interesting. All right. So I guess we'll do the standard where I use my barbarian to do all the second milestone to see what they're like. I usually push off the milestone. Actually, we'll see. If the dungeon unlocks on its own, I'll push off the milestone. I don't like this design. I voiced my objections to this design so many times, where they unlock a milestone and have all the milestone quests at the end of a weekly haul. It basically promotes the idea of diminished return. So you cap your weekly haul, then all the milestones happen. And I prefer to just push it, since you're gonna do the milestone anyways. We'll probably do that if the dungeons are unlocked without doing the milestone. If the milestones are required, we'll do the milestones on the tune that I'm going to do the dungeons. And this time it's not the barbarian. I don't know if I used the barbarian last time. I didn't, because of the very disagreeable changes to Sentinel. So we'll probably try. We'll probably use the paladin again. Yeah, so this is blocked. I have to complete the second milestone, so I'm not entirely sure we're gonna have to go through the whole thing. But let's see.
I look to the future.
Oh, we
at the
did
time
push
when my
3.
people are free from the Sorixis star.
Yes, yes. So actually, yeah, let's just do it.
General Ianor, my brother Volkath. Excellent work. The space materia on asteroid Hymeria.
These are
The lizard
repeatables.
folk on
Repeatables, right? She has the repeatables. We picked up the blood arena. Oh, and we have no milestone. We have no milestone quests as well. So, oh, those are probably the weekly. All right. So, that means we're gonna go and look at heroic encounters because this would be the perfect time to look at heroic encounters. Let's do the Battle Arena weekly first. Then we do the heroic encounters. That's 50. The activities will complete. The activities will complete for another 25, so that's 75 in the bag.
See what you realm space creatures
Plus 15, that's 90. And then we do 2 repeatables and then push 1 for next week. And then hopefully the milestone, the second milestone quest line adds another repeatable. That'd make it pretty fast actually. We'll see. We'll do a normal run of the Imperial Citadel. I don't know how people are organizing right now. Do they go back to PE or are they picking up groups here? Oh. It's this guy.
Not bad.
I had to do 5 rounds. Gotta make sure not fall into the habit of exiting in the middle of it. I did that a lot yesterday. I mean, not yesterday, but last week. As I was chatting. That's an interesting question. I don't know. It's irrelevant. I don't really think about it, but hey. That would be my closest answer, I suppose. The range of healthy biological people, I suppose. Whatever they can maintain that's healthy and satisfactory to them.
Not bad. Care to keep going?
Okay. The wave load-in is kinda slow. I don't want it to be a little bit faster, but hey. I guess you need the break to recover. Yeah, you do leave combat in between. Oh, something I did between last week and this week was I refined one of my enchantments to Celestial. It wasn't too bad. You take whichever tune you want with a bound form of it, refine it to Celestial, right? I have one here, the companion one, right here, Celestial Companion enchantment. Take it. Reagents are fairly agreeable. Fairly agreeable. You trade it in, then it becomes, then you trade all your other ones in order to gain access to a copy of the Celestial one. So you take your existing mythic enchantments and then replace it with the Celestial one from all your other tunes. And for myself, I have a full set of mythic enchantments that are already turned in because I can't be bothered. Too many tunes. So slowly going on about that. I only converted my mythic enchantment so far on my companion because I think that's about the only thing that has a high utility. All the other ones are fine. Mythic is fine. Whoa, what the? That one's got insta-gift. Okay. Okay.
Try this returning champion on this side.
This arena definitely reveals that the mobs are scaled differently. Some mobs are definitely scaled differently from previous things. I'm shuffling.
Care to keep going?
Okay. One more. Let's not give them combat advantage. You know, like a goofball. That's a very small wave. Alright. Last guy. Oh, no. Just kidding. Okay.
Try this returning champion on the side.
Frost Giant. Cool. Alright. That was weird. Don't mind the guy. Busy inside the wall. It's fine. Oh wait, is the dude actually stuck? No, never mind. There we go. Okay.
Not bad.
All right, off we go. Oh, you get marks of notoriety. Oh. Oh, I see. What else you get from here? Healing wards. Wards are kind of nice. Future for the dungeon. What is this? Oh, reagents for the artifact. Okay, so what's not capped? What's not capped by weekly haul? Refinement stuff. So this is the one. This is the other set. 2 sets. Rings. Okay, so refinement stuff for... Okay, so you have to do them for refinement. I don't know if this heals very much. That's kind of neat. And then wards. Are these the same? I think these might actually be the same wards. Wildspace. Wildspace Slayer. Let's take a look. From our last one? Oh yeah, these are the same wards. Oh, that's kind of nice. So you don't need to, the blooms are kind of eh. Alright, so you can still get the same wards. Only doing the arena one place. That's not too bad. Okay. Oh, wait.
Let me know when you're ready.
Just kidding. Alright. So that's 25. Let's go look at encounters.
No one can stand against us.
And I think our activity should complete as well. Let's see. Yep, our activities complete. I imagine they don't refresh. Actually, let's turn them in, see if they do refresh or not. Probably not. Can I get a second? Nope. Of course they don't.
You're skip.
Okay. That's 50. Let's go look at heroic encounters. This involves me looking at chat. EHE train? That might be helpful. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like a bunch of people are still doing the whole arena farming or stuff. Okay. 40 seconds. Who's making that noise? Who's companion? Wait. Who's making that noise? Yeah, it looks like a lot of people are doing arena. Interesting. Okay. All right. Now we wait. I don't even know where the heroic thing is. 21 minor. 21's full. So 21 him minor. I see. Oh, you know what? There is some downside to this. There's calls for other ones too. With the first Spelljammer. 17. Grad. 17 grad plus. Uh-oh. Oh, that's what grad. Oh, okay. I don't know where that is. Is it here? No. All right. Oh, I see. The asteroid. All right. Ah. All right. Sure. Go over here. See what this is like. It's really close. All right. Okay.
Something isn't right.
Go ahead. Defend prisoner guards. Okay. So basically, eviscerate everything in sight. As per usual. How do they say illithids? Illithids. That's right. Illithids. Defend guards to rescue prisoners. Oh, okay. And then we interact with prisoners probably. I hope it's not 15 minutes. What the heck is that timer? It's probably not 15 minutes. Let's see. 1 wave so far, right? Or 2 waves, including the first one. This one's okay. It's a minor one. Business as usual. I think to really write home about. Are there actually prisoners to interact? No. Alright, 2 waves. What was that? 2.5 minutes? Or 1.5 minutes? Sure. Long downtime. Curious if it's... There's always a chance of a spawn bug. That happens quite often in the history of Neverwinter Online. So we'll see. It's a spawn bug. Yep. You hate to see that happen. Happens so often. When you do like reinforcement types, they're often a spawn bug. Someone forgot a conditional. Well, that sucks. Good start. Good start. This is why I don't... This is largely why I avoid heroic encounters if I could. Okay, so 20. So I don't know if heme is new. It's probably already too late. Well, I guess we didn't get a... We might get a week 1 patch today. Patch days are Thursdays. So perhaps they'll remediate this bug. But spawn bug is very common in heroic encounters. Especially wave dependent spawn bugs. Alright. We're waiting. Waiting for another place. 12? Let's go to 12. It's at team? Okay. So it's Grad and Heme. Himeria or Gradius. Is that bug too? Why are people walking back? My bad, I made a mistake with the instance. It is 15. Okay. People are chatting. Alright, which one is this? Oh, hi. I didn't rescue the ant. Oh no, this one's very buggy too. Wait, is anyone gonna... Someone started it, but didn't. Oh, let me guess. It's bugged too. This is the animal one. So it's probably bugged from the last animal one, where the guys just don't stop spawning. And because of that, you can't get the animals in the crate, but I don't know. No one's here, so very great start. That's another 2 minutes down. This is below average. Obviously, if I did this last week, it'd be pretty low as well. But I generally look at heroic encounters on the second week. Yep, that's 0 for 2. 0 for 2. I don't know why they walked away, but it's probably bugged. No one's here. Alright. 21. Sure. Okay, 21. Can you please not? Oh, it's a different one this time. Alchemist flames. So they cycle. Okay, sure. Demolition-ness? Interesting. Like these guys? Amazing. It rubber band so hard. Holy heck. I hit like 8 buttons and nothing happened, and then I died. I rubber band in place. Nice. Well, that's still a feature. It's still a feature. That's part of the game. All right, not too bad. It's a kill. It's a defeat encounter with no downtime. Sure, you get pieces of 9. Sure. Oh, is this a train instance? I don't know. Let's see. Go to Himeria? Oh, nothing in Himeria. Oh. Cute. Very cute. The top left. There's one here. Did I go to Var? Do anyone go to Verderin? Vaderin? 21. Am I in 21? Yes, they do. Okay. Vok. Interesting. Oh, like volcano. I see. Planet Vok. Oh, wait. Unless they're talking about Vok as in Volkov. Volkov? Volkov. Never mind. Guess people don't do the other one. What's wrong with the other one? Oh boy. So what do you do here? Are you serious? Nice. Your encounters are stupid. Like they're designed so. I can't even emphasize how archaic this is. I guess we're going back to Himeria. Might as well assume. And you get 20%? That's greedy. That's greedy. Cryptic Dika. That minors are 20%. Minors should be 33%, in my opinion. I highly suggest minors being 33%. And majors being 50%. If not 66%. That's being greedy right there. Making minors 20%. I think that's actually lower than before. I'm at 21, right? They do they do this place, this planet. It's probably already too late because of silly designs like this, but you know, hey. Let's see if we get there just so that they complete it. Oh, wait, this one takes a little bit. Oh, because this is the animal thing. Okay, so they place animal things. Can you move, please? All right. This is working. The mobs don't spawn like indefinitely. All right. I'm fine with this. And yep, there it is. The lag. Although the animal thing is kind of nice, it kind of looks like it only goes towards the goal regardless of which side you're on if someone else has tagged the animal. So there's that. Oh, no, never mind. Just kidding. You can be a troll. Hello? Pig? Hello?
Look out!
Oh, come on.
The beast grows stronger when it consumes the animals.
Alright. I can't believe they made it 20%. I honestly think that is so greedy. $21 heme? Sure. Alright. Or just follow the peeps. Is this more efficient? It's close. It's about the same amount. So you can't really make any counter arguments to that. The amount of time to complete 5 minors, provided bugs don't happen, right? Provided there aren't any bugs, maybe equivalent to 5 repeatables. Being that you get 25 currency, base currency from here.
Our foes multiply. We must fight them back.
So difficult to see sometimes. Alright. Non-restricted. Another non-restricted one. Okay. Where do we go next, my friends? Where are we going next? We gotta follow the leader. Actually, is there only one up right now? No, there are two up. I'm gonna guess.
Stick close to old Regis. I'll get us through this mess.
It's clearly not this one.
Old Regis is here.
Looks like it's Volkov.
What did you hit?
Volkov. So peeps prioritize Volkov.
Stick close to old Regis. I'll get us through this mess.
Usually trains will prioritize whichever one that doesn't have like a spawn timer. No spawn timers. No breakable gimmicks. And people calling two different positions. That's pretty typical. Half the group went to Radius, and half of us are in Volkov's manor. Yep. Pretty typical experience. Didn't want to stand there. Okay. All right. Maybe we can snag this.
This one to me, but
Sometimes lucky. People are active during this time, so not too bad. That's a rubber band. Hold. All right. That they had a longer one. Which one is this? Reinforcements. Yeah, reinforcements is the one that can break. So this one, oh no. Not this one. It's the rescue one with prisoners. That one is broken. That is some massive rubber band. I don't trust the animal one either. That's pretty good. All right. So we're done. We have to do this another 2 times today. So, all right. Let's do our. Hey, Indy. Hello. Yo.
can we take a break?
I know she desu ka. It's okay. How do you say? We'll go Daijobu. Daijobu. What are you up to? Oh, by the way, I did watch half point for Rent a Girlfriend, right? I don't know, Indy. I think your friend is on to something about your choices in your programming choices. I don't know about that. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm gonna be a little bit contrasty here. The last thing I watched was Frien, right? So it takes a little bit to adjust back to that type of subject matter, if you know what I mean. when you went from like Korean basically doesn't encounter any of that type of thing. What did I not like about it? No, it's not like I don't like anything about it. It's not interesting. Like what I mean is I'm a person that's looking for something, you know, I'm a novelty seeker, right? And that one is very comfortable, right? It's very pandering is probably what I would say. It has a very high target audience in mind, as opposed to something that is talking about the human condition or something like that, if you know what I mean. So it's not like there's nothing I don't like about it. There's also nothing I like about it. I feel the same. It's not really interesting. Yeah, you're just watching it, and I did. That's kind of what I did. I watched it, and I'm like, okay. I mean, these are things. These are internal things that someone that has a very it's a very heightened insecurity pandering show, right? So yeah, these are like the types of intrusive thoughts that I could imagine someone who's very depraved of things can have. And then you have the Deus Ex Machina events, right? The ones that, oh yeah, this leads into this, the whole Deus Ex Machina. Have you watched Deus Ex Machina by any chance? Indy, I don't know if you're into Western sci-fi stuff, like live action sci-fi. A lot of times people who are very invested in anime have potentially less exposure to Western sci-fi. Yeah, my friend was saying that the show appeals a lot to incels, but I'm sure you don't want to use that word. It's okay. Like we'll use it as a understanding, right? The conceptual understanding. I'm not a person who strays away from understanding social trends and behavioral trends. In this case, it does do that. It addresses lots of the intrusive thoughts and the heightened insecurities that may promote a lifestyle that involves that type of thinking. It's less so. Have you seen a show called Welcome to NHK, Indy? That's what I would say, a show that is something that I suggest in terms of transitioning from that type of insecurity and feeling resonance with that type of content. Welcome to NHK would be the one that I would say may suit you a lot more, in my opinion, if I had to be bold enough. If you haven't seen Welcome to NHK. Oh, you haven't? Think about what you just saw, in my opinion. Like, I haven't seen the rest, right? I haven't completed the rest, but think about what you just saw now with, sorry, I'm figuring out what I need to do here. Same. Like, if I were in your position, I would imagine it would develop into something, right? There would be an evolution of the characters. Oftentimes, things like that occur. And obviously, I'm watching it because it obviously didn't happen. And I'm watching it for what triggered you from the halfway point. So I'm actually looking forward to figuring that out. Obviously, I'm watching the show because you've watched the show, and I like doing things like that. The idea for Rent a Girlfriend is interesting from a psych perspective. Yes. It is a topic that isn't particularly novel, right? I've mentioned there are actually a long history of that type of thing, especially in Japanese culture, actually, to varying degrees. And I'm pretty familiar with a lot of them because the portrayal of those things happen a lot in video games, cross-cultural, internationally, very representative in many cultural backgrounds. That like concept. And there are other shows, I suppose, media that kind of cover that type of concept. In this case, it comes off more as a rom-com with a Deus Ex Machina level of coincidences than a feeling of a portrayal on the subject matter. What anime am I talking about? Rent a Girlfriend. Yeah. This is a D&D based game. Yes, it's a D&D based game in like its elements, its story and stuff, not its combat per se. A lot of I wouldn't say that too loosely, because D&D people would get a little bit, I could trigger people. But this is an MMORPG based in the D&D universe. Yes. The greater D&D universe. It's a live service game that persisted for, it's about to turn 11 this year. And I played most of those 11 years. It's what I do meditatively when I'm like watching stuff, and the new module dropped, so we're doing it.
I have tried diplomacy with their high chief. Excellent
And
work.
I think that's it. That should be 100. Yep, 100. Let's pick this up. Oh, and then it unlocks the boons. What are required for the boons? 50 mark, 55 currency. Requires seals from random and pieces. Okay. Now the question is, do I gain access to the dungeon right away? I do. So we're not doing the milestones then. We're gonna push the milestones till next week. Yeah, we're not doing these milestones until next week, because I disagree. I strongly disagree with this design of weekly hauls being capped at the end of milestone, but it's not that big a deal. It's a voluntary choice not to advance the quest line. It does make my review of today a little bit easy, a little bit more focused. You've seen it on Steam but never played it? It's a free-to-play game, so live service models. And if you dabbled in long-standing live service models, you probably will get the same subjective feeling from playing it. We're gonna switch up the audio, since we know there won't be anything new lines. I typically like to listen to lines of dialogue to kind of fill out, but now we're swapping to our second tune. I do this on 3 tunes. Yeah, there are no financial commitments to live service models, live service games. However, you probably understand the drill about how live service games work. Yeah, so indie, I would say, if I had to take a gander at what's going to happen, I would love to recommend, if you're looking for something like yeah, it's a freemium model, live service models. I don't necessarily, freemium is a more specific type, but yeah, live service model. I would probably, I'm curious about what your thoughts about Welcome to NHK, because that deals with instead of going into that particular specific group of people who want to be shut-ins, we're talking about NEETs, not employed or in education or training. So Welcome to NHK is an older show where the previous concerns was the idea of shut-ins that experience social anxiety and life skills in adapting, and then it involves an interaction between two characters of opposite sex to grow from each other. So it's a very, very common storyline, but I think what the deficiencies and the pandering of Rent a Girlfriend is offset by a show like Welcome to NHK. And I see what you mean by liking tsunderes. Indeed, like that character is most class act. What was her name? The show is not very interesting, Indeed. Not that I hate it, nor do I like it, but I'm very indifferent to it. But the character is very much... There's a lot of reverse and forward tsunderes, and then they threw in a yandere as well, like a madly in love yandere. I don't know. Alright. Okay. Alright. Let's go back, do the same thing. It's very quick. How much did I... an hour? Okay. I didn't think I used up an hour, but let's see how quickly we get our 2 other tunes. Alright, so we do 3. We drop this. Grab our arena of blood. Finish off our activity. Right. Go to the arena. And we find 5 heroic encounters, which I still think it's a little bit greedy, as opposed to 3 heroic encounters, 3 minor heroic encounters, and 2 major heroic encounters. Alright, we stay here for 5 rounds. Right now, statistically, we're running at double the time, and today we want to run a dungeon. The new dungeon, at least a normal version, just to see the assets, maybe some of the mechanics. I don't know if they're doing the same thing where they strip down the normal, so you have to do the advanced to see the mechanics. We'll see. I was expecting 30 minutes a run, but it looks like it's double the length. We'll see. We'll see how long it takes. Did get a little unlucky with heroic encounters. Encountered potentially 2 bugs. Potentially. The 1 bug, it definitely occurred. So we'll see if that occurs again. It's a very common bug, actually. Spawn bugs happen in this game so often. Timed wave spawn bugs. I think to really write home about, honestly. You get used to it. Much like learning Japanese. You gotta get used to it. The idea is try to engage yourself as much as you can, right? I am kind of a little nervous for myself about tomorrow? Is it tomorrow? No. I have 1 extra day, right? Today's day... Oh no, it is tomorrow. Yeah, today is day 75, isn't it? Yeah, so tomorrow I'm doing the review, right? And I don't know. It's a mess up there. It's a mess upstairs right now. My brain is having a very difficult time coming up with how to organize the information. It'll be a monumental task. summarizing the last 25 days of Japanese learning. Oh, by the way, Indy, man, how do you understand Japanese songs, dude? I can barely understand writing in English songs, but holy heck, I try to go back and see if I can pick anything up from like some of the songs I listen to, and I'm like, yeah, it's like 20 or 30%. I could pick up like a phrase here or there and some vocabulary, but oh my goodness, heckin' songs. I mean, I already knew I had problems with songs. Actually, English songs in English are already pretty tough for me in general, so, and I speak English. They'll usually cover the same material. Oh, you mean like you can habitually get the feel of the song over time, like, oh, you know, this is something about love, and or is that what you mean? So go deep into one, you have a lot of okay, so like the I see, okay, I'll have to give that a go because I like a lot of the songs, but holy heck, have you listened to the Yorushika song Ite? Ite. It's actually a play on words on ite, as in like in the song it actually uses the 3 different meanings of that, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's cool, but I couldn't contextualize everything else around it. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, okay. I thought that was a very neat song, but I'm drawn towards like double meanings. Yeah, that's the problem. I'm drawn to complex songs. It's also why I have this feeling that I don't really understand English songs very much. You know, like I'm not listening to, I don't know. You know, in the morning I woke up, I put on a jacket and go downstairs and eat breakfast and then walk. I'm making a joke to a really, really old meme song. I don't know if you know, but you know, I wake up and put on a jacket, go downstairs, eat breakfast, and go out and go on a bus stop. I'm not listening to those type of songs most of the time. I'm listening to things like where someone would talk about like, that sounds like that one Baby Metal song. Oh no, I'm talking about Friday. Have you seen the song Friday? You know, what was her name? Rebecca Black? Like, we're talking about possibly 15-year-old meme? 20? Has it been like 20 years? I don't know how long it's been. But the lyrics are... I'm not joking. The lyrics are legitimately that. I wake up, get up in the morning, like something, going downstairs, gotta hurry, like gotta get to the bus stop and see my friends, get in the front, sitting in the front seat, sitting in the back seat, or I still remember the first time when I heard that, the song. I was like, oh yeah, now this would be excellent for people who are learning English. It would be excellent for people who are learning English. Like there's a place to use that song actually. So, you know. Right now, when most people watch anime, they skip the intro song. I'm kind of that person that watches it every time. I'm the kind of person that place an entire list of anime on autoplay, so I don't, like, it goes by, like everything plays regardless. The teasers, the like sort of like spoiler gag things at the end, and pretty much everything. It goes on autoplay, so everything plays from beginning to end regardless of It goes the entire runtime. Yeah, so I can resonate. I can definitely resonate with the whole like watching it over and over again kind of thing. You notice something new every so, you know, as it repeats. So I try to strive to see something new, even though you might be thinking it's the same, right? Or like so a lot of people think it's the same. It's kind of like the way I'm doing Duolingo, right? I don't look at the same phrase the same, even though it is the same. That's kind of the way I treat most things. You observe something more each time. You try to observe something more each time. Rarely do I overestimate my comprehension. As in, I don't believe that I garnered all the meaning of everything, regardless how many times I've gone over it. It's kind of like not resonating with someone who says, oh, I already know this stuff, so it's boring. Like, well, I don't want to go over this stuff because I already know it. I go over it regardless if it's something interesting to someone else, or I try to find more and more meaning, and the more often I go over something, it becomes increasingly interesting. I start here's a thought. If I already know what the thing is that's going to happen and I'm watching it for like, I don't know, the 50th time, I'm more inclined to have my mind wander and be creative about it. That's kind of what Duolingo is doing for me. Where like, oh, well, yeah, true, I know this stuff now. So what can I do to be more clever, right? A lot of times, even the mundane becomes clever because you're tired of being bored. And to me, like when something is not novel, like when we're talking about Rent a Girlfriend, why are we talking about Rent a Girlfriend for another 30 minutes? It's because you watched Rent a Girlfriend and we're sharing thoughts about it together. So even sharing thoughts about something that is disinteresting between two people become interesting between the people. So it's emergent. The discussion about something uninteresting is emergent. As in, it wasn't interesting until we both talked about how it isn't interesting and why it's not interesting to the both of us. That kind of thing. I don't know if that makes sense. And there is a second... Oh, you just called her crazy? Oh yeah, it's yandere. Yeah. Yandere is the archetype. The reason why I learned yandere is because that is kind of the second most. Well, it's tied with the shy girl, the one that doesn't talk very often. I forgot what the phrase for that is. The one that, like, it's very short words, incredibly isolated. There's a name for all the archetypes. So, I consume anime like academically for a long time ago. So like sometimes when it comes to like creative works, it's nice to break it down and structure it. So you know, when I'm watching Pixar films or cinema and video games like Neverwinter, you haven't gone into labels. Yes, they are labels, but they're more like compositional terminology to me. As in like when you go to write something and you're looking at like creating archetypes that resonate with people, you know, there are lots of coinciding characteristics when you portray a character, right? And it parallels psychological things, like when you're characterizing a human being and trying to understand and get to kind of speed up the process of understanding a person's motivations and whatnot. That kind of bleeds into developing character archetypes. So labels would suggest, in my opinion, to generalize, but it's usually a lot deeper than that. So like it's kind of like Japanese in a sense. I like to study things. So most of the time when people say, oh yeah, you'll find it fun, it's like, well, if I find it interesting, then it's interesting. It doesn't have to be fun. I wouldn't characterize my time with Duolingo as fun, but academically interesting. Much like my time with Neverwinter, it's academically interesting. It's behaviorally interesting. All these years watching people like sitting there observing their conversations and their concerns and how the developer is addressing that type of thing. So, and the development of like live service models and using terminology like freemium, right? And perceptions of that. So much like that, my interest in anime also corresponds to that. Although I do forget the Japanese terms quite a bit, or how people categorize certain things. At least the top three, the four archetypes are that makes an ensemble cast. So if it's not a dual cast, right? Usually it's an ensemble, and the ensemble is quietly spoken archetype, go-getter, the go-getter. So sunshine, rainbow, overcoming adversity. The tsundere, right? The one that wants to be loved but can't outwardly express it, right? Negatively outwardly expressive. This is outside of the main character, right? The MC. The MC tends to be more dynamic in that regard, how they interact with him. And then the crazy like hyperbolic character. It doesn't necessarily have to be like maliciously crazy. It can be a caricature of it. Most things in those types of shows would be either out of the subgenre they belong to. So if it's a romance, then it'd be a crazy in love, smitten character. If it's a warrior, it would be like, you know, like if it's a fight anime, it would be someone that's extraordinarily strong or something like that. And they build a character around that entire archetype of being incredibly strong and like hyper focused kind of thing. Just those types of anime though. We're not talking about like the level of like a seinen or something, right? Where you get things that go for quite some time, less straightforward. And you might be thinking possibly like, oh yeah, but straightforward has its merit. It does. Generally speaking, if you like to be entertained, caricatures and archetypes become more pronounced. The boundaries are very well defined, much like some of the classic Pixar's, Disney, like villains and heroes and whatnot. Entertainment kind of spikes when you are not constantly bombarded with eccentricity and esoteric nuance, right? It can be very intellectually exhausting when you're constantly being bombarded with philosophy and meta layers of dialogue and monologue and soliloquy, like listening to me all the time. That could be very exhausting. I actually lots of people have told me that quite a bit. It's exhausting in the sense that you can put people to sleep, which I don't mind actually. That's actually kind of nice. You'd be surprised how useful it is to be able to put someone to sleep. I'm just saying. Unless your pride is on the line, then that can be an issue. But generally speaking, I have often found that when someone tells me that I put them to sleep because I talk too much, or I talk a lot when we're interacting, I actually view that as something that would be beneficial to a lot of people nowadays, because people don't actually get a lot of sleep, if you know what I mean. these days. But if you're prideful and you want people to listen to you, then perhaps that can be a little bit upsetting. If you tell someone who wants to be heard that they're boring, so it makes you they fall asleep and stop listening to you, that can be a little bit hurtful, I suppose. I personally think if you can put someone to sleep, use it. There are a lot of people who have so many racing thoughts about complicated things. That's where I think, going back to Rent a Girlfriend, that's what I think those shows are for. Right? For those people who want to be pandered to, like very targeted, so that it feels comfortable, which allows them to fall asleep, I suppose. There are dangers of confirmation bias and all that stuff. If someone has a lifestyle, perhaps, that is currently non-sustainable and unhealthy for themselves, constantly consuming content that panders to their lifestyle will probably reinforce a lifestyle that is not sustainable, and that person will begin to decline. So there's always that fine line of shows that raise awareness and shows that confirm people's insecurities and what. I like those shows in a sense. So I haven't watched a show like Rent a Girlfriend in some time now, maybe like five years, and it is still what the subgenre is like. It also tells me that there are people out there who resonate with these things, right? So I try to think of it like the fourth wall thing. There's an audience for this. So how can I use it? How can I learn from these things? Well, clearly there are enough people to appreciate the intrusive thoughts about being desperate for interpersonal relationships, right? It can be very helpful. That type of main character, though, has definitely been used in many contexts. I think the one that is age-old, like 10 years ago, age-old, are the ones that being unable to be employed, talk to other people, that has a very common element in many of the earlier types of anime that doesn't necessarily feature your classic intimacy desires, but more on a really, really relatable level of socializing. They have managed to go on for 6 years. There is a second season, Indy. I don't know. You could watch the second season. I saw that there was a second season of the show. Oh, there are 3 seasons? Alright, well, are you... Okay, so what are you trying to tell me? You're giving me mixed messages, Indy. Are you going to watch all the next 2 seasons? I mean, I wouldn't mind watching the next 2 seasons. That's only if you're watching it. My motivation at this point is to have discussions about it, as opposed to... Oh my gosh, I'm looking for calls. Come on, guys. Alright, we gotta find a BHE or an HE train. 17? What does 17 mean? Is that person's not sure. Okay. You really didn't like the end of season 1? Well, I'll at least watch the end of season 1. I'm off after this. 24. Okay, we can go to 24. Oh, no. Never mind. That's too late. Can't get to 24. 8. Oh, too late on 8 too. Come on, any other number, guys. Any other number. Not invasion. In the worst kind of way. Fair enough. I'll have more to say soonish. It's probably gonna be another 2 days before I get to it. Because tonight this evening I will be doing some prep work for tomorrow's review. of the 8 units, on Duolingo Japanese. Come on, any of these instances, guys. 10? Do we have 10? We have 10. Nice. Okay. Spend more time waiting than actually getting the heroic encounters completed. Okay. Oh, it's just the one guy. Hi. Hi, friend. Oh, we got another friend. 3 is good enough, you know? Is this the bug one? Oh no, this one could bug. There's a chance this can bug out. We'll see. Let's see if it's permanently bugged. Generally, sometimes these bugs only happen with a very fixed trigger. So let's find out. You have to interact with... Actually, I don't see any prisoners, so that's a problem. I don't know if the prisoners are supposed to be visible until before or after these spawns. It broke after this. So it broke after this wave. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh no, it didn't break. Nice. Okay. Oh, it was the guy's name that broke. The spawning of this guy was what broke. Okay, well, it's not a permanent bug, so must have been some sort of specialized trigger. Where are we going next? We have to do 5 of these. So we are going to Volkov. I still have to see, so other recommendations or other suggestions. I think Sub-Zero suggested a Korean show. Something like Ruin of the Sea or Sea of the Ruin. Language Hoarder. Thanks. Thanks, Language Hoarder. Yeah, still have to see the show, this Korean show published by Netflix. No solo leveling. Do I have to tell you about the archetype about an OP, like an OP character going through like some sort of mid-crises and challenges, but they're like challenges that are subverted by the character's specialty? I'm just kidding. It's okay. Did you watch solo leveling? Indy, what can I tell you? I know this is gonna. I know you're probably gonna be used to this by now, but it's worth mentioning that before I started learning Japanese, I treated pretty much everything else the same way I treat Japanese. So you can go and like go ham if you have a topic you want to talk about that isn't Japanese for the moment. Because I'll probably be at least intellectually invested in what you have to say. So definitely don't hold back. Definitely don't hold back. I think we've known each other long enough now. Someone went into an English language learner stream and said, "Can you say..." Oh my gosh. This is disestablishmentarianism. Ugh. Why? And an English language learner at that? Oh my gosh, that's kind of, honestly, that's kind of toxic. How did the person interact? Like, how did the language learner respond to that? Like, what was their natural reaction to that? They woke up and choose violence? Oh. That's kind of disappointing. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Disestablishmentarianism. Actually, I don't even know what the phrase is. Disestablishmentarianism. Disestablishmentarianism? Okay. I think I added an extra syllable in there. Disestablishmentarianism. Yeah. Oh, you know, she actually did well saying it? Oh, well, good for her. Definitely good for her. I mean, like, there are cheap blows when it comes to various English things, like the difference between Protestantism and Presbyterianism, right? Like, you could do any of the Narianisms and it would be kind of toxic. Oh wait, I think this is bugged. I don't know, maybe not. Let's see if we can get chickens to move. Oh yeah, we can get chickens to move. The chickens were, oh my goodness, why are these guys so... Are these guys invulnerable? Oh my gosh, they didn't scale down the heckin' witch doctors. They're like invulnerable to me. Okay. Like Presbyterian, Protestantism, like all the P's. Like those type of things. That's kind of like a little bit, that's kind of mean. I think a looser example of if it's an English speaker would be something like specific. Specific is kind of a nice word that I feel it's very useful, and at the same time I find that even individuals who have long used English, specific can be a little bit of a tough one, but the word itself is incredibly particularly excellent. However, one could use particular as opposed to specific. She was learning stuff like, unfortunately. Okay. I'm learning things about English while she is. I personally love that. I don't have as much time right now, but I can't wait to learn English with other people. Specifically Japanese learners. Is she Japanese, by the way? Indy? Because I know you have a predilection for Korean and Japanese already. She is Japanese? Okay. Yeah, so my sister and I maybe historically have had like some fumblings with the word specific. It can come off as specific, right? Instead of saying specific, it can end up being Pacific. The ocean Pacific, right? So that's something that is entirely relatable when it comes to specific. Is why I brought it up. Did we finish our hero encounters? No, we did not. Let's go to the next heroic encounter here. You have trouble with the word shoulder, because I guess I don't pronounce it correctly. How does shoulder work? Am I saying it the way you are saying it? Shoulder? Or is it... does that sound different from the way you're saying it? Oh, soldier. Oh, soldier. I see. Oh, I can hear that. One that I came across. Sorry, I've been watching this guy. He is like I don't think the word cute is being used in the same way, but this guy is absolutely adorable. And he's like a southern guy, and he's been making content for a while talking about like it's like slapstick comedy. It's like Dogen's brand of slapstick comedy, but dealing with southern notes, right? And I think this guy is absolutely adorable. One of the things that they picked up was a jewelry box. Jewelry box. Jury box. As opposed to jury box. Right? And I could hear the difference, but I'm not southern. The thing is though, how is this related to everything? It's because language, right? Lots of exposure to language, because you could hear it. It's jewelry box, as opposed to jury box. But if you miss it, if you're not listening for it, it sounds like jewelry box twice. But it's jewelry box versus jury box. And it was a really funny skit. Yeah, you can hear it a little bit. It's a very soft yeah, it's a very soft and I was like, oh yeah. So it took me a while. Like I heard it in the skit and I'm like, wait, I'm pretty sure that person said jewelry box instead of jury box. I was like, man, those that Japanese is coming into handy right now with that with that super soft do. The super soft do. Doru, like dirty box. Jewelry box. It's a super soft D. So it's a super soft D at the end of jewel. So jewelry box. If I were to emphasize it a little bit. Jewelry box. As opposed to jury box. And there's a slight mora change as well on it. If I were to make an analogous relation to Japanese. So jury box, as opposed to jury box. Jury box. I really liked it. I think that guy's brand of celebrating southern takes are fantastic. So I was kind of cheating yesterday. I didn't actually do that much Japanese reading. I read like 2 or 3 more grade readers. Didn't quite get anywhere with those grade readers. Oh, dang it. They probably went to Verum? Vaderan? They probably went to Vaderan, yeah, they did. The gym? Oh yeah, gym and gym. Yeah, I'm a obviously I'm a northeasterner, so gem would be the closest I got with that. Yeah. Gem and gym. Oh, and here's another one that it's more of a moda change for me. Build and build. Which one do you think I'm referring to? I know they're actually homophones. So these are homophones or homonyms, and they are homophones in English. Like they're considered homophones, but I do not say them the same because it's a mora swap for me. Build and build. I'll let you wrap your head around that one. Obviously, for me, I'm distinguishing them. So this is my idiosyncrasy. As in, if someone knows me long enough, they will probably know that I'm using build being... Oh, I can't give it away. Being build is different than... Oh, I can't say without giving it away. Like build and build. They are technically build and build. They're legitimately the same word. So, or homophones. I want to see if you could guess. Guess which one's which. I do this for almost all the homophones, actually. Yeah, pretty much almost all the homophones. So I get billed a cost, as in billings, right? I get billed a cost, but I build stuff. So if I'm building, right? If I'm building a plan, I build plans, right? I build plans, but I build people if I build plans for them, right? So when I get build something, as in build a fine or a fee or something, and then I build things. So I actually, because the ED is longer to me. So when I say things like what's another ED word? I'm so bad with English. I can't come up with English examples very well. Like simplified word ones. These are the things that make English difficult, yeah. And you can use them in the same context too, if you know what I mean. Like they're the same parts of speech and you can actually legitimately overlap them, if you know what I mean. If you know what I mean. Like you could say, I build someone. Which one do I mean? For me, it's noticeable. I say I build someone. I didn't build someone. Like I didn't build someone, as in like I literally created the person, right? But you could have lots of times where you may have them confused, and that's usually the reason why learning Japanese has pretty much quite opened my eyes on how terrible my English is, actually. Although I do make a lot of concessions, and I would be floored if people pick up those nuances. I actually consciously in English make the difference. Floored. You probably just heard that, right? I would be floored that someone would pick up on my nuances. Because floored is ED. So I extend the mora on EDs. I add 2 beats instead of 1. Unfortunately, they don't happen naturally, so I can't come up with unnatural examples. I spiked the ball. Instead of is there an overlapping word? Spite. Oh, we need a homonym in order to demonstrate that. What's a homonym with ed? That's kind of like build. I have all the homonyms. I do actually separate them. Like for example, with mora, I separate them with mora, and that is something that I didn't know I would do before I learned Japanese. I've become hyper aware that I actually separate homonyms in English with speech. Like, so I've been looking back at homonyms because there are a higher rate of confusing near homonyms, like pseudo homonyms in Japanese. But in English, those homonyms are part of common day speak, so it can be difficult. And I realized that I actually do naturally extend and differentiate between them. Like, well, gem and Jim are not the biggest. Oh, there versus there. You probably hear the difference, right? Because there is they are. There is THERE. And there is as in there. So I always say there for they are when I'm speaking. Yeah, because you're aware of what I'm doing. Yeah, so I usually say there much longer. It's slightly extended. Yeah, it's slightly extended, except for there. So if I'm over there, it's over there. But they're coming to me, right? Like they're arriving soon over there. They're arriving soon over there. And it's really subtle, but in Japanese, you have to notice these subtleties too. So, especially mora breaks in them. So, someone said they said pin and pen the same. Yeah, pin. Yeah, pin and pin. Pin, pin and pen. Pin. Pin and pin. It's kind of, so the pin thing, right, is like lemon and lemon. If you're a lemon person, then pin and pin is probably gonna happen. If you're a lemon person, you can probably get pen and pin. If you're a lemon person, sometimes most of your lemons become lemons. And I've done that before. I talked about it a little bit yesterday, where when I was a child, you're a lemon person. There you go. There you go. That's why you have gym and gym. You're gymming, because the air is it's less I don't know, habitual. So if you're a lemon person, you also get gyms and gyms instead of gems. If you're a lemon person, you might get lemon and lemon, and gem and gym. Otherwise, most of the e's, the s, the la, the la becomes e's, or in, e, like shorter. So lemon is what I used to learn as well. When I was younger, probably around 10 years old, I said lemon in front of a friend or like a classmate, and they said like, no one says lemon, they say lemon. It's not an I, it's an E there. So then I started pronouncing it lemon, and much later in life, I noticed that people say lemon. So it's either or. The one that comes up about a lot is Lipton iced tea, and a lot of times it's lemon flavored, but I said lemon. So that's kind of a fun little thing. I'll wait, Indy. I'll wait. Let me try to think of more examples. Homophones, homonyms, homophones. Gotta think of homophones. I'm so tempted to look up a list of homophones again. I went through a lot of the homophones on my own time. English homophones. Oh. I don't think I say those different though. Bear and bear. Nah, I don't think I say those differently. What's the past tense of bear? It's bore, right? Oh no. Oh my gosh, my English is pretty bad. Jeez. It's bore, yeah, I bore the weight. No, maybe not. I thought the point was that you say them identically. Well, the reason why is bear and bear, like bearing a weight versus the bear. there and there. Oh, sorry. I was trying to come up with another example. Trying to come up with another example. Do you know the past tense of bear? Is it bore? B-O-R-E, right? Bore. Not to be confused with bore. Being bored. It is bore? Okay. So I was thinking if there was an ed ending. If there was an ed ending, I'd probably say bared, as in I bared something, but I can't think of another word that would be close to that. So no, I don't think that's a word. So I was trying to think of another example that fit the whole build and bill. Oh, and also the whole build thing and with the ed is also related to what I mentioned yesterday. I'm not sure if you were around for that. When people drop all the K's, the consonants at the end of letters now. Do you drop the end of consonants now? Like a lot of most people in American English drop the consonants at the end of letters now, or words, like test. I usually say test. So I test this. Test. So all of them. Desk. I say desk. I don't say des. Like des, as in like deska. You know, like nani deska? Des. Which is funny because I have trouble sometimes saying des because I want to add another syllable to it. So des is a great example because des is also a Japanese word or phrase or, you know, what have you. So when you say desk, if you just ask a American to say how you say this word, desk, they'll say des, as in deska, you know, nani deska. That was the root of yesterday's talk about dropping all the consonants when because restaurant, right? Japanese katakana drops the consonants already. So in the future, the katakana is becoming the English because the American English is also becoming the katakana. Like I say restaurant, as in with the T, but if you think about a French person or like other denominations, they would drop the T, right? It would be restaurant. So when we're doing like the restaurant in katakana, that's actually pretty apt. I thought it was pretty funny or humorous or coincidental that they lined up like that. Yeah, restaurant. I say restaurant. So I've ironically and coincidentally continue to persistently pronounce the ending consonants, but that is going away. I think that's one of the most consistent things that are going away in American English. After learning the Japanese reminded me of that, like the dropping of consonants. Like who wants to pronounce, and I have to get pretty close because there's a lot of sizzle, but who wants to say test, desks? But I do. I say desks. So it's kind of like what is the new word that I learned yesterday? The new phrase. Futsuka, you know, futsuka, which is futsuka, right? Futsuka. And that's kind of like what it reminded me of when you have to ask an American, like American English speaker, to say things like desks, creating the kusks, like tsuska, like that stuff, like tsunami, right? Tsunami, or ski. That's kind of like a fading away. Tasks, performances, you know, like, or performances is not that great. Presence. Yeah, you leave off the T and the S's. Yeah, that's usually how. And it's funny because whenever Japanese comes up, like katakana comes up, they drop those too. And it's actually humorously, I think I get why people say it sounds more like American English, because I actually think British, of the British persuasion, still retain a lot of the consonants at the end of their words, and I continue to do so as well most of the time on those ones. You know, like resistance. It's very light, but, or like, no, I mean resist, as in, instead of resist. Sorry, that's the word I was looking for. Resist. I don't know if you ever seen this before, but this is a funny Japanese tongue twister. Wait, which one? Give me it. Let me see. Hit me up. Oh, and I need to switch. Right. I'm getting sidetracked. Oh, you sent it in Discord? Oh, okay, hold up. Oh, wait, I did see this one. No. I saw this one. I did. It came up on my Discord. Let me not my Discord, but my on YouTube algorithm. Give me a sec. All right, hold up. Let me listen to.
Neko.
どうしたにゃ。
猫、僕が今から言う文章を復唱しろ。斜め77度の
Okay. Yeah. Yes. I mean, like, I can't do that, obviously. I'm not gonna even try, but yes. Have you seen that show, by the way? That series? It's a long series. I watched all the Gatari, quote unquote Gatari series. Yeah, it's a long series. It's a gigantic multiverse. It's kind of like as absurdly wild as the Stay Night, the Fate series. It's just cat noises. Yeah, I know. It's just cat noises. Yeah. Yes. I'm getting excited to learn Japanese again today. I think these most of these streams, these Neverwinter things while I'm bootstrapping is gonna be talking about English as the counterpart to all the Japanese. Because English, it's great to be able to like appreciate both in their own time. I went through a whole list of homophones or homonyms in general before to test if I actually say all the homonyms differently in English. And I would say at least 60% of all the ones that are listed in most places, I say differently. And of the 60%, 90% of them are very common. Like they occur very frequently in English. And I don't know if that contributes to how I sound. Like, for example, if you articulate something, right? When vast majority of the exposure of someone who's listening to you do not articulate it, does that make you sound more articulate? For example, right? For example, oh, like right. You heard me say right instead of right. Because a lot of people say right. Yeah, that's right. Right? Instead of that's right. So, I've always been curious for quite some time to understand if perhaps some of the subconscious, maybe autonomic perceptions of articulation ends up being linked to perhaps personal preferences in specific parts of words being articulated. Largely due to the nature that American English has become this meme online about being less articulate, right? Less articulate. However, I think it's more about the nature of how the language is being changed over time. So does dropping restaurant make you sound less articulate? I don't know. And I still do other American English things. Like, I certainly don't say little, right? I say little. So, I don't know. It's interesting. Oh, like interesting. Niwa. Oh my gosh. Niwa ni hani wa notori ga arimasu? Ga arimasu? Why aren't you spacing that out for me? Why are you so mean, Indy? Oh, okay. Niwani. Okay. Okay. Niwani. Where is the particle in that one? Is it Niwani wa? Okay. Niwani wa. Niwani wa. Ni hani nihani no nihani no. Oh, that's hani wa no. Okay. Niwani hani wa notori ga arimasu. Oh, yeah. It's kind of hard to break up the words for me right there when I'm reading. I would pause at certain places. So I see the ga arimasu. So ga arimasu. And then that's probably... There are two birds in the garden. Oh. Okay, so... Oh, Niwani... Yeah, I see the... Niwano tori. Oh, Niwano tori ga arimasu. Niwa. So, Niwa. Nihani wa. Niwa nihani wa notori ga arimasu. Tori ga arimasu. Tori ga arimasu. So, yeah. Okay, niwa nihani hani, or is it niwa no tori? I'm having trouble breaking up. Is the no not a particle here? Or is it niwani hani wa no tori ga arimasu? Tori ga arimasu. There are two birds in the garden. Help me out here. Break it up for me. Come on. I need my breaks. It's another way to assign a number to something. Oh, well, that explains a lot. Okay. Let's turn this in. Turn these two in. In the garden. Oh. Oh, okay. So Niwani wa. Wait, why is it ha? Is it Niwani? Okay, so it's Niwani ha. Niwani ha. Niwani no tori ga arimasu. 2 birds. I see. Okay, so the 2 birds is starting from 2 birds is starting from the ni. I see. Niwani Niwani no tori ga arimasu. So those are there are 2 birds. And then in the garden. Oh, niwa. Okay, yeah. So niwani wa, right? Niwani wa niwa no tori ga arimasu. I see. Do we get that tongue twister in is there any chance we get that tongue twister somewhere in Duolingo? Alright. We're done with our second tune. Let's go to our third tune. And then try to pick up a dungeon here and there. I might have missed a kana there. But that's okay. I do this thing all the time. When you put niwa as a particle, it put emphasis on the thing before it rather than the rest of this. Oh, that makes so much. And is it still niwa or is it niha as you typed in Romaji? Is it niha or niwa? I was assuming it was still wa. When I read the Romaji, oh, it's niwa. Okay. Niwa, as in niwa, not to be confused with niwa. I get it. I see. Exactly, yeah. Niwa, not to be confused with niwa. Yeah. That's English too, you know what I mean? Like, what's a good there. That's probably gonna trigger some English learners. There. That's how I would pronounce it. That's how I would pronounce it. But most people will say there, as in they're there. You know? I don't say that like they're there. Yeah. I say they're there. They're there. So they're clearly different. Oh, and then you say they are there. Yeah, they are there. I usually remove contractions when I'm speaking to people for the first time. It sounds more formal, so I tend to remove most, and I just said most contractions as habitually as I'm able to, right? Yeah, it can be very difficult to distinguish contractions. Oh, so you didn't? Okay. Yeah. Do's and don'ts I still use. So I use don'ts and didn't from time to time. Like just now. I'm pretty sure I used didn't just now. When it is ever confusing, for example, when it is very ever confusing, I tend to separate the contractions to maybe sound a little bit more articulate enough so that I don't accidentally or unintentionally confuse anyone. That might be a consequence of talking to parents all the time that do not have a high level of English comprehension. Or sufficient enough English comprehension for contractions, right? STs, man. I know there's that whole... We talked about this, right, when I started learning Japanese. The whole "tsu" thing. But I think the "tsu" thing is really fun. Largely because I still pronounce "tsu" at the end of stuff. It might not sound the same, but the way you create the "tsu" is very close to what we talked about desks, tests, and also all the katakana that add like toes at the end, like tosto, testo. It's very common. It's a reminder that I do have one extra mora at the end of my English words for those specific things, like test. It's test. So testo. There's an extra mora, but it's faster with the vast majority. In my opinion, the vast majority of English speakers are faster. They save the extra beat by saying test without test. So testo feels very good. Especially in Japanese. All the katakana that ends with toes feel really good. Like like kampu, kiampu, right? Kiampu. I say camp. Some might shorten it so much that it sounds like cam. It's not that extreme, but it's kind of, that's the idea. You're slowly but surely removing all consonants at the end of words have become silent over time. We can keep I want to go through most of them. Most is most. Like most, that's a good one. Most is what I hear most of the time, right? Like I just said, most is what I hear most of the time, without the T, most. I'm trying to wrap through quest. Oh, quest is a good one. Yeah. Do you say quest or quest? And what's even more interesting in my opinion is like Japanese, any English word that ended with a T or K or something, their plural versions are like Japanese now, where it doesn't matter if it sounds plural or not because it always ends in an S sound. So what I mean is like there are many tests. That's it. Hey, if you guys want to get over your phobia of not knowing if it's plural or get that same feeling for Japanese, like it depends on context, how many there are. Think about all the nouns or objects that you use that ends with a T or a K, because the plural version is still very close to the singular version because it still ends with an S. So instead of saying deses, there are one des and two des. Like, well, how many des are there? One or two? if there are some desks, if there's one, if there's a single desk, then there are some desks as well. There's no extra S sound or anything like that. However, if you still preserve the K, you have desk and desks, right? And that's where I think is really fun. At least I still do that. Like, oh yeah, I have many tests. I had to think about that for a moment. I have many tests tomorrow. You don't go, I have many tests tomorrow. A lot of times. Not like that prominent, like, oh yeah, I have many tests tomorrow. Like, yeah, then yeah. You can already infer if you have, if you say many, then tests is many. For example, so I didn't practice in that way using the, oh, wait, sorry. Wait. You just typed the same sentence twice, Indy? Am I lagging? Can you not punch me, please? Stop. Stop. Oh, this one's new? A harvester? Okay. Ooh. Here's one that are the same for me. Row. Yeah, row. Holy heck, row. Oh my gosh, there's more than one. There's more than two row I'm thinking of now. One is very specialized. Row, and row. Heckin' 3 rows actually, and they're substantially different from each other. Like incredibly different from each other. One's very common. The other one maybe not so common, and then the third one is super uncommon for a lot of people. Very specialized. 3 rows. Row your boat, right? Columns and rows. And fish row, as in eggs. And I don't think I differentiate between them. I don't think they're differentiable. For me. Kind of a butt, dude. Oh yeah, that's right. There was a revenge mechanic. A retaliation mechanic added to the Dreadnought. That's right. Off the seethe. Oh boy. Do you have like a lot of HP? Oh boy, that hurts. Come on. Oh no, does the charge hurt too? I'm a little scared. Oh my gosh, that hitbox is gigantic. Oh no, okay. Fine. Okay. I can see why people are talking about the keeping vengeance up. It's kind of a butt. Alright, we're out. Out. Okay. Oh, it's not too bad. I have a lot of time. A good solid hour each tune. Alright. Time to find us some heroic encounters again. Soldier. All right. Come on, friends. 17. I don't trust people that are not alcoholics. Nice. Classic Neverwinter chat. Yeah, it's very classic. By the way, Indy, the chat window is strategically where my cam is, for like courtesy. It's usually for games like these. I do it out of courtesy, so in case it causes other people discomfort and whatnot. In Protectors, in Neverwinter, there are a lot of choice words thrown around a lot, so sometimes I read the ones that are kind of humorous. I don't drink beer. I'll keep it with absinthe. Really? Can I get 12? Alright. 12 is where we're going. 12 is at... Oh no, dang it! Never mind. 12 is a call from the previous mod. Not... Actually... Hold up. Does this include... Oh wait. This says Heroic encounters in Wildspace. Oh no, does it only include... wait. Oh, it includes all of it. Never mind. Wait, hold up. Does this count all the heroic encounters? I mean, technically all of it is Wildspace. So what happens if I go over here? Yeah, you tell those that you drink tea and they'll mention your teeth basically like an AI. Yeah. Okay, now I gotta test something. Is it all heroic encounters in Wildspace? Technically, according to the description, you could technically go here, which there are some people here, probably, doing this long one, right? Oh no, it's just a normal one, never mind. But I imagine these count too. Are there any other words that people ever tell you that you pronounce that gives you away in your English? I haven't had the opportunity to talk to a lot of people about that because they're not really too concerned about the pronunciation of words. They're usually borrowed words that have a debatable origin. Usually I would use words like formidable, formidable as opposed to formidable. That's actually a recent development. Oh, did this count? Oh yeah, it did count. Okay. So I could do any of that, actually. That's fine. So now the question is, can I get to a different thing? So where are we going? What instance am I? Instance 12. You say formidable? Yeah. Or, wait. I don't understand that. Is the emphasis on the for or the mid? You say formidable or formidable? Also indie. Doesn't American English feel really silly because it's actually a D, not a T? And you can never know. If you know what I mean. Like, if someone's learning English and their primary English sample is an American English speaker, they can't ever know if it's a D or a T. It kind of sucks. Like, we're talking about I get it confused in Japanese too a lot of times. Like I don't know, the ones that end like testo, or tosto, right? But if you're an American and you pronounce your D's like T's a lot of times, you have to either decide to accent the T or combine them. Otherwise, it's gonna be that way, right? Data versus data. Ooh. Data versus data. I'm trying to find out if there's any particular pattern for me to use data. Is it odd if I told you that I usually use data and data in different situations? When I'm talking about statistics, I'm analyzing data. But if I'm talking about behavioralisms, I'm looking at data. So if I'm doing math, it's data. When I'm not doing math, it's data. I thought about it and like, when do I use the pronunciation data? Is when I'm thinking of statistics. So every time I'm doing like statistical data, it's not statistical data. Statistical data. And if I'm thinking of like behavioral data, or like according to, you know, it's weird. I suppose I don't know really. It's not a hard fixed rule. So I do use both though. I don't think there's a word that I don't use more than one pronunciation for nowadays. Largely due to the circumstances of having multiple languages. Japanese people probably absolutely hate me all the time. I can see in the future, a year or 2 years down the line, when more people have something to say, we're gonna have like a flame war in the middle of it where I constantly pronounce things. Water versus water. Indeed, we know how to pronounce water. Indeed, there's only one true way of pronouncing water. It's obviously water. Water. Yeah, water. Water. I remember that. Water. It's obviously it's obviously water. Don't even at me right now. The correct and only way of pronouncing water is water. I do like the wa. No, it's even wa. Like there's a wa, the W-O apostrophe A, wa. Like it's an exaggeration because I don't really know how to do it very well, so can't go to 14. 14 is full. 22 is full. 13, no, 13 is full as well. Get some nice crispy wa to drink. One of my friends that I talk to is absolutely convinced that people shouldn't say milk. Milk? Beta? Oh no, beta? Ooh, you're starting a that's some saucy stuff, beta. You beta? Oh, are you giving me examples of what you're saying? Do you say beta? Like you better get on it or something. You better get on it? What do I say? You better? Oh yeah, I say better. With D's. Instead of you better. Yeah, I don't say better. No, you better. Yeah, you better. Better, you better. Interesting. That's so interesting. You're chatting with people on Final Fantasy 14. I'm reading it, thinking about how I say it. Oh, I see. I should do that. Hold up. Do you say where differently? Where, as in like where something is, as opposed to being where. Oh wait, do you differentiate between where and where? Okay, you say where? Okay. You don't say what, do you? You know what I mean? You don't say what. All these instances are full. Come on. 20. Okay, we can go to 20. Like, what? 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 That's just being fancy. Fancy pants. Fancy pantses say what? What are you talking about? Where are we going in 20? Come on guys. Where are we going? Are we going? Let's go here. Yo, people just don't make up their minds. What the heck? There's so many different calls. This is such... it's so chaos. Nope, it's not this one. Let's go over... Let's go over here. Let's go over here. Oh, that's definitely bugged. Or not being used. 22, 14? Still have to wait. Nothing like playing an instance-based MMORPG game. And then having designs constantly forcing different instances and not different instances. Number 6. 17. Yeah, that's not happening. Oh, hey! No, someone else is working on this. Hold the phone. My guy, I'm with you. Together. Together. Let's get it. Send help? It's just a lonely tank. Where? Oh no, there's a ranger here. Where is the guy? Oh, the guy's so tiny. Alright, cool. Send help. Oh, I say send. I drop the D in send. Send help. So not all the words. I drop the D in send. Oh, sometimes. I drop the D sometimes in send. Send help. Send help I'm more used to. So send help is not too bad. However, if I send a email, I tend to bring back the D. But send help, I heard that's a lot in like when you're watching gaming, streaming and stuff, and do video games, you hear the phrase send help a lot without the D. Which makes me think, what happens when you use the past tense? When you send help, is it when you sent help? Because I would say I sent help. But what do people say? Do they say they send help and you just infer that it's the past tense in context? So it's send in both situations, but it's just contextualized? I usually say I sent help, right? I pause at the T. I sent help. Yeah, you added the T to that. I think this is what we're gonna do for the rest of the Neverwinter streams on Mondays. while I'm bootstrapping through this, we're gonna talk about all the random English things, because that's a good palate cleanser before going back to learning Japanese or the rest of the week. I want to celebrate the confusing nature of English in general. And it's very relatable because most people actually use English as a bridging language when they're playing Neverwinter anyways. What are some other fun things to celebrate about English? What about R's? How often do you drop R's at the end of words? Ooh, that one's like water. Water is a great one. Wada. Wada is a R drop. Okay, it's not this place. Let's go. 14. Wait. 14? 14 Vok. Is 14 available? Nope. I have this unusual desire to speak deliberately different in English. I don't know. Maybe it's my rebellious nature against Japanese pitch accent as well. I like to be remembered for someone who sounds different than someone who sounds the same. For whatever reason. There's some part of me wants me to break out some random non-American English all of a sudden. Time to stop. I think all of us can agree that we pronounce the P at the end of stop. Hopefully. I had the desire before to try to fix your English. Oh, there you go with the F word. Wait, what type of parts do you want it to fix in your English? Then everyone told me I was trying too hard and it's weird. The people around you are giving you some mixed messages. I'm telling you. That's hilarious. So when you're not trying, they point it out. When you're trying, they still point it out. I see. I see. All the drop consonants. Wait, are you saying the people around you think it's different that you keep the consonants or don't keep the consonants? Which one is the social norm around where you are? To drop or to include the consonants? People point out that when I say test, task, and desk, and things like that, they actually take notice of it. But I was already aware of that. It kind of meets expectation. Oh, not this one. All right. Let's see how much major heroic encounters give. Major heroic encounters, big BHEs better give me 60%. And yes. Why is that guy jumping right into it? Can you just stand in a circle, please? Can you stand in a circle? Alright, I'm just gonna stand in a circle. That's the objective, by the way, of this thing. You're supposed to stand in the circle. Oh, they accelerated it. Holy. It used to be like 15. You had to stand in there for like 10 minutes. That was fast. Oh, wait, maybe they already started it? Wow, that's so much faster. What the heck? Did they decrease the time? Interesting. And then you're supposed to stand next to the catapult, but someone's already standing next to the catapult. Yeah, they're just chilling there, so it's fine. And then that guy's over there just chilling. and then you just stand in the middle and pretend to look pretty. Because everyone else is like, they like eviscerating mobs. I like to look. I'm more of a fan of just watching, right? Good job, team. Good job. Oh, I'll also avoid the red every once in a while. Wait. Oh, do the mobs not spawn either? Wow, they got rid of the continuous mob spawn or something? What's going on? Are the people in this game chatting? No, they don't chat. Not here. The chat is filled with the chat is usually filled with calls. So most of the time when you're in these regions, they're calling instances, so you can like go to these instances. That's it's like continuous spam, like not spam in the sense of useless spam, but like arena plus 14, looking LF, you know, like lots of LFGs, and so it's constantly being used for that. Like number 14 Vok, number 14 Ver. It's telling you all the instances. Oh, it's only 40%. Oh, I need to look for more. So that's what I'm looking at. So it's like a whole roll. It keeps coming. It keeps getting called, so you know where to go, basically. This game doesn't have a persistent universe or like a persistent instance, so it's all broken up into instances, and you need to have calls. Like someone decide, oh yeah, let's all go over here and do this thing, so everyone's in one place. So the chat is usually reserved to like, hey, I want to be added in a group or something like that. That's usually how this works. Obviously, I play like a game like PSO2 NGS where everything's automated. So even to the point you have preferences in automation and filter in doing these types of getting into groups and parties and whatnot. But this is old school. So the chat is basically 90% of plus HE group, plus arena group, anyone doing this, plus LFG and stuff. So that's usually all the chat's filled with. There is a place though, if you go back to the hub, to the Protector's Enclave, then you will probably hear some dialogue. And the most suspicious, sussy dialogues, like controversial dialogues, happen during the NA evening hours, which is soon. Not yet. This is more like the EU nosebleed, the Europe side of things. And largely this game have the most active population during this time, like 5 hours ago this time. Hence why I typically do Neverwinter things during this time of hour. It's the most statistically have the most statistically likelihood of having people, because if I have to do a dungeon, I still need to find people to do them, like randomly. Yeah, this game does have a queuing system, but the queuing system does not match the pedigree or the legacy of the older characters, or like the older players. Older players are more used to manual group making still. So a lot of the people that still play this game are one of the traditional sense. So you form groups by looking for them, as opposed to automatically being shunted into a group, which are the new age gen. So games like the other game that I play, PSO2 NGS, whatever you do is shunted together. Like you accept it, you do your best, and that's how you roll. Rarely there are group drops. There's no complaints. Like it doesn't happen because it's a social norm for that type of situation. That generation of MMO goers. I don't know what it's like in Final Fantasy XIV actually, since Final Fantasy XIV has an incredibly long legacy. How people deal with randomness and how they interpret randomness, hugs versus verbal groups versus in group for group content stuff. This is like the really old school one. If you have a mark of excellence, you have an in-group, and those in-groups stay with you. So everything is reflected of the in-group. I'm an out-group person. So everything that I usually do and when I do them are dependent on the out-group. So random players, I use the automatic queue all the time. That's actually my go-to in the evening. I don't think I remember the last time I played with an in-group. 6 years ago? No. 5 years ago. Yes, 5 years ago I played with an in-group. Like, I had the chance of playing with a in-group for some time. And then there were out-groups where people asked me to join them, but it was more of an out-group then. I no longer am someone who's invested in the success of the group. I'm simply there to offer the best I can do. I know, MMORPGs, right? Like, well, then why are you playing an MMORPG? It's like, well, I play it because there are other people in it. Not that I want to be part of the other people. That's optional. It'll be fun if somehow it serendipitously works out. But much like the Japanese learning and Japanese learning community, I like being an out group person. It's weird to me that people don't talk to each other in the game and it's an MMO. Yeah. I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm one of those weirdos though. Although I'm not one of those weirdos that are more, they don't talk because they don't want to talk. I'm one of those weirdos that I come on here so that I can watch other people talk. Because in my off time, it can be very, it's coincidental, but in my off time I prefer to relax, so less talking. My natural state is to not talk. I know how that sounds considering how often I talk on stream, but talking is expected of streaming, so at least in my opinion. So if you're catching me streaming, I'm talking. 90% of the other time I would be typing something as opposed to talking. To me, not being able to like do a lot of things without talking for myself is not an excuse for not practicing oral communication, right? So I use streaming as a way to rehearse and practice and keep in line all my skills involving in public speaking intact. In a weird humble brag, okay, a humble flex. This would be a weird flex. A lot of times, since I'm very used to being an outsider, I like to practice ways in which I can make people feel comfortable that I don't understand them. As in, like, how to make it okay to be the exception of incompetence is usually what I focus on a lot of times. How do I relate to someone if I know for certain that I'm incompetent? Am I able to do certain things and appeal to human condition? Like, what are the different patterns that I can observe that can make myself likable, but it's very clear to the person I'm talking to that I'm incompetent? As in, usually I focus on things like, I want to demonstrate, how can I demonstrate to someone that I care without being unable to show that I care. For example, like for language, like for Japanese, I probably won't understand pitch accent very well for probably the rest of my life. How do I navigate that? So what are the things I can do to demonstrate to people that I care about pitch accent, but I'm not out to master pitch accent? So oftentimes these are the questions I ask. Like, how do I fit in and not be seen as an impediment or not worth someone's time without actually having the skills to do so? Because oftentimes people are focused on being able to do it as a sign of compassion or interest. Like, if you didn't watch the anime, like say you like an anime a lot, or you like a video game a lot, what is a way that you can communicate that you haven't played the video game and probably aren't going to plan to play the video game without saying that you don't care that this person plays the video game? Those are the questions I typically ask every time I participate in something. How to graciously accept advice without making it insignificant, the advice that someone else is providing. So these are the things. That sounds very Japanese. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's very face culture. It's very face culture is the term I would probably use for myself. It's trying to be very professional about what you know and what you don't know in public, as to not make it seem like the other person is significant. Yeah, I don't like that thing. I don't really do that thing, but I'm so happy that you are passionate about it. And if you're able to convince me or move me to enjoy it, I will enjoy it with you. That kind of thing. Like, I'm not here to motivate myself to be interested in your passion. However, if your passion naturally moves me to participate in it, that is wonderful. Otherwise, I will continue to motivate you or try to be encouraging to you, even though I can't be in your world, right? That kind of thing. Like, that's a way, in my opinion, to even dispel hate and malice. Like, I understand you dislike that I'm ignorant of this topic. I hope you can understand that I think it's super impressive that you know so much about this topic of which I don't. Perhaps, maybe you can share some of that to me and I might be able to absorb some of that experience that you have. Right? That kind of a way of engaging in someone. As opposed to saying, I don't care, I'm not interested, sorry, bye. And it kind of ends there. Right? Right? I like that. I like that a lot. Your brother found a quote, to be interesting, be interested. Yes. Yeah. Yep. And here's I would probably, I'm gonna add a little bit more to that, to the after effect. To be interested. To be interesting, when you are leaving your opportunity to be interested, it also enables one to like to be more susceptible to being compelled to be interested as well. Like it's often incredibly difficult to know where your interests can take you. However, leaving yourself the capacity to be interested in things often alleviates a lot of closed doors. It leaves opportunities to be open as well. So sometimes for people to develop more charisma naturally, right? A lot of times I feel humans underestimate how clever and intuitive they can be when they synthesize a lot of things together, a lot of interests together. So yes, I know, like when you become older, you will start to selectively focus on whatever that interests you. While that is great, and if it works for you, those who still find it very difficult to resonate or have a bigger audience to resonate with them, oftentimes the first step is to compel oneself to be interested. And they will naturally, over time, become an interesting person, largely as a consequence of having something interesting, relevant, that demonstrates their interest in someone else's interest. I know the word interest came up a lot, but that's kind of the idea. It's a feed forward kind of thing. Like it's a feedback loop, right? Sorry, not feed forward, but a feedback loop where you will naturally become more interesting when you are interested in other things and other people, provided it doesn't stretch yourself thin. So it's one of those, like, in the end of the day, it's still moderation, right? Moderation. And saying you're interested in everything is not what I'm going for. Like the moderation angle is that one cannot oversell themselves too, as in, oh yeah, I'm interested in everything. I can't even say that. I would definitely not try to say that. Otherwise, you might be compelled to, you might be obligated to feel that you must compel yourself to be interested in everything. So whenever I ask my question, like, how can you say you're not interested, however, show that you are interested in the well-being of that other person, as opposed to being able to always participate directly in their interest, right? I think the word now, I would say, is the word interest is from a place of compassion. Natural charisma comes from the projection of compassion, as opposed to, like, if it's intellectually stimulating or mechanically useful or pragmatic. Oftentimes you take that person's word, and it involves active listening, right? When you're not interested, you passively listen to people. Well, usually, much like Japanese right now, you pick up on a lot of keywords. Pick up any type of keywords that you can relate and be creative about how you can relate them. Like, what did someone tell me about? You know, a lot of times people say, oh, have you watched this? It's like, well, I haven't watched this. Can you tell me a little bit about it? Maybe I know something that's relatable to it, and we can talk about that. And if it becomes very interesting, all the better, right? So you get those questions like, oh yeah, I haven't heard about it. Can you tell me a little bit about it? And then it would be, if you're an interesting enough person, I imagine you would find something relevant or something mutually shared, right? At least that's how I go about conversations. And you keep leading, you keep doing that. And then sure enough, 2 hours later, you're still talking about it, right? That kind of thing. Wait, why am I... Oh, I'm one short. I do feel there is this predilection of people to associate competency for charisma a lot of times. Like, certainly competency does contribute to the relatability of some of the specialized things. Like, oh yeah, someone said like, oh, you must, in order to be really endearing, you must know the pitch accent of Japanese, for example, in order to really show that you care. Like, well, that's one way, certainly. You can also be modest and say like, oh, I do appreciate your advice and understand that pitch accent is very difficult. I'll be working on it in the future, right? I'll continue to work on it. I hope that's okay, right? That kind of thing. And that's usually why whenever I joke about the, what was it? The Nihongo Jozu, right? I don't mind that. Most things I see are a work in progress. To this day, my English, I don't even know how I would rank my English, but I would say my emotional intelligence in terms of communication is sufficient to make me navigate being incompetent, but at the same time likably incompetent, as opposed to being offensively ignorant. I think sometimes people want to be seen as competent so much because they associate it with a natural elevation of charisma. Like, oh yeah, I know a lot, I'm very good at this, and somehow that promotes more charisma. Like, people come to me, they want things from me because I'm an expert in X, Y, and Z. It's, in my eyes, it doesn't forward that type of interpersonal or parasocial relationship that one might be seeking. Like, yes, it's nice to be very good at things and have people force attention to you. Like, you're so good, people can't ignore you. I get that. I totally get that. And it is true for those who are exceptional. Now, for everything you are exceptional at, for example, for all the things that you are exceptional at, there are on another magnitude things you aren't exceptional at. So while it can be awesome to invest all your time in making the thing that is exceptional to you, one has to accept that there's diminished return in that approach. Because for every one thing you're exceptional at, there's at least 9 things you're not. So my encouragement, I would say, to other people is to make those unexceptional properties exceptional. And that does sound like a paradox. But what I mean is, you can make your incompetency or like your lack of experience be opportunities as opposed to deficiencies. So for example, someone would say like, oh yeah, you're never going to master Japanese fluency because you don't use native media. Like, well, all right. I see that you understand that I have a deficiency here. And you explain to me and suggest things that may help me along the way. And I will try my best to integrate them. So you're acknowledging that they have a position of comprehension. You also accept that you are in the lesser ignorant position. However, at the same time, you are endearing yourself to that person because you understand that that person has something to offer for you. It gives value to their time, while you yourself can leave opportunities to secure value from them. Whether you are able to meet their expectations become less relevant. Like it becomes obfuscated by potential. Like, oh, hey, this guy listens to me. That's cool. And then it becomes less about concern about your ignorance, but more concern about your improvement. Right? And then there's that sentimentalism. It's like, oh yeah, but then the responsibility kind of shifts to like, what should I tell this person? Like, they trust me, right? You're giving the first vulnerability, the sign of vulnerability first. Like, hey, you're right. I don't know enough about this topic, right? And that's creating subverting, kind of like redirecting. Your deficiencies end up becoming potential for someone that's you originally looked at it as a negative thing, but now it's more a work in progress, as in it can become a positive thing. And that's how I go about dispelling my deficiencies. Whether they will remain deficiencies or not is up to the people who are willing to trust me and the people I'm willing to trust. So you leave the opportunity out to be interested. And you are interesting because there's potential, right? When someone comes up to you and they say, you're an ignorant piece of work, and then the person is like, well, agree to disagree, then it ends there. That's it. That's a dead end, right? And that happens a lot. I would say happens quite a lot more than some self-proclaimed open-minded person would say. If you're in a public space, obviously in the privacy of your own home, you can be as arrogant and self-absorbed. That's your personal space, right? So there are times and places to be that type of thing, to self-serve, confirmation bias, all that stuff. You do that as a way to remind yourself of what you do know without the influence of other people, right? Meanwhile, in a public space, you kind of change the mindset. At least that's in my opinion. To naturally boost your charisma. We're going back to PE. Now we're gonna try to find a dungeon. One dungeon for the day, maybe 2 dungeons. Let's look at chat and see if I can get into one. I'm either gonna be a healer or a tank. That's pretty much how it goes these days. I'm gonna switch to healing. Okay. There is a call for... Alright, I need to... Let me see. So obviously people want a tank. So let's see what I have for tanking. They didn't say it needs to be experienced. So what is the item level? What is the item level for Imperial Citadel? 65k? Where am I at? 84,000? How much does that give me? Actually, let's go to privates. Let's drop into Imperial Citadel. Okay. How much is this giving me? 4.1% damage reduction? That's pretty good. That's actually pretty good. Oh. Just kidding. Okay. Now where are we? 86k. We're over capped on awareness. Where am I getting all this awareness from? Okay, I guess I'm just overcapped on awareness then. I think this is good enough. These stats are pretty alright. Yeah? Yeah. These stats are pretty alright. So let's go out. Okay. Alright. I guess we'll see. I could buy some wards, actually. Let me look at wards. Where are the wards at? Oh, they're expensive, knowing how much. Now we'll see. We'll see. I'm either gonna get one dropped because of scaling or not. We'll see. Now we wait. Okay, we're gonna join this group. I have no idea how this is gonna turn out. But we'll see. I don't know any of the mechanics. Gonna be weird. It seems like they don't care. So we'll see. Alright. I actually have to pay attention here. Everything's new, so we'll see. Alright. This will give me what? 2.5? 7.5? Okay, so we're going up. And then I'll probably use this. So we're hitting 90, 90, 90? Yeah, 90, 90 is fine. 90, 90 is okay. We're overcapped. Those orange numbers are not that great. I don't like the orange color. Hopefully this is on the more approachable side. I would like to get some of the gear. Okay, so this is the new dungeon. I have no idea what's going on in it. I have no recollection or like nothing at all. We'll see how well I adjust. Overall, though, in this game, the design tends to stay inside the box. So usually legacy plays a gigantic role on how consistent it is. Okay, well, actually, there, some of the peeps are taking a quick bio break. I'm going to take a quick bio break too. All right. Okay. Actually, I could change this because this is over. So overcapped. Do I have critical avoidance? Critical avoidance is almost capped. Okay. Where's critical avoidance? There we go. And then we can swap these to bring up defense again to overcap. That's too cappy. This is good enough. All right. I have no idea what's going on. We'll see. Some part of me wants to tell them that it's first time, but we're winging it. We're doing it live. How hard can it be, right? Famous last words. This is just a mob phase. So nothing too bad. Things don't hurt that much, so not too bad. Me? Oh. Am I supposed to hit that? I don't know. What are these things? Gravity generators? I see. Okay. Okie dokie. Good job, team. What's happening? Okay. Oh. Okay. Sure. Does this guy have a tank breaker? No, no tank breaker. Let's spread the blood. Oh, no, okay, never mind. That's something else. Okay, so far so good. So we released the prisoners. Now where do we go? Oh, well, this is interesting. Ugh. Oh, that's fine. Okay. Okay. Sure. Oh, does this guy just want to keep going ahead? Like, I don't understand. What's happening? Yeah, you can definitely be really aggressive. Like, these guys don't hit that hard. You can definitely be very aggressive. So far, so good. It's really, I mean, tanking really is when you get to the boss and you have to spot all the tank busters. I have no idea where we're going. Where are we going? You hit the catapult? Okay. And then, okay. So you're just gonna make this jump. Alright. Sure. First boss. Let's wait for the team. Is this a zone? What does the WoW mean? Mechanics? Oh, hey. Okay, someone is asking for mechanics too, because I have no idea. Do we just go? Alright. Usually, when it comes to the group, like old school things, someone knows the mechanics already, which I kind of cursorily watch and passively. Otherwise, we just go, because I don't. It's probably gonna be self-explanatory most of the time. Tank, stay with the boss in this corner. Okay, okay. So here, all right, like here. Keep snake away from boss. Damage crystals and jump when ground is covered. And don't kill scorpion before boss. I'm guessing the scorpion gets enraged or something. And one person stay away with the snake mini boss. Okay, so one person's kiting the snake. The scorpion must be kept alive before the boss, and then they have to take down the gravity generators. I see. And I have to tank the boss in the corner somewhere because the boss probably has a cone attack that can hit the entire team. That's fair enough. I hope they mean this corner right here. Because the guy was standing there. And then it looks like whoever's kiting the snake is the stunner. It will be the person that has CC on the snake. Interesting. And this can go either very terribly because I chose the wrong corner, or this is neat. This is very neat. There are 5 mobs, including the boss. She can heal crystals too, but no scorpion. Okay. Then kill boss. She can heal crystals too. Okay. Alright. Which one's boss? I don't know which one is the boss. Is this guy the boss? That they're referring to, like here, this corner? What else does the boss do? Anything? Can I hit the crystal and the boss at the same time? I guess. Oh, this will work, man. If I can hit the boss and the crystal. Oh wait, am I supposed to get the mobs? I don't think I'm supposed to get the mobs, right? No one told me to tank the... No one told me to tank the... No one told me to grab the mobs, so alright. Oh, I'm supposed to jump? Do you just keep jumping? What's happening? Okay. They did say if the ground is covered, keep jumping, so alright. I need to get this crystal down. I think I can get this crystal down. This is kind of fun. It's so one-dimensional, but it's still fun. Yeah, this crystal's down. Alright. Now what? Ooh. That guy is taking a lot of damage. And they're not saying anything, so that's you'll see the chat box show up usually on the at the top. I could use a long range pull, but I think they want those guys to be next to them. Like they want the guys next to, like they're telling me to tank this so that they can kill the mobs without the boss being on top of them is probably what they're trying to do. Because the boss seems like has a lot of sweeping motions, probably. So they're probably trying to keep the boss away from the mobs so that they don't layer their damage. So that they can... This is pretty much the dynamics of the tank. Like the tank really is just here to be a glorified meat shield. Kill generators. Yeah, this generator is already dead, right? Yeah. Okay. I will let them, like, if they don't survive or something, maybe I'll take more mobs because honestly, this guy is not really hitting that hard per se. Nothing's really scary. I could hold the scorpion. I don't actually know what the scorpion does. It looks like it's only melee, but I shouldn't attract the scorpion too much because they want to keep the scorpion alive. So if it's next to the boss, it might be detrimental. It might be difficult to hit the boss without hitting the scorpion. I don't know. I don't actually know how they're DPSing right now. But I can just walk back and forth and keep the scorpion busy as well. So it looks like I can keep that. And it looks like the mobs are frozen when the boss is doing that. So in the future, I'm probably just going to pull the scorpion for the temporarily because it looks like that one guy is getting hit. The guy in melee, the Blade Master, is getting hit by something. I'm sure they can kill the boss before the scorpion, even if the scorpion's on top of me. Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely keep the scorpion busy as well. And just like shimmy left and right while the Blade Master on the back end is is chipping away at the boss. Oh, and then they heal the crystal and then, okay, I see. And then the mobs spawn in waves. That's fair enough. That's fine. I think I'm not supposed to pull the mobs. It might actually make it harder for them to take out the mobs. Okay. Oh, you want the mobs to explode on the crystal. Oh, interesting. Yeah. I didn't notice that. Huh, good point. This is fun. This mechanic is fun. Staying off the ground. Because not very often do the developers take advantage of verticality, because this game does have jumping. Free jumping. Oh yeah, I can definitely keep the scorpion. So from now on, in the future, I'll probably just take the scorpion from them and hold on to the scorpion. And then know that they're going to use single target abilities to... Although the scorpion's kind of taking a lot of damage by being next to the boss right now. Yeah, I see it. The mobs like discharge something. There's like a bit of a discharge after they die. Don't know if that's related to the generator being down. Huh. I'm guessing the boss has a second phase. So the boss isn't even at 50% yet. Maybe this one has a second phase. Oh, and the gravity generator. So you get rid of the gravity generator to increase your ups. It increases how long you can stay in the air. Okay. Yeah, so I can just draw a few of the mobs or something and then take the snot out of the generator at the same time. Yeah, I can get these mobs and kick. Oh boy. Oh, and it says exploding. I see. So one of the guys are dying. Oh yeah, two of the DPS have stacks, multiple stacks. I think our Blade Master is about to go down. Hang on. Oh gosh. Yeah, the Blade Master is about to die. He's got one more down left. I think the rogue is on snake duty. I think the rogue might be on snake duty, which they have one stack. The Blade Master is the one that's DPSing the boss right now. Oh, I'm actually slowly killing the scorpion. Actually, I should really stop doing that. The scorpion's at 50%. Oh boy. We're learning. We're learning. It's fine. This is fine. That's the first down on our ranger. I don't know what our ranger is dealing with. So they're indie. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this game, but this game operates on a 5 res sickness stack. You can res yourself up to 5 times using a consumable, and then after the 5th stack, you perma-die. So, however, the res stack also has a timer on it. So if you survive long enough, your res stacks can fade as well. And right now, the Blade Master, the one that's standing behind the boss, has 5 stacks. So if they get downed again, they will be permanently locked out. And I don't know how they're gonna DPS the boss. So we'll see about that. The ranger is down once, and the rogue is down twice. Oh, you played this MMO at least? Oh, you have. Nice. I should have asked you if you played this. Yeah. When did you play this? Oh, that would explain why you noticed the exploding mobs, actually. Now that I think about it. You love the MMO genre? Oh, now we're gonna have to talk about it in the future. If you like the MMO genre, I've been around. I have been around. It's a weird flex, but I've been pretty promiscuous in my life when it comes to MMO genre, especially the MMORPG genre. I have to be very specific now because that doesn't include other live service MMO genres. So like fantasy-based MMORPG genres, because obviously now MMOs include quite a lot of other things. But yeah, man, that means we have lots of things to talk about, you know? Yeah, I would say it wouldn't be too far of a stretch of the imagination that I am one of the oldest players. Like, not biologically, but in terms of tenure in this game. I tend to be very committed to things, if you know what I'm sure you've gotten. I'm sure that's not too hard to believe. Our Blade Master is still alive with 5 red stacks. That's pretty impressive, actually. The Blade Master gotten a lot more careful. Okay. Unless that's a UI bug. Jump! Jump with the wings! Fast, guys, I'm bored. The ranger's bored. Oh, yeah, because the ranger's just CCing the snake. They're not, DPSing the snake. The ranger doesn't get to DPS, apparently. Oh, hey, the generator's healed. This is fun. I think this is great. I know it seems like I'm not doing much as a tank, but I play all 3 roles in terms of how I fill things. So that just means the next time I play, I can do a different role and enjoy the different roles. The tank role is okay. It's kind of okay. I think I can do way more than this. I can certainly see if I could kite the large boss. Nah, but they have to DPS the large boss too. I can probably kite the snake at the same time too. Actually, as the healer, as an Oathkeeper, I might be able to kite the snake instead of having a DPS kite the snake. Like, instead of the DPS kiting the snake. Fight while healing is probably fine on an Oathkeeper. We do have an Oathkeeper here. Nowadays, the Oathkeeper is pretty capped out, so your defense is pretty good too. Alright, so now what? Kill the Scorpion? Yeah, the Scorpion's dead. Ooh. Okay, and then now we just go and bop this guy. Oh, they like die rapidly. What the heck? Interesting. Hooray! We flashed it. Or I flashed it. Good job, team. Actually, it's like the tank role is very under pressured. My tank, my Justicar is not my main tank. Like my main gear tank. So this guy is like pretty mid of the road. Wait, there's more, right? This is just the first boss. We're going into the... Are we supposed to get anything? Alright, we're going in. Alright. Ooh, this place is pretty. What the heck, dude? This place is heckin' pretty. Oh, the Blade Master was having trouble understanding what to do at first. So when he got it, he understand what was killing him. That's why he didn't really see. Sometimes depending on the PC and stuff, a lot of times there's also obviously visual artifacts and stuff. So oh, the 2 downs, the rogue and the Blade Master didn't realize about the ground play and stuff, what was killing them. So that was no biggie. That's just a knowledge check, right? Knowledge checks are pretty trivial. I followed whatever they were saying. Like, all right, I only need to take care of these things. Then sure, why not? I try not to do as much as any randoms would say, because oftentimes if you I find that following through on a plan is far more cohesive and consistent than trying to like take the lead from someone who's already volunteering. So most of the time I tend to Just watch whatever people are saying. Much like most things. Okay. I'm not even using like wards or anything, so this is actually quite lenient so far. Quite lenient so far. For a random group. Like, I don't know these people. And it's pretty clear that 2 of them are new as well. Yeah, first boss is usually a warm-up indeed. Although third bosses are usually a victory lap as well. Third bosses tend to be a victory lap nowadays. The second boss is usually the stopgap. Yeah, and I don't think that's by design. That's by design, Indy, so that you can get rewards for the first takedown. It's also like a rewarding thing too. Like you can possibly do just the first boss for a while for reward drops. That happens a lot in the later stages of Neverwinter these days. And then the third boss is like it's a cap, but it tends to be the second boss. That tends to end the runs. But we'll see how we'll see how it turns out. A Demon Web Pit was just a first run. It didn't really take too long. But we're doing advanced, by the way, and not masters. I don't think there'll ever be a chance. Rarely do I have a chance to do a masters version of anything. It would take me too long to gather up people. With your powerful observational skills, yeah. Yeah. I like that they do that. The first boss tends to be incredibly agreeable. So that you can, like, if you don't do anything, if you invest time, you can clear the first boss for currency of some sort. I don't know if I received any currency. I usually don't pay attention to what goes in my loot. I'll see if anything went into my bag. But a lot of times people would do first boss runs, just first boss runs, like first boss farms now. And it's a great way to, you know, still get people to play and not get like shut out from the door, shut out right in front of the door. That has been something that historically has happened quite a bit in Neverwinter, where immediately they just shut you out, shut the door on you in the front. And now there are different. You remember doing that in, oh yeah, Star Wars, The Old Republic? Yeah. They just slam the door shut, so you never get to experience anything else. Yeah, trying to get people into high-end raids, indeed. So let's see. Apparently the guy said, this is simple, huh? Just fight. And then Bruno says, avoid beams, right? Okay, so I just avoid beams. I don't know what those beams look like, but I'm guessing the boss is gonna rotate around in the middle, in that middle platform, and you just have to walk around close to the boss to avoid the beams. So we'll see. Beam of death. Here we go. Oh, actually, I need to change something because I forgot that there is a chance I could die. Oh wait, I already have it on there. Never mind. Just kidding. This is my loadout for solo tanking. I mean, for group tanking. Usually I DPS tank most of the time. So, I didn't get hit very hard, so there is room to DPS tank instead. Just like add a little bit to the damages. Right. We'll see. In the future. That's it. Apparently I just avoid the beams. That's it. Alright. So I just bop this guy and avoid the beams? Sure. Does that hurt? That doesn't hurt. That doesn't hurt either. Oh. Oh. Those beams. Oh, I was expecting like rotating beams or something. Yeah, this guy hits like oh, okay. Okay, we'll see the patterns. So does that mean I stay over here this time? If I move the boss over here, we're fine? Is it random? I don't know if this is random. Maybe this is the next position? Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to this position then. Over here. This is probably safe now. Yep. Alright. We'll go back to this position. Trying to minimize the amount of rotations. And keep the guys back to your team, right? Oh, someone got splashed. Yeah. So I'm trying to keep them from moving too much. We do only have one melee anyways. Oh! Oh! Never mind. Okay. Alright. So I might need some movement speed because my guy is really slow. My passive movement speed is pretty slow. If it goes to the like opposite end, I'm kind of screwed. Can you go in the middle? I wonder. No tank busters yet. I love this. This is the first time there's been 2 bosses without tank busters. So there are no tank busters so far. Usually a boss, the highlight of the tank's job is to be able to spot the tank buster. Which is, you know, it leaves me vulnerable, paralyzed, and unable to move, and I have to take like 100% damage to my face, and then I have to revive because there's a chance I don't have the gear check. I get gear checked. That's usually what happens with tank busters. Okay, sure. It's pretty generous. The timing is actually not that. Oh, wait. It kind of feels like I know it's probably this spot next. Hold up. Yeah, it's a fixed pattern. It's this, then the next one is over there. Yeah. Okay. It's a fixed pattern as well. So I'm guessing the next one is over here. Yeah. Yeah, so it's rotating. Okay, it's rotating in a very predictable way. I'm like, wait a minute, why does it feel like I'm doing the same thing over and over again? Oh, it went back to vertical. Oh, so you can constantly do the same rotation. Yeah, okay, it's constantly the same rotation. Yeah, you can get away with constantly rotating. Now it's just double up. Wait. How did that person die? Wait. One of our members just immediately died. What the heck? Did they like fall through the ground? That's awkward. Oh, it's getting faster. There's like overlap. That's definitely a bug. They must have clipped through the ground. I'm getting CC'd. Okay, it's fine. Ooh. This guy is getting a little toxic now. What the heck, dude? Can you stop being toxic, please? Wow. I feel so sorry for the Blade Master. Oh no, the Blade Master took a hit. Womp womp. Oh, the Blade Master died too. Okay, I don't think you can stand in the middle of the circle for too long. Yeah, you can't stay in the middle of the pool for too long. I see. That's probably what's happening. Oh great, now what do? We only have 1 DPS. Can we take out the boss alone? Is it possible? Dude, this boss is incredibly toxic. Oh, you can probably jump. Yeah, use your jump to avoid the middle so that the timer resets. Oh, ow. Okay, oh my gosh. This guy is so toxic, please. Oh my goodness. For Pete's sake. Can you stop? Okay. That must be the tank buster, the double overhand, but it does CC you. However, oh gosh. Stop, please. Wait, is that a DPS check? Oh, that is a DPS check. Yeah, that purple aura is doing persistent damage. That is a DPS check if I've ever seen one. In Masters. It would be a DPS check in Masters. Probably. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Dang it. Why? Why did they? Oh, wait. Oh, the beams are gone. Oh, yeah, it's a DPS check. Yep. Dang. There's a DPS check at the end. Of course. Classic DPS check. Okay. Oh well. Oh yeah? Yeah. The thunderclap? The thunderclap? Yeah. I'll keep that. I'll do that. So it might have that clap might be a maximum target of 1, possibly. So if it works that way, I will absorb the damage and see if it hits any other targets. There is a cone in the clap, so I don't know if that cone is accurate or not. Right before the clap, there's a cone of the direction of where it's gonna hit. And the ground pound is AoE, so I can't avoid that. Oops. I was not paying attention. And then the spin is AoE too. How'd that person get hit? Get off him, please. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to keep... Oh, come on, don't do that. I'm trying to keep the boss on the inner ring. Oh, come on. Why does it keep moving so weirdly? Stop doing that, please. It kind of reminds me of that one boss that constantly shifts to the left. Don't be a butthead, okay? Oh. Almost got you baited. How did that guy get hit there? What? I don't know which way we're going now. Let's find out. Okay. Sure. Oh, actually, Indy, what do you think of the game's hidden feature challenge where like red circles are not the exact shape, not exactly the size that they appear? I think that's one of the hidden difficulties of this game. Where like often you can't trust the radius of circles because they might be smaller or larger than they actually appear. At least these are squares, so that's fine, but still. It's a fun feature. Okay. Oh no, it doesn't hit them. Only I need to get out of the way of the clap. Only I need to get away out of the clap. If the guy is already targeting me, it can only hit me. Or it kind of looked like it. Yeah, it can only hit me. So I think it's only a single target thing. Ow. Can you not, please? I'm a little close to that. I'm uncomfortable here. Okay. Ow. This guy's so toxic. Okay. Rotating around. Yes, yes, yes. Constantly rotating around. Alright, here's the DPS check. Is it based on life or is it timer? Is it a timer DPS check? No, it's a life DPS check. Does that mean the red squares are gone? Probably. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yes, Maxi, this game still exists. Amazing. Alright, well... Wait, what's happening? Okay. Can I stand in the middle of this? I don't think so, right? I got 2 condoms. I like to think those are like some items or something. Oh, hey. That's a weird thing to say after a boss. That's nice, I guess. Wait. I don't know if the currency actually looks like a condom. Is that why they said it? It's unclear. Okay, I guess we're just collecting all the mobs. Fine. This looks like it's the last wave, probably. Okay. Into the room. I still think this could have been the next MMO after, but people thinking the decision didn't have the vision. Sure, if you say so. It's easy to say after the fact. Wait. Oh, so it just leads into the third. Wait, is this Prince Zelith? Oh, it is. This might be the encounter with Prince Zelith. All right. Let's see, Indy. Yeah, it goes directly to the last boss. Let's see, Indy. Let's find out. The final showdown with Prince Zelith. Or the showdown. Alright. No one has any words of wisdom, so I guess we'll play by ear. Foundry set the game apart from its competition. They needed to explore that side of the game. I don't think Foundry set it aside from the competition. When that Foundry came out, there were a lot of other MMOs that have conceptually the overlapping things, and none of those MMOs are here today. At the moment. But they could have built it though. They definitely could have. That would have been an alternative. Single target. Alright. They definitely could have built it out if they wanted. Why are these guys so hardy for 2 and 3? Oh my goodness, that is a big... What is happening? Hello. Oh, dude, what is up with your headgear? Wait. Oh, that guy was hitting it for a really long time already, I see. Oh, that's cool. Oh, and then on top of that, oh, okay. That's pretty wide reaching, sure. Alright. Alright, sure. What is that? So he gets a shield, alright. Sure. Did I just see static discharge? Okay. Not the same static discharge. I thought it might have been like the Trobriand static discharge or Halister's static discharge. I just realized I don't have smite equipped, but I'm just gonna go on the limb that I'm not going to die here, maybe. Oh, wait. Can you stand on the outside of this? Oh, no, it's not. Ooh, outside is not safe. Not safe. That is not safe. Not safe. Not safe at all. Mm-mm. That hurt a lot. That's instant death on Master. Even for a tank. Actually, maybe not. If you like peak 90%, maybe not. It could stay stationary. I don't see what the benefits of staying stationary would be. Oh! Yikes. Was that guy stuck? Holy... Dude, you need to chill, man. Wait, what is hitting that guy? Something is hitting the DPS. They're like... there are dots on them. What is that? I see the icon. Okay. Alright. Yeah, someone typed poison, question mark. Where is that poison coming from? I don't know what that little ring thing is. Maybe everyone has to stay within it. That's definitely not marked. Okay, sure. Sure. That's barely visible, but that's okay. Sure. I wonder what the middle of the crystal, the atmosphere thickens and even your movements are sluggish. Oh wait, is this a safe spot? Butt clench! It was a safe spot where I was standing, but not for them. Oh no! Run! My friend, run! Alright. That attack takes a really long time to wind up, so it's all good. I need some... Oh my gosh, I need some... I definitely need some passive movement speed, man. I'm so slow. Oh, wait, it's safe here. Butt clench! Alright, alright. Ow. What? Oh, that's not safe. That is definitely not safe. Everyone got hit on a 5-second delay. That is definitely not safe. The air heats up as energy coalesces beneath the party's feet. Oh, is this like a discharge thing? No. Oh, okay. Fair enough. The lava. The floor is lava. Fair enough. Neat. Oh, that means we have to stack. Oh no. Don't stand there, guy. Good luck. Poor guys. Oh no. Oh no. This is great. Oh wait, there are mobs now? What the? Oh my gosh, there are lieutenants. Okay, alright, fine. This is my job, right? Oh, our blade master is dead. Wait, do I just keep kiting these guys instead? Okay, so at 50% he has mobs. Okay. What the? What? Why are there 3 emperor? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay. Well. Holy god. Oh, they're so... This is hilarious. Oh my gosh. So 3 quadrants and they have to kill the healer as soon as possible. Yeah, they have to take down the healer as soon as possible. That's fair enough. And then it goes back to... Wait, why is the Emperor at full health? Wait. That thing heals the Emperor? Oh no. That's pretty toxic. Oh wait, the Emperor is a lot weaker now though. Wait. Oh, it's the other copy of the Emperor. I see. So what happens? I only see one Emperor though. Where are you? Okay. Oh, they had to get rid of all the phantoms, all the mirror images. Do we keep going or do you guys want to reset, man? So the rogue is still alive. So is the ranger. The blade master is not. Which feels bad, man. It's another game. It's another like boss that antis melee. I don't know what that does. What are you doing? Ow! That's a tank buster. Yep, that is definitely a tank buster. Oh, okay. That took 80% of my HP. All right, at least we can see it. It's a gigantic glowing spirit bomb. So there's that. So I'll probably save my daily. Oh my god. Slow and steady, I suppose. I mean, no dig at the Blade Master, but this is very not friendly to a Blade Master. This is incredibly not friendly to a Blade Master. And we still have our rogue and our... Oh, I do see the static discharge, actually. No. I do see the static discharge. Does this have splash damage? It does. I don't know if that attack has splash damage. Okay. So that's the tank buster, and it's pretty much the only thing I have to worry about, really. I have enough passive movement speed to prevent myself from getting gibbed by the beams. This fight is so long. What the heck, dude? And then I can use my, yeah, to gather up the mobs in between waves, sure. And then we'll just tank them, right? Oh my gosh. Run to the other end. Don't stand there. It's not safe. My friend. Oh no. Actually, it was safe. Oh yeah, that guy's fine. Never mind. It's fine. Ow. What the heck hit me? Well. I do remember Catterday. I do remember Catterday to some extent. This is almost as long as the other one, the second one. It's so troll. I hope there is no DPS check. DPS check would be not so hot right now. Oh my gosh, come on, please. I don't trust that little sliver. I actually don't trust that little sliver. It's not cool. Not cool at all. I can't tell when... Oh, there it is. I was like, The mobs are supposed to come out soon. Okay. Oh, rip. The red beams are smaller than they appear. That guy got hit by a red beam that was clearly not in the area of effect. Yeah, I stay away first to determine if the area... Oh, that guy got hit by the non-broadcast attack. And then Tank Buster. Ow! Tank Buster with no stamina. Okay. Yeah. You gotta hate it when you get hit by a red marker that's larger than they appear. Like here, I wouldn't stand right here. I would not stand right there. You can't trust it. You get bit all the time, especially if you're a pain giver. Alright. Yeah, I just saved my artifacts and stuff for this one. I think the faster we get these guys down. Can't reach that dude. I don't trust that. I'm avoiding that. Heck no, no thank you. So there are definitely different modifiers based on the crystal's color. They're not too bad though. I don't know if it's gonna get exaggerated when you do the higher diff though. Like even more movement speed decrease or something. The movement speed decrease one is kind of scary. Oh, I see. The static discharge doesn't affect the tank. It doesn't target the tank. I just saw the static discharge hit the heal. What is going on? Wait. Oh no, this is the one from Vault. It's the void from Vault. Yeah, so the pain givers have a lot more responsibility. The tank isn't being targeted by any like discharge, at least. It didn't look like I got discharged anywhere. Okay. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. What? I wasn't paying attention. I couldn't even see the guy charging that. What the heck, dude? What you call it? The Blade Master is, like apologizing. I'm like, nah, we're all, you know, this is the first time for 3 of us, right? I love first times. This is what makes MMOs magical. Yeah, the Blade Master died a long time ago. Okay. Oh. Save me. I can't tell. All right. I'm scared. Please. Ah! You butthead. Are you charging? I have to be close enough to see the animation. It's hard to see if the guy is charging the... Yeah. Pray! Okay. That's 120%. Yeah, on Masters that'd be close to death without mitigation. Okay. I mean, I have an average tank. It's like not a non-cap tank, so this is fine. This is pretty good for non-cap. Masters, that's instant death without mitigation. It's not good enough. Okay. Well, there you have it. Not too shabby. No DPS check either. Yeah, see, the last boss had less instant death mechanics than the second boss. Yeah. Holy, that's a lot. Ooh, an orb. Oh, congrats to the wizard. If that's the wizard. Wait, did I have a wizard? Oh, there's no wizard in the party. Maybe someone has a wizard. I'm not gonna even greet that because I don't even have a wizard. No problem. By the time I break out the wizard. So GG. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, that's not the exit. This place looks really sweet. I really like the wow. This place looks pretty sweet. I like this color palette. I am a big fan of this color palette. Actually, can I walk through most of it just to see? Yeah, the Imperial Citadel looks amazing. Can I walk through this whole thing? I can. Like the Imperial Courtyard. This is fantastic. Oh yeah. Look at that. That's fantastic looking. Alright, well there you go. It was okay. I don't know if there's additional mechanics. I am gear checked, without a doubt, on my paladin. I would say I'm okay on using the Sentinel because the Sentinel has a 15 to 20%. You can get 15 to 20% or higher bonus speed when you need it. Bonus movement speed. Maybe they sped up the mechanics or something. But yeah. It's okay if all the mechanics stay the same there. Oh, do I even have keys? I guess I can use my dragon keys. Why not, right? Which one is this? When your stamina is under 25%, your forte is... Okay, let's reroll. That's purple. Wait, but you can refine this, right? That's... I think this is a good one, right? I didn't look. I think I'm willing to take this one. I think this one you can upgrade to legendary. Yeah, no, I'll take this one. Hold up. Let's take a look, actually. I forgot to take a look. Bands. I'm pretty sure you can only... Oh, both advance and... Okay. Yeah. Oh, you can upgrade to mythic. So I did get the one that's very interesting. This one's meh. Okay, so let's go through the stuff. Actually, let's loot first. We'll loot. Reroll. Cosmic Band of Health. Is this the whenever you are healed in combat, gain 20 seconds is... Oh. Wait. It is merchantable. Nah. I know I could probably sell this, but it's fine. The advance is easy enough that I don't think... I prefer to get another roll on a pickup that I require. This is not one of them. That's pretty awful. Money, it's fine. I don't care. Nope. When in combat with only one enemy, gain those 4. I see how that works. That sucks. But too bad. I was kind of hoping for something else. What was that thing called? It was called, let's see how many people have farmed this already. Because it already started on the first day. Where is it? Here? It was called... a Zealous Blast Scepter? Yeah, it's farmed to oblivion. I prefer the roll on something that's bound on pickup because of that. Let's see what the guys say. 3% looks weak, not good. 45k. Okay. Alright. So, now that we finished the dungeon, right? Now that we finished the dungeon, let me reflect upon it. I love the place. The place is awesome. The backdrop's great. I think usually this game has wonderful presentation. Given its dated engine and its limitations, it's pretty great. I didn't use the audio. I wasn't really expecting to do the advance today. What was the first boss? The first boss was fun. Like, it was crazy. I like the ship idea, bouncing off and down. No like random falls, thank goodness. So what? The boss was, it was a Hulk. The tank, I think, can successfully pull the Hulk and the Scorpion. Then they have someone to CC the snake. And then there are ads that explode, which I'm still not quite sure what the ads that explode were. And then you have to take down the generator in order to jump, right? In order to jump and avoid. Take down the boss and all the other ads go down really fast. So that's interesting. I don't know what happens when you take down the ads first, but they already had prior knowledge. The second boss is kind of trolly. I think you can jump in the middle to avoid being timed out on insta death, but if you stay on grounded too long in the middle well, you insta die. So that's what caused the reset. And it's a platform game, right? You platform. On the tank side, it's actually largely a tanks thing. The whole thing is more like tanks positioning, right? Don't get slapped, don't get uppercutted on the dash. So they have a dash uppercut that stuns you for half a second. And they can clap you, which will stun you for 1 second. And then they can overhead you, which I didn't get hit by the I might have gotten hit once. It might be like 1.5 seconds. So all the attacks of the second boss CCs you if you don't guard it, which makes you get blasted by the rays. That's the only danger in that one. The third and the second time went really fast because they the pain givers, the DPS probably got used to my positioning. I kept rotating in one direction only, and it looked like they were synced on all their bursts. So all their bursts was exactly when they know when I'm going to stop and when they have to stop, right? When they can stop to attack. So that went really fast. The Emperor though, Emperor Zelith, the mid transition, that's rough. The second phase when he has triple clones, I don't know if it always lines up with the ads, but man, that is a rough one. The team managed to pull together after getting devastated, but you might have to take the down for that. I didn't get hit by anything other than the tank buster. So really, it's a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun. You move around a lot. Except for the first boss. But the second one, you moved around a lot. And I like moving bosses. I like moving bosses a lot. hats off to like another dungeon back in the day that suspiciously is also named with the same abbreviation, the Infernal Citadel, right? I love the last boss of the Infernal Citadel. It deals with platforming and moving in confined spaces. Yeah, the Infernal Citadel, not to be confused with the Imperial Citadel. I like moving stuff, and usually it's not very like, I try to sound a little excited, but generally speaking, moving is a thing that I feel lots of older RPG players are not as, they don't do that as much, right? Nowadays it's more like modern MMORPGs tend to have verticality, motion involved in action and attacks. Like PSO2 NGS, most of the attacks deal with motion, so you actually have to guide your motion while attacking. So you're juggling attack motion and position while also moving. In this game, rogues and rangers maybe are the most likely to have position shifts while attacking. It's more of an Eastern style thing, like back in the old school of Terra Online, Dragon Nest. Lots of the attacks and stuff deal with movement as well, but I like moving around. So as a tank, you had to move around a lot, and that was a lot of fun. I was laughing and having a blast because it was hilarious how big the circles and the reds were. But largely, I think I got hit by one beam, and I survived it in advance, but there was no way you would survive that in Masters. You will get obliterated. Maybe a super gear tank that expected to get hit by the ray, like they're like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna move, and they stack all their mitigation, you might be able to survive it. But it took 180%. All my stamina and left me with 20% at advance. So I imagine it's a big multiplier. That's pretty cool. Let's kind of look at the gear that we can get from it briefly before I switch over to learning Japanese. Let's see. So we picked up this thing, right? I don't know if you can pick up this thing. Does it say anywhere? I think this one you have to, one of these, maybe it's this one, you have to refine through the quest line and get reagents, but this is the one that I picked up. So what is that? When you stand still for 3 seconds, your damage and movement speed is increased by 5 seconds. Ugh. It's gross. Hey, Fear. Hey, Fear the Beard. Hello. Okay, so let's look at these things. What can you get from advanced? So I made a mistake last week. This is just listing. They combined the listing for like the trial, the Moon Dancer, Defense of the Moon Dancer type. So there's no alternative way to get these things. So we're looking at these two things, right? And apparently there you can get a slightly 10%, yeah, 10% lower, maybe 25% lower version of the same thing on advanced, so that's not too bad. It's 10%, yeah, it's 10% in item effectivity, and this one is role based, so it's not too bad. I think it's pretty cool. It deals with being in combat with someone for a very long time, so it has an interesting toggle, but it gives you 5% total healing and damage resistance, at least for the one that I'm going to use. So this guy benefits from either, which is excellent. So it's a multi-purpose thing. So I will try to get this, vehemently try to get this at some point. It's exceptional. So hopefully, maybe on my off time, I will try some runs. And then you cannot get these. These are master version. Thanks. And Radiant Elven Armor. So I kind of took a look at this. And we're only going to look at the Paladin set of gear. Maybe if I get these, then I'll make commentary on the other ones. But generally I pick one of them because I don't usually have that much time to do bootstrapping through drops. I think the old school loot system drop is incredibly archaic, and it doesn't fit a live service model player like myself. However, others do like that because I like to do other things. So doing RNG loot rolls is not my jam. So whether I get it or not, I continue to play new content, not really restricted and bound by gear checking. So let's see what we have for the Paladin. The Paladin's weapon is fantastic. It's healing and damage resistance. And then you have situational stacks based on your role. And since I'm going to use Paladin, total damage is not a consideration, obviously. And the base bonus is damage resistance and healing. Effectively Paladin, right? So the weapon is fantastic, absolutely fantastic. To encourage at least a Paladin, so you'll get at least Justicars and Oathkeepers on your team for advanced runs, if not master runs, right? So that's a bonus from the perspective of, hey, are you going to be able to find tanks or healers for the Imperial Citadel? You will probably find a Paladin for it. And Paladins are the most utilitarian in terms of the support role. Not so much Sentinel. That is... Sentinel is pretty okay. I think Sentinel is pretty okay. I wouldn't want to Vanguard this, honestly. Largely because of needing to stack passive movement speed. But the Sentinel has the highest movement speed. Its mitigation is like pretty meh, but I would probably do this on the Sentinel at some point. So let's look at the Paladin set. These modifiers, these mods actually change a little bit between the different tanks. So let's see here. Every 5 seconds you are in combat, you gain stamina gain and awareness. Every 5 seconds. That's actually okay for tanking. I'm going to end up tanking too, right? Every 5 seconds you are in combat, you gain 1% critical strike. That's for healing. So, headpiece. For Paladin, check. For the advanced version, pretty awesome. Upon taking critical damage in Wildspace, you have 25% chance to gain 5% damage resistance for 5 seconds. In non, you get 2.5. That's pretty good. I would say on average, if you're getting hit a lot with like little taps, which all 3 bosses tap you all the time, and their little mobs also tap you all the time. So this is actually really good. In the boss situation, in the damage situation, it's only a 10-second cooldown, and that's the lowest cooldown so far. If it was 20 seconds, no way, Jose. But that's pretty sweet. Since you have little mobs tapping you all the time, there's a chance they'll crit damage you. Every 10 seconds expecting a crit on you is pretty reasonable. Because even for an average tank player, it's like 50 to 60% crit avoidance. Which, based on how many times you got hit in a boss, you'll probably expect it every 10 seconds. So that's pretty sweet. And then the healing version, your current hit points increase your healing up to 6% and your power up to a max. That's awesome. Check and check. Really, really excellent. Super excellent, actually. When in combat with only one enemy, your recharge speed is increased. Okay. And then if there are 4, so when the mob spawns out, if the mobs aren't taken care of, you lose those stacks. That's kind of like the theme of the bosses. This one, not so much. This one's a meh, but arm pieces have a lot of alternatives. This one is the same for both, actually. So, meh, but that's okay. +2 damage resistance and 5% incoming damage in Wildspace. Excellent for boss like dungeon runs. Your divinity, and this is excellent too because it's no longer a second class citizen mod. This mod was almost nearly exclusive, pretty much exclusive to master runners. But this is the first instance, and you also get 2.5 outgoing healing, so that's excellent. So across the board, I think is a fantastic win for design. We could quickly look at the Masters version. Not that that's a big. Same thing. Same thing. Only there's a slight change. For the helmet, it's percentage, so you don't have to worry about cap, right? Yeah, this is. Oh no, it's actually not the same. This one is the same with the higher stack, but the second one is not. The second one is outgoing healing and power versus crit strike. This one's really good, actually, super good. Upon taking critical damage, you have 25% to explode in fury. You also gain 2.5. That's really good. So it's a souped up version of expectedly a souped up version of the advanced version. This one, healing an ally within counterpart, also heals you for 80,000 and grant allies within 25 units 1.5%. That's so interesting. That's a really neat modifier. Pretty cool. And no internal cooldown. Yeah, no internal cooldown. That's amazing. Whenever you are struck by combat advantage, you have 20% chance to increase. That's pretty good. That's excellent. 15 seconds is kind of long. I would say 10 seconds. However, being struck by combat advantage is so much better than waiting for a crit. You can deliberately have weaker mobs on your backside, and you can trigger this pretty readily. And you will have random mobs tapping you from all directions in this. Your divinity maximum is increased by 25%. That is disgusting. And a forte bump. Okay, the master's gear is obviously first class, so they phased out older desirable ones into advanced, and then now the new ones are incredible. This is absolutely incredible. This is the first instance of divinity maximum increase, so fair enough. And then they still get the shoes, which I think this is faster. 20%. This is probably not 20%, it's 10%. Yeah, it's half that. So overall, pretty sweet. I mean, I might do masters if it's possible. I don't know if it's gonna be possible because I might be gear checked. Okay, that's pretty sweet. And then we had our we picked up 2 rings that are meh. They're kind of okay. Yeah, they're kind of okay. I picked up 2 DPS rings. So one that scales with attacking one boss and then making sure it's cleared out, but it's not raw percentage, so it's kind of awful to use. You would have to design stats around it, so that's kind of a tough ask. This one is great though, the Cosmic Band of Energy for DPS, even though it's probably the one role that I won't play too often. Damage resistance based on your missing health, that was offered. Nah, 25% or less is to achieve max. I know it's graded up, but HP loss is not hot. This dungeon is okay though for it. I think 2 of the bosses you're likely to have partial health, sort of. But when your healer is on point and when you're on point, you're rarely missing health. It's such a incredibly low downtime or uptime. Whenever you healed in combat, this 20 seconds is too long. And it's outgoing healing. Outgoing healing gets capped all the time. For every 5 seconds you are in combat, you gain 0.5 combat advantage. That's kind of alright. The boss fights are really long. Gain up to 5% damage resistance based on your missing health. Nah, let's just go past. Oh, this is the graceful harmony. Graceful harmony loaded onto a ring. You can work around that. That's healing purposes. And wait, this must be the Masters edition. Okay, so every ring that I've gone through has a Masters version, which scales up by 25%. It looks like, yeah, by 20 to 25%. Let me guess. So it's all the same modern. No, they're even better. They're definitely even better. But there looks like it's only 3 Masters rings. They're really good though. 3 Masters rings. Oh, 4. This is 4. I see. Oh, no, wait. Oh, it's starting here. I see. The rings are like meh, and then we have the other rings, which are the Doomspace stuff. Are these any good? Oh, well, they don't go to Mythic, so we'll look at them another. Actually, let's look at these modifiers down here. Stamina is over 75%. That's with a non-percentage up bump is meh. Whenever you damage an enemy with your power, you have nope. Nope. Upon kill, well, you can keep it up, but it's recharge speed. Whenever you crit, yeah. So, if I can only get these, right? 5% below missing, combat advantage, outgoing, that's it. These are the only 2 rings, probably, that I would. Because they're actually not this one, just this, actually. So we got the 1 ring. The 1 ring to rule them all. Actually, this is probably bound on equip, isn't it? It will still end up going to Blade Master anyways. Yeah, the other ones are pretty lukewarm to replace modifiers. One other thing that I have to highlight about this gear is that you can, since the Advance has a low requirement, like gear check requirement, you can use this gear to get the other master gears, right? Demon Web's Pit, like the other master's gear, which can be, in my opinion, have more functional uses. Like in terms of rings, Demon Web Pit and Menzo Baranzan's rings can probably offer a lot of utility too. So that's why I'm not too concerned about the way they're doing gear. In terms of Paladin gear, it's actually really amazing. It makes me want to do Masters, but the reality is you need consistent people who you invest in order to do those things. But we'll see where that will be in another 8 sessions. Right, that's a wrap. I think today, actually, with the gear in mind and the dungeon and stuff, yeah. Way to go. Way to go. Dika/Cryptic. You know. Cryptic, really, because this is still a product of Cryptic before they get absorbed. Yeah, 7 out of 10 for today. Yeah, there you have it. That's the... Oh! Let's open some loot boxes. Do I have keys on them? I have 2 keys here. Let's open some loot boxes. I keep forgetting to do this last time. I can open 2 here, so let's open 2 here. Low roll. Low roll. Nice. Yeah, okay. Now I'm gonna move to my other tune, right, where all the keys are collected. So far 2 low rolls. What would you expect, right? We'll open like I forgot how the box bonuses are. Let's look. Okay. Okay. Where are the boxes? Hello? Where thy be the boxes? Oh, here it is. Okay. We'll open up to... We'll open up to 25. Let's open 20... 23 more? Sure. We got a Rex. Sure. That's a high roll. It's above average. Not the peak roll, but above average roll. Okay. So let's open another one. That's mid. That's average roll. Bonus reward. That's at 5. So this is a low roll. Average. Low roll. Average. Slightly above average. Below average. Below average. Below average. They're okay. Short. Ugh. Alright, now we're hitting the below averages. Ooh! Oh, that's peak. That's pretty close to peak. Like top 10-ish. To get something like this. Okay. Can I get like that armor mount before the day is over? We have a few more keys left. Below average. Below average. So that's like dumpster level. Below average. And there it is. We reach our bonus reward at 25. Oh, wait. How many boxes do I have? I don't like collecting boxes. I'm too lazy to collect boxes. Let's roll another 25. We'll get to here, right? Let's roll another 25. Sure, why not? How many keys do I have? 124? Yeah, sure. Average. Below average. Below average. Below average. Below average. Meh. Meh. These are averages. Below average. Below average. Below average. Average. Below average. Above average. Below. 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 Mid. Mid. Dumpster. Above average. 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 Below average. Mid. And there's our bonus, and it's dumpster fire. Oh. Alright, I usually stop at like 75. Maybe I'll go find... Hang on, let me see if I can steal more boxes from... Did I run over enough boxes? We'll do another 25. I don't want to forget later, so... Oh, yeah. We have 34 on this guy. Save like a moderate, minuscule amount of Astro Diamonds. From not being too lazy. Okay. This is the gacha component. It's not really gacha to me. But it's very much gacha for whoever's new. Okay. Here we go. 25 more. Average. Below average. Below average. Below average. Mid. Mid. Below. Mid. 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 Below. 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 Yikes. Below. Oh no. Okay, above average. Mid. Mid. Alright, well, there you go. We didn't get the mount, which was the armor. But pretty good. Pretty good. It was largely about average. Like, nothing to write home about, right? What was the new guy? It's the boss. It's the second boss. This is the new guy. The second boss. The armor guy. You can fly around like this guy. How much do these things go for? The Zoldar? I don't usually sell them. I just add them to my collection. It's not... Zol... Whoops. Okay. Oh, Zoldar. Zoldar armor. About 3 bill? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yep, there you have it. We tried. We tried. Got a bunch of instant dustable insignias, which will go towards, I don't know, leveling up collar or something. Got a mount to sell. Pretty good. How many bars? 3,000 to 3,000 plus bars. What other reward milestones are there afterwards? Yeah, and I don't go anywhere above 75. I usually open 75 and then that's about it. Not too big a deal. Okay. All right. There you have it. Now I'm gonna swap up. Solid 7 out of 5. Solid 7 out of 5. I'm gonna change gears now. Thanks for hanging out. This ends the Neverwinter portion. Alright. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Kind of talked a lot about English in general today. That's probably going to be the name of the game. Try to end the day with a dungeon run of Imperial Citadel. Perhaps there are going to be more people more inclined to do it. Maybe we can do it quicker next time. Yep. That's a wrap. Thanks for hanging out. What is this live stream about? Came across your recommended on YouTube. We're about to get to the section where I learn Japanese with using Duolingo. But I'll be right back. I'll take a quick bathroom break first. Be right back. Is it like a speed run? No, it's a slow run. It's a slow run. Okay. All right, folks. Welcome back. It is day 75. Keeping the streak alive as per usual. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. Tomorrow is the big day. The review day for the third set of 25 days. However, before we do that, we get to wrap up Unit 18, which actually ends Section 2 of the 2024 Japanese course on Duolingo. And as per usual, we're going to start our session off with our total recall session. So let's see if Neverwinter didn't drain all of my mental energy away and all our English talk. So let's see. Communication at a hotel. Alright. As per usual, this is the part where I try to use my total recall, just whatever I have stored in my long-term memory on all the new elements that was introduced the previous day. And I'll be saying, outputting the Japanese and trying to imagine the kana as much as I can while writing, taking catalog of it in English. So let's start off. So hotel. So check queen. Check queen. Check queen. Which is related to when we get in, check queen. And might as well throw check cuauto. Check cuauto. Netto. The reason why netto comes up is even before we go to the place, we need to look for it, right? So we're introduced to sagashimasu. Good look. I'm gonna say tomari? It's like tomari shimasu. Tomari shimasu. And then we have spa, things in the hotel, right? Spa, kori, positional stuff like ushiro. Tonari. Oh wait, that's tonari. Or is it? No, that's not. That's this is ushiro. No, actually, tonari might be behind. Mae is front. Dang it. I told myself I would remember this one. Hmm. Uh. Hmm. I don't know. We're gonna put this as an asterisk. Near, not near, next to. Like, beside. I know we were given the word, but I will see it and hear it. I'll know when I see it and hear it, but at the moment, it's not in my total recall. What else we got? Coffee maker? Really, coffee is not new, but coffee maker. Room service. Room service. We were given this word, but I don't remember either. Free? As in, like, not costing anything. Sangai. Sangai. Right. Sangai. And Yonkai. Right. Plus that. Right. For the elevator, or the floors in which the heya, right? Heya ni. Speaking of rooms, we have kagi. And the idea of heya bango, although it's actually this, it's actually the combination of two words we already know. 75 days. 75 days. Sorry, I'm like reading in English now. Omedetou. Thanks. Arigatou gozaimasu. There's definitely more here. Oh, Pasuado. Because I was thinking netto, but Wi-Fi no Pasuado. What else in a hotel? Fill in a hotel. We got the yoyakushimasu. Again, yoyakushimasu for reserve. Lots of onegai shimasu. Lots of onegai shimasu as a thing to request, as a kindly or business-like request. And then arigatou gozaimasu is a common phrase associated with hotel communication, right? Be proper. Taoru. Taoru. Was there any food? I doubt there was any food, right? None of that. Gym, like Jimu, Jihonki. Lots of repeating, lots of things you would find in a hotel, but these are review, so we're focusing on the new stuff. So how many Duolingo lessons did you do per stream? In terms of lessons, let's just say like actual lessons. So each one of these little pips are considered a cluster of 6 lessons as of section 2. So I do 11 lessons a stream. And on a half stream, I do 6. And then in between there's 15 minutes or 30 minutes of kanji practice of whatever kanji is up to the point in the practice section, in the characters section. I start with total recall in the beginning, so the first 30 minutes is going to be total recall. And then half the time, it's usually like a average of 6-hour session, and half the time we're talking about some stuff. Like discussing about Japanese or English or something to enrich the process. Let's see. What is this? 3, 6, 7, 7, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That's above average. I think yesterday was a bit more than usual. It was like 25 elements, but if we can get to 90%, it's pretty reasonable based on our first pass. And we didn't get through the review yesterday. We got sidetracked quite a little bit too much. I feel like there might be 2 or 3 more things in somewhere. This is pretty good though. We'll stop here for the total recall. Oh wait, there is a little bit more. Futsuka, like futsuka, ga, right? And mika. That's over 20, so we're definitely hitting the 90%. So this is pretty good. Okay. So let's hop right in. Let's look at the practice section to see if there's anything right off the bat. Toasto. Toasto. I even said it during the Neverwinter session. So Toasto. Oh, I forgot to say Gyunyu. Oh no. I'm sorry, Indy. I failed, Indy. I forgot to say Gyunyu. Dang it. How could I forget Gyunyu? Mae was fine, front. And then that was it. Yeah, I forgot Gyunyu. How could I forget Gyunyu? Toasto. Probably that will happen. That's cool. I'm on a 223. Oh, hey, you use Duolingo for French. But I feel like I've been learning more from other sources than Duolingo, as you should. Haven't used a singular tool for 223 days straight. I would imagine that you are extracting a lot more learning things from other sources, for sure. I do use other sources to enrich Duolingo. And usually I bring them to Duolingo. So the things that I do not extract from Duolingo, I bring into Duolingo. And then the things that Duolingo have, I bring them out to my other sources. So my other forms of enrichment, learning, practice, input, and output are enriched by Duolingo. And then all the things that I do outside, I bring to Duolingo. Talk about it. Like before I came on today, I read three grade readers before I came on today, just to get me in the mood and whatnot. And I looked up 2 or 3 verbs that I was curious about the conjugation from the grade readers. Hello there, Harlow. All right. So, let's get to reviewing and see if I forgot any other words. I have to pay hyper attention to next or nearby, like next to, and what were the 2? Next to, and they'll come up. It'll make sense when I hear it. Total recall is the thing. Okay. Wait, why is this so loud? Did I not turn down the volume? Oh, I didn't turn down the volume. That would explain a lot. 4階, which is 4th floor.
4階
Sure. So, 4階.
4階
このホテルのスパは素敵ですね。
Nope, nothing new.
このホテルのスパは素敵ですね。
Yep. This hotel spa is lovely, isn't it? このホテルのスパは素敵ですね。4階。
4階
3
3
日。
日
3日。
何年生
2日が
2日
3階。
3階
3階。Of course, they would go with the nasally thing. 3階。
エレベーターはロビーの後ろです。
Nothing new.
エレベーターのロビーは
Wait.
エレベーターはロビーの後ろです。ロビー後ろです。
Yeah, ushiro, that's ushiro behind. The elevator is behind the lobby. Hiking.
ハイキング
タオル。
タオル
バックパック。バーベキュー。牛肉。
Wi-Fi は無料です。Wi-Fi は
無料です。
無料
Oh, 無料
です。
That's free. 無料。無料, I forgot. So it was free, so we picked up that one, 無料. And then near or next to, like beside, is the other one that I couldn't totally recall. So Wi-Fi は無料です。エレベーターは後ろ。Oh, wait, not 後ろ。エレベーターはロビーの後ろです。
エレベータ
エレベーターはロ
ーロ
ビ
ビーの
ーの
後ろ
後ろ
で。
ですす。このタオルは綺麗です。I mean, clean or pretty, that's fine. Not salty or 快速。快速? I'm gonna pretend I know what that is. it'll come to me. スパはいいですね。
スパはいいですね。
4回を行きましょう ?No. で会いましょう ?Sure. 4回で会いましょう。We should meet on the fourth floor? コーヒーは、無料。いや、コーヒーは無料です。
コーヒーは無料です。
無料。コーヒーは無料です。ロビーの後ろで待ちましょうか
の
Sure.
で
Wait behind the lobby. We should wait. Should we wait behind the lobby?
大きいプールは4階です。
大きいプールは4階です。The big pool is on the fourth floor. Okay.
コーヒーは無料です。
コーヒーは無料です。The coffee is free. Okay. このホテルのスパは素敵ですね。
このホテルのスパは
Where is it? どこですか？
素敵ですね。
Okay. カフェは4階です。Yeah, that works.
カフェは4階です。
Sure. Alright. Up and away, Adam.
晩ご飯は6時から10時半までです。
Oh, I totally forgot about this expression. We know range now. We also know range using kata and mare.
晩ご飯は
I forgot the range.
晩ご飯は6時から10時半までです。
Okay.
6時半から10時までです。晩ご飯は6時から10時半までです。
Oh, 10時半。Okay. 晩ご飯は6時から、晩ご飯は6時から10時半までです。Okay. トースト。
トースト
鍵
会計。
会計
チェックイン。
チェックイン
牛乳。
朝ごはんは7時から10時までです。
range. Breakfast.
朝ごはん
朝ごはんは7時。
7時。
7時。Whoops. 7時から7 a.m. sounds pretty reasonable. から10時
までです。
probably.
朝ごはんは7時から10時までです。
Yeah, 朝ごはんは7時から10時までです。Fair enough. From 7 to 10. 辛い。
辛い。
辛い。全部で I said day. 全部でメニュー。
トースト。ハイキング。チェックアウトをお願いします。
チェックアウトをお願いします。Oh, wait, actually. チェックアウトをお願いします。
チェックアウトを
お願いします。
お願いします。
牛乳はありますか？ 牛乳はありますか？
牛乳
I mean 牛乳。I said 牛乳。牛乳はありますか？
ありますか？
チェックアウト
just check out.
チェックアウト
juice. Oh, here it is. Tonari. Juice はコーヒーメーカーの隣です。
カレージュースはコーヒーメーカーの隣です。お茶はあまり飲みません。コーヒーが欲しいです。コーヒーメーカーはどこですか？
Okay, they want to drink coffee. Definitely. お茶はあまり飲みません。コーヒーが欲しいです。コーヒーメーカーはどこですか？ They don't really drink tea. They want coffee. Where's the coffee maker? Right.
トースト
とコーヒー
とコーヒ
ー。checked out は Whoa. Okay. 12時までです。Okay. Whoa. I haven't seen 12 written like that. That is a shocker. Instead of Juni. Check out.
チェックアウト。
Okay. このトーストは美味しいですね。Fair enough.
朝ごはんは6時から9時までです。
朝ごはんは6時から9時までです。9時までです。The breakfast is from 6時to 9時までです。Oh, I totally forgot 9 o'clock. Sure. Gyunyu wa nomimasen? Oh, nomimasen. Okay, sure. I don't drink milk. Fair enough. I can relate. A little gassy, a little bubbly. Kocha wa coffee maker no tonari desu.
紅茶はコーヒーメーカー。
コーヒーメーカーの隣です。They really like coffee maker. パンはコーヒーメーカーの後ろです。
パンはコーヒーメーカーの後ろです。
後ろです。Alright. I can't review, it's a super feature. Okay. Oh. How did I screw this up yesterday? Check in は何時からですか? How did I screw this up? Oh, I might have forgot eto actually. It's probably because I forgot eto.
チェックイン
は何時からですか?
クレジットカードをお願いします。
Oh, I forgot. クレジットカード クレジットカード。クレジットカードをお願いします。Yeah, sure. Credit card, please. Okay. Your credit card, please. Sure. You can say that. Oh. I did card credit again. I did this yesterday where I slid. Oh my gosh. English is too hard. It's time to abandon English. 部屋の番号は number? 366です。Okay. 366です。Sure.
チェックインは午後3時からです。
チェックインは午後3時からです。Okay. Check-in is from 3 p.m. Or month 5月3日にホテルに泊まりませんか Okay, it's 泊まり Oh, it's not. It's not suru. It's just 泊まりませんか Okay. So I did mess that one up. But the root word is 泊まり still. So 泊まりませんか Okay. Stay. The phrase stay. Yeah, would you like to stay at the hotel on... I say it this way. I don't like saying May 3rd, but on the 3rd of May. On the 3rd of May.
ATM はジムの前です。
ATM はジムの前です。The ATM is in front of the gym. Okay. 牛乳は飲みません。Okay, the same. Repeat. Sure.
人気のホテルに泊まりませんか
Cute. 人気 popular. 人気のホテル人気のホテルI meant to say に人気のホテルに泊まりませんか泊まりませんか人気のホテルに keep skipping 人気のホテルに泊まりませんか That'll come with time. Would you like to stay at a popular hotel?
12月3日12月3日
Okay. Check out は11時からです。
チェックアウト。
チェックアウト。
11時。まで。です。
Oh, right. までです。Whoops. I'm thinking of from. From. Until. My bad. まで。パンケーキ。パンケーキ or パンケーキと牛乳をください。
パンケーキ。
パンケーキと牛乳をお願いします。
お願いします。
I think I said ください。パンはコーヒーメーカーの後ろです。
パンは コーヒーメーカーの後ろです。
後ろ。
クレジットカードをお願いします。
Your credit card, please. I don't want to talk about it. Card credit.
Introducing the Duolingo.
Wait. Yeah, not yet. Oh, hey, they have a new animation to remind me. Wait, do I have any? There's no new kanji for this section, so we're gonna keep moving here. Actually, yeah, let's do some review. Actually, let's do 15 minutes of review. So, 7つ。7月。7月。
7月。
7つ。5月。7月。or 7つ。7つ。What happened to the audio? 7月。Wait, what happened to the audio? 3つ。4つ。Okay.
7月。
That was weird. 7月。
7つ。
Okay.
夏。
7月。
Sure. 7。5月。This one is not supposed to have audio. 7月。6つ。7つ。2回。
2回。
2人。
2回。
2
人。2回。2か2人。2人。
900。2人。2回。2つ。12。
2人。分。2人。2回。中山。食べ。2回。2回。2回。
500。500。Ooh. I said Gogatsu. If I don't take a really good look at it, 2000。2人。
3000。
3000。3000。
2人。
2人。Short. Trying to keep at pace, right? Try to keep at pace.
買い物。
買い物。
2人。2回。作ります。7。
と
2
人と2回水。Oh, maybe they changed this up to not have audio anymore. I don't know. 4人。4人。人。2人。That's so weird.
人。
水。Oh, whoops. On. No one saw that. 2人。水。20分。人。Can I get a kawa? No. Oh, don't you dare ichinichi me. 1日。Oops. Oh, whoops. I clicked on the bottom. 5月。
1日。1日。
Well, they didn't change that, that's for sure. 9月。Yeah, all the audio is missing from all of these. Interesting. Wait. Oh, there's none on the other side either. 5月。 1日、8月、来月、
1日、1日、
1日、
5月、1日、1日、
1日、日曜日、土曜日、来月、5月、1日、
5月、
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 okay. 1日、8月、7月、10月、5月。Oh my gosh, I misspelled it.
土曜日、1日、9月、来月。
It's still technically correct
5
in
月。
this context, actually. But still, I don't know. Let's stop misspelling here. Okay. Please. Okay. Okay. Can I get a kawa or ame? No? Okay. 1 what? 1時半。
1時
Oh.
1日、
Okay.
1時半。
Sure.
1日、
1日。
1時半、1時半、1、よう、よう、じ、は、1日、
Stop it. 2時半。3時半。土曜日。1日。1時半。
1日、
Stop
1
it. 1日。
駅。1日、1時半。12月、中山。1時半、1時半。2時半。1
1
日、
日。
土曜日。1時半。1回。1日、つ。3時、6、古い。1時半。
Oops.
1時半。1。
Just kidding. Alright, we're not getting ame, or kawa. Try this one. Okay, we got the say.
先生、
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 先
12
Okay, 12月、12月、2年生。
2年生。
Hmm. Okay, sure. 50分。Yeah, they're all gone. 12月。2年生。20分。40分。
2生、
Oops.
生、年生。
12月、
10
12
12月。
月。
Okay. 20分。40分。12月。2年生。15分。飲みます。あ、飲み物。Whoops. Nomimono. 一年生。Sure.
一年飲み物
飲み物。一年生。飲み物。Oh, if they remove these audio, that would be really unfortunate because I kind of use these audio to normalize. 一年生。魚。飲み物。食べ物。Oops. 何年生。
飲み物のみ物
That was 食べ物。一年生。
飲み物
Okay. Tamago. Oh, this one has it. 何年生 That's weird. 飲み物。一年生。買い物。
一年生。一年生。
二年生。And it's gone again. 卵。飲み物。一年生。魚。Oops. I'm fat fingering everything. 飲み物。
のみ物。
Okay.
二年生。魚。一年生。卵。飲み。
Can I get an eki? Nomimono again. 4年生。
よ。食べ物の。
Oops. 魚。3年生。買い物。飲み物。4年生。
飲み物のみも。
4年生。
飲み物
飲み物。
飲み。
買い物。4年生。食べ物。飲み物。2年生。
4年生。よ。
年生。
年生。
4年生。飲み物。3年生。食べ物。卵。
のみもの。4年生。食べ物。3年生。買い物。飲み物。
Introducing.
No, not right now. How about Hito? What do we got? Hito? Hito? Okay. We're done with Hito.
人。人。
人。
人。
Yep, we're done with Hito. Okay, let's try up here. 書きます。
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 Whoops.
書きます。
I was adjusting my hand.
書きます。
書きます。書きます。
書きます。
書きます。
書きます。書きます。
書きます。
Get more.
Yes, yes, yes. 作ります。12月。Sure. 月曜日。
月曜、12月。月曜。12月。12月。月曜日。
月曜日。来月。20分。Oops.
20分。
Just kidding.
日曜日。
12月。月曜日。
月曜日。月曜日。100。9000。休み。12月。月曜。12月。12月。日曜日。20分。
月曜日。40分。12月。
月曜日。月曜日。月曜日。何ですか ?10 時。山口。12。
Oh, I'm typoed. Okay. Alright, 15 minutes are over. Let's continue. Pretty quick Japanese session. Maybe we'll do some review. Yeah, we should do some review. Throw some gems to the wind, maybe? I don't know.
3日
9月2日はどうですか
9月2日はどうですか
?9 月2日はどうですか2日。2日。予約します。right? ネットで部屋を予約します。Yeah.
ネットで
部屋を予約します。
3日
人気のホテルに泊まりませんか Would you like to stay at a popular hotel, right? 2日 Okay. Oh, hey, Nojo. Just coming in from Twitch because YouTube chat is broken for some reason. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, the YouTube not working? Thanks. Thanks again. Thanks for the daily motivation, Joe. このホテルは綺麗ですね。このホテルに泊まり。このホテルに泊まりませんか？泊まりませんか？
に
泊まり
ませ
泊まりませんか？かわいいホテルを探しましょう。探しましょう。かわいいホテルを探しましょう。
ホテル
7 3日高い水曜日
7月3日は忙しいです。3日
7
月3日は
7
月3日は忙しいです。
忙しいです。
忙しいです。
what you call it? July 3rd is very busy, or is busy. I will be busy on July. Yeah, sure. I will be busy on July 3rd. Fair enough. 火曜日2日見ます。3日10
12月2日はちょっと。12月2日はちょっと。
December 2nd isn't very good or doesn't work well.
来週京都に行きませんか？
来週京都に行きませんか？いいですね。ネットでいいホテルを探しましょう。or no 探しましょう。I keep doing she. 探しましょう。ネットでいいホテルを探しましょう。
7月2日に旅行しませんか
？7月2日に旅行しませんか？July. Would you like to 旅行しません。Would you like to travel on July 2nd? 5月3日はちょっと。
5月
3日はちょっと。7月3日は忙しいです。
7月3日は忙しいです。
Get more with Super Duolingo. Go ad-free and skip the interruptions to focus on your learning. Unlock unlimited hearts and make as many mistakes as you need. And you can target weaknesses in your practice hub with AI-powered practice sets based on your recent mistakes. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
I'm telling you, they keep adding new animations. We're gonna be doing the 14 days after our review, probably. I think it's time. Passport o onegaishimasu.
Although,
I guess I kind of want to see what section 3 is like first before we do that. Passport o onegaishimasu.
Check in.
That's it? Alright. いいえ、いいえ、クレジ、クレジ、いいえ、クレジットカード、クレジットカードはありません。はありません。
いいえ。
いいえ。
クレジットカード。
クレジットカードはありません。
パスポートをお願いします。
パスポートをお願いします。クレジットカード、クレジットカードを使います。
クレジットカード。
クレジットカードを使います。
チェックインをお願いします。
チェックインをお願いします。Sure.
チェックインを
お願いします。
お願いします。
ダニエルさん。ダニエルさん。Interesting. ダニエルさんは I think this is a dress. It's a vocative, right? ダニエルさん。部屋の番号は522ですか？
ダニエル3部屋の番号は522ですか？
部屋の番号は770です。
部屋の番号は770です。770です。
部屋の番号は7 7
That's an error.
7
That's an error.
0です。部屋の番号は770です。
部屋の番号は770です。770です。お手洗い。お手洗いはジムの隣です。
の隣。
Batman! Yes, Nadia. Nadia. Okay. このホテルの鍵は古いですね。Sure.
古い。
部屋はエレベーターの隣です。
隣。
Okay. チェックインは12時20分です。
12時。
自販機はジムの隣です。
自販機はジムの隣です。What do we have? 学校が好きです。学校が好きです。Says me and not a lot of other. It's fine. ありがとうございます。Yeah. Thanks for the info.
クレジットカードはありますか？
クレジットカードはありますか？ Do you have a credit card? Not a card credit. I gotta stop doing that.
部屋の番号は351です。
部屋の番号は351です。Sure. The room number is 351です。部屋の鍵です。部屋の鍵です。
部屋の鍵です。
部屋の鍵、ここ。Wait, ここです？ Yeah, sure. 部屋の鍵はここです。That's alright, I guess.
の鍵はここです。
Okay.
3階。
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 氷。氷はどこですか？
氷はここ。
ここ。
どこ？
ここ。I'll show you ここ。
でか。
自販機は3階です。
自販機は3階です。Third floor?
自販機は3階です。自販機は3階です。
自販機は3階です。ルームサービス。ルームサービスはいくらですか？
ルームサービス。
ルームサービスはいくらですか？
Wi-Fi のパスワード。
Wi-Fi のパスワード。
Wi-Fi のパスワード。
Okay. Does Duolingo teach kanji? Yes, it does. It is separated in a separate section. Whenever a kanji is introduced, it's logged in a separate section, along with all the kana. Yep. And you get to choose to do them at as much as you want. It's part of the practice. There is no new kanji in this unit, unfortunately. Yeah, they can do it as much as you want. They try to integrate writing for the kanji, and the biggest focus for the kanji section, since they slowly introduce kanji, they introduce all the kana really, really far in advance before the kanji, like the hirakana. And then in the kanji section, they focus on lots of overlapping kanji. So when kanji shows up all the time, and when the kanji keeps being used in multiple things that you'll learn. So they tend to use like multiple choice and sounds and stuff, where the kana is not the same for the same kanji. And that's kind of what they focus on. And it's the newest edition. It's the newest update. It actually happened less than a month ago now. It's a little over a month. It's a pretty nice way to learn, get you to really focus on the slight differences, like the difference between futari and, I don't know, ninensei, because ni changes a lot, or the ni kanji, for example, or contrasting like getsuyobi, like the yobi, with nihon, which nihon has the same kanji in the beginning, but yobi has the kanji at the right. So they do that a lot to try to trick you. That's the best, that's my favorite part actually, where they try to trick you on all the kanji. So they introduce it very slowly, because oftentimes they stick with the tricks. So I could see it being a little overwhelmed. In section 3 apparently, right, it starts in section 2 where the kanji starts, and in section 3 apparently it's 2 or 3 times the volume. So we'll see. I'm ending the section 2 today, which I'm excited, very excited. And tomorrow I'm going to have a really long review of the second half of section 2 to the best of my ability, and then we'll start section 3, and you'll probably see me hit the kanji pretty hard. I like writing kanji quite a lot. Kori. 氷はありませんか？ありますか？
氷は
ありますか？
ありますか？
パスワードは長いですね。
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 私の部屋 Sorry. 私の部屋は3階です。
部屋
行きます。
行きます。
2日。
2日。
2日。3日。3階。ルームサービスをお願いします。
お願いします。
プールの前で会いましょ
う。ので。
ワイフのパスワードは何ですか？
パスワード。
エレベーターの前で会いましょ
う。ので。
お手洗いはプールの前です。
お手洗いはプールの前です。What can you say back? すみません。プールはどこですか？ Sure. Excuse me, where?
部屋は3階です。
部屋は3階です。The room is on the 3rd floor. Moving right along. ルームサービスはいいですね。
ルームサはいいですね。
I want ice. 氷が欲しいです。Yeah.
氷が欲しいです。
Sure. That's a little strong for ice, but alright. Okay. Oh yeah. I don't know if you're looking not yet this one right here. So every time I finish a set of lessons, I go to the kanji section and it goes really far down. And it unlocks at everything starting at section 2 and on, or last unit of section 1 and so on. And it skips 2 units. Only 2 units though so far. So the current unit I'm on doesn't have any kanji, and then the unit 12 doesn't, but then I have to unlock all the rest. There's got to be a little bit more efficient way of displaying this though, because that list is really long. I'm pretty excited, pretty stoked.
4回。
4回。
3
I don't want to talk about it. 4回。
4回。
ジムの後、スパに行きませんか？
ジムの後、oh hey. ジムの後。ジムの後。What am I doing after gym? Am I washing up? タオル？スパに行きましょう。or 行きませんか？
に行きまか。ジムの後、スパに行きませんか？
That's a pretty good one. After gym, would you like to go to the spa? That's a pretty nice phrase. ジムの後、スパに行きませんか？ Right? お手洗いにタオルがあります。
お手洗い
にタオルがあります。There is towels in the restroom. Okay, sure. There's a towel in the restroom, or there are towels in the restroom. Sure.
お茶も無料です。
お茶もsomething. お茶も
無料
です。Tea is also free. Sure. お茶も無料。Oh my gosh. 無料です。お茶も無料です。エレベーターに乗ります。そして4階に行きます。
エレベーター
So, we're gonna get on the elevator. Getting on the elevator. and then heading to the fourth floor.
タオルをください。
タオルをください。Towels, please.
タオルをください。
Short. 3日。
3日。
2日。何年生。4回。3回。I guess. Nojo in chat earlier? That's some dedication. Yeah, Nojo is always in chat. Yeah, that's some dedication. Every single day, Lotus. Where were you every single day, huh? I'm just kidding. No pressure. Every single day. Basically, what is the equivalent every single day? Pretty much ganbatte kudasai every single day. Ganbatte kudasai. The heck is that? What does that even mean? It looks like a waffle iron. Something day. Freaking indie. Nobi no ushiro de machimashou ka? Sorry, Mainichi? Oh, sorry, Mainichi. Oh, Mainichi. I see. That's how you... Oh, okay. Mainichi. Oh, thanks. That makes up for it. Just kidding.
Smile.
You're trying to buy my... Are you trying to buy my adoration? Thanks, Lotus. I appreciate it.
No, de.
Nobi no ushiro de machimashou ka? Should we wait behind the lobby? I like that phrase. Should we wait behind the lobby? Or should we wait in front of the lobby? That's such a natural phrase. Insert place machimashou ka? ATM は自販機の後ろですか？
ATM は自販機の後ろでか？
すみません。お手洗いはどこですか？
すみません。お手洗い。インディー。すみません。お手洗いはどこですか？お手洗いはジムの後ろです。Yeah, the restrooms are behind the gym. It's behind the gym, sure. コーヒーは無料。Yeah, 無料です。I keep trying to say 無料です。コーヒーは無料です。
コーヒーは無料です。
すみません。スパはどこですか？
すみません。スパはどこですか？どこですか？すみません。スパはどこですか？スパはプールを前です。In front. The spa is in front of the pool. You really consolidated Indy to be in the bathroom. Yes. Shoving, gotta shove it. Yeah, they haven't given me the kanji yet. Not yet. Don't worry. Wait, was Indy here? Gyunyu is in this unit, so Gyunyu is all over the place. Yesterday, Indy totally missed when I first saw Gyunyu. With the milk carton, with the cow on it, of all things, right? Gyunyu. Un and not and absent. Charge or cost. Oh, that's okay. So uncost, no charge, absent of charge or cost. I see. Murio. Wow, that's... Oh, I recognize some parts of the kanji. Wow, the left side, the not absent, reminds me of a bigger version of sakana. Like a more complex, like fanned out grid version of sakana. There's also Yurio or Yurio. Oh, there exists cost. Oh yeah, okay, so there is charge. Okay, Yurio. I see. Cute, very cute. すみません。タオルはどこですか？
すみません。タオルはどこですか？
One thing I feel very great now, but it's not great for comprehension that I feel for sentence construction is that I can ask very, very simple things very rapidly. Like what I mean is all the questions I like to ask, I can ask simple questions incredibly rapidly now in Japanese, and that's my favorite part so far. Of all the 75 days of practice, the one thing that I enjoy the most now is I can ask simple questions incredibly rapidly. And things like that I usually do when like a stranger comes in and say like, hi, how are you? Like, or like say hi and like, oh, how are you? How are you doing? What kind of language do you learn? What are you currently studying? How many languages do you use? What kind of language you speak at home or something like that? I could rapidly say those things a lot better now, as opposed to, so the downside is, it's definitely slow going on the comprehensive side. It's kind of like I'm having the opposite thing. I'm more inclined to construct sentences so then I don't have to comprehend them. As in, like, it's a lot easier to lead with questions and lead at the expectation of what the responses are. So I'm relying a lot on my intuitions again. Much like how I ask questions to a stranger in English. When I ask questions, I have like 15 or 16 possibilities that will come back, and that makes me prepared for it. So I immediately am already ahead of the game. But whenever something is provided to me, it's a struggle. It's still quite a struggle. We're like, oh, okay, well, I wouldn't phrase it that way. Like, okay, so yeah, that's a way to interpret that kind of thing. So it's been doing that a lot. Meanwhile, I do feel a lot of people who spend a lot of time input, right? Input where they spend so much time reading and listening and following rules and stuff. I imagine their reading comprehension and stuff, it's a lot easier to be fed, like to be a given content to consume. But I am far more comfortable and rewarded when I'm creating the phrases and stuff, even if it's not like accurate, right? The idea is you'll become accurate over time. You might say things like, oh yeah, I left a particle, whoops, I omitted a particle here, I omitted the particle here. But it's so much more comfortable to saying like Nihongo o benkyou shimasu, as opposed to so can I put an O there, or is that a wa? Like I don't really concern myself with that anymore. So whenever I'm saying phrases and stuff and talking to people or talking to myself most of the time, I can speak with a bit more confidence. I can retrieve things and stitch them together and use broken Japanese. And that's how I feel that it's the most rewarding part of all this output that I'm doing now. My output is exceptionally faster than I've ever been. So every time I take in new vocabulary, on the third day, with the exception of this, on the third day, it's so much more rapid. Like, because it's adjusting to the new vocabulary. So as long as I get a few output practice on the vocabulary, then I can put it into my standard structure. Like, doko desu ka? Right? Itsu, nani desu ka? Or like, just put in things with do, nani, put an object in, and then put a predicate, and I can just simply add that. Or I can do no chains everywhere, because no chains is pretty much where it is. Like, oh yeah, well, know this, know that, know that, know that, and doko desu ka? It's like, okay, hoteru no lobby no ushiro wa doko desu ka? You know what I mean? Like, you can just know everything for the time being because you're modifying on top of each other. So I'm doing the same thing I would do in English, where I add a bunch of modifiers on top if I don't know how to express it. So like, the in front of the side of the room over there at that corner, what is that? Nan desu ka? Right? So even if it's broken English, like it's not one complete sentence, I could say something like sumi no asoko, like sumi no hoteru wa asoko nan desu ka? Right? So you can kind of flip around things and see if it fits or it does well, and then you can like stutter and improvise and say, oh no, the other way around. So that stuff is far more comfortable. I can draw vocabulary right to my brain. Like, even if it's not complete or the structure is not complete, the vocabulary is coming right to me. I can express objects just by pointing. Like hoteru, biru, right? Kawa, I don't know, pasokon, pasokon, lots of things. And I can be confident that when I go somewhere, I can use my body and my sign language, like not sign language, but my body language to help with interpreting what it is. And I do that a lot with my parents. That's very nice, and you keep getting better too. I personally am trying to improve my Japanese reading. I feel like I'm still quite slow. I think my Japanese reading is quite slow too, Nadia. Relatively speaking, I think my reading is much slower than my speaking, my output in my speaking, and also listening is so much faster to me as well. If I was comparing, if I had to read a prompt, it takes me a lot of time than just listening to it and say, oh yeah, okay, we'll move right along, move right along. So I need to I'm trying not to skip over reading, like really looking at these words, I've been doing all right. I'm glad to hear that you're finding ways to improve and getting better. Yeah, Nadia. How far are you, by the way, in your Japanese, Nadia? What are you currently doing for enrichment, like the different ways and stuff to keep yourself improving your Japanese? Yeah, like the thing I was describing about pointing to things is using body language. Like, for example, sometimes my parents would say something, I'm like, how do I say? And then I'm like, okay, orange, round, maybe nagai, yasai, no yasai, or like yasai wa nagai, or like don orange kind of thing. So what happens is that since I have so much vocabulary now, it's very comfortable to be able to say something in Japanese, even if I can't complete the sentence, right? So that's kind of where I am, and it feels great. Like, I don't know if I can share. I don't know if this resonates with a lot of people. I think, in my opinion, it might be specific to Japanese a lot of times, but being overly concerned about being correct, like juggling too many things, is like reaching that completion of sentence structure, to me, is an incredibly unnatural way of going about developing speaking. So for me, I like making mistakes. I don't mind making mistakes. So I'm going to try to read faster. I'm going to make mistakes. But the thing is, over time, you can point out so many things, and I would just fill in the gaps with anything else I have. And I actually even go as far as disagreeing with a lot of people who say, stop thinking in English or stop thinking in your native tongue. I would fill those gaps in with my native language to combine it with my target language, because if you don't do it at all, you aren't doing it. So instead of worrying about never speaking and constructing, because you're constantly like, oh, you forgot one thing, so now you're going to spend all your time trying to construct. It has a trade-off. It's a double-edged sword, where if you're all or none, yeah, certainly you're going to get more efficient, but you won't get efficient if you don't execute or output at all, in my opinion. And that's contentious, because most people believe that your output will come naturally if you do 100% input at first, and that output has a minimum effect on the input. I can say I agree if it's about the knowledge of your target language. I disagree that the output doesn't affect the person's aptitude. As in, yes, if you need to use your native language to combine with your target language to output, that output will not necessarily improve your input of your target language, but it will remove psychological barriers to enable you to do it more frequently. So when you increase the focus, the frequency of your use, it becomes psychologically beneficial in that way, not in the semantics of the knowledge. So the reason why I want to be specific about that is so many people in secondary language acquisition would say output has no predication on the acquisition of a secondary language. That's if you view the human being entirely as the scope of the the target language, but the other person also has motivations and insecurities that must be conditioned to normalize it in order to output something. Just a little thing, right? You're focusing mainly on learning vocabulary now. I know basic sentences and grammar, but I'm still pretty beginner level. Keep on at it, Nadia. I hope we can, in the future, Nadia, I hope we can go back and forth with like basic phrases and stuff together. I think that'd be a really wonderful extra way to find engagement. You'll probably find me playing video games and stuff, and we can all like group together and translate things together. That would be so much fun in the future. I think in yeah, you'll speak faster, then you get used to saying the words. That's how it works with your mother tongue. Yeah, I think in general input output are different skills. They are different skills. You learn via input, but you have to practice output. The more you learn by the time you start practicing output, the easier the practice is. That is what I'm saying. And I'm usually saying both. So you can actually practice output to lower the inhibitions of your input. sometimes output can create observations about the input. So what I mean by that is, if you constantly notice that if you're saying to yourself like "Doko desu ka?" it becomes input. And what I mean by that is, oh, you've noticed that after saying it, you come to the observation that there are two things that are stacked next to each other. You can retroactively discover new input from practicing output. With that said, I still agree that the majority of the learning and the acquisition comes from input. The goal, you have to ask yourself what your goal is, right? A lot of times I prefer to be able to have some semblance of output in order to get more input in the future. So not only do I not try to lean on comprehensive input to be ready for output, I encourage myself to use output as soon as I reach a critical mass of output in order to generate new input. So the engagement of the output will constantly generate new input, not in the sense of like semantics. It's kind of like when someone asks me what's my goal for Japanese. My goal is to get to the point where I can use Japanese to learn Japanese. That's using my output to generate new input, right? So there's this like really strong arm thing of saying that there's a diminished return and like a poo-poo secondary downplay of the significance of output. And oftentimes, to me, that's coming from someone who has no insecurities, who's very confident, who's incredibly competent in like successful and consistently successful in their field. To me, think about a skill like communication. Communication, oftentimes the most undeveloped part is the vocal communication. And you get lots of incredibly brilliant people, like kids and young adults, who are incredibly inarticulate. And what I mean by inarticulate is they're apprehensive to the point where they believe that incredibly focusing on input will allow and prepare them for anything that output is required of them. But generally speaking, you cannot observe your own output difficulties and problem solve through your output difficulties and then find out what you need for general input to help that output. Like for example, pitch accent would be an excellent example. Certainly, you can keep saying like, I know what it is in my head. I know what it is in my head. However, your interest of pitch accent and your focuses of pitch accent can be affected by your general output. As in, you'll find that, yeah, you know what? I do keep dropping this. However, in your head, you might have a perception of how you do it and how you sound. Without the output, sometimes you don't even know you have problems where there is problems, where your focus can be where there isn't focus, right? And you're focusing on things that may not become an issue. So a lot of times I'd say it's a balance of input and output. Although, with that said, I think the vast majority of people who end up choosing language learning feels incredibly bolstered by their confidence in generalized input. If you know what to do that is correct, you somehow feel secure and confident in executing it. For me, neither. If I'm incompetent, I'm still going to try to engage in output. I remove that insecurity. Sometimes, on occasion, you gotta ride when you don't know how to ride. Safely, of course. And language might be one of them, in my opinion. And for me, my most rewarding aspect right now is being able to not even think about saying teberu, right? Or taberu. Yeah, taberu. right? Mizu? So, things like that. And I will continue to say them, whether they're wrong or right or comprehensive or whatnot. Being able to output progressively and observing your output change over time is incredibly psychologically reinforcing. It might actually increase the efficiency of your general input. So I highly encourage people to actualize their progress. It's LHL, not HLL for what? Jim, like, yeah, what are you referring to? Which word? Taberu? Oh, not H. That's fine. Taberu. Sure. Taberu. 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 Yeah. Sure. Awesome. I'm not here to give pitch accent things, but good. That's great. Taberu. Nice. Instead of taberu. Got it. That illustrates my point, but thanks. You actually illustrated my point. Hey.
スパはいいですね。
Spa wa ii desu ne. The spa is nice, isn't it?
ルームサービスは無料ですか?
Room service wa murio desu ka? Is room service free or is the room service free? Room service wa murio desu ka?
カフェは4階です。
カフェは4階です。The cafe is on the 4th floor.
4階。
4階。
3階。
Oops.
4階。
I clicked on Sangai again. Yeah, Jiao. That's taberu. Got it.
チェックアウトをお願いします。
チェックアウトをお願いします。
チェックアウトを
お願いします。
踊りませんかお願いします。
踊りませんかDance? Fair enough. このトースト、このトーストは美味しいです。
このトーストは美味しいです。
美味しい牛乳。
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 牛乳。花さん、トーストはどうですか？
花。
They fave you the kanji for kai? Yeah. They're really just doing their own thing out here. Wait. Wait. They gave me. Oh yeah, they gave me the kanji for kai. Yeah, they gave me the kanji for kai. In one unit alone. Yeah.
3.
It's willy-nilly, man. It's willy-nilly, I tell ya. Well, it keeps you on your toes. What is the next kanji? No one will ever know. Hana-san, toast wa dou desu ka?
トースト
トースト。トーストはどうですか？
どうですか？
牛乳も飲みます。
牛乳も飲みます。I was so used to someone say the phrase not drinking milk. It took me back a little bit. 牛乳も飲みます。
牛乳も飲みます。
パンはコーヒーメーカーの後ろです。
コーヒーメーカー。パンはコーヒーメーカーの後ろです。コーヒーメーカーの後ろです。
ジュースはコーヒーメーカーの隣です。
ジュースはコーヒーメーカーの隣です。隣。
ジュースはコーヒーメーカーの隣です。
牛乳も飲みます。
牛乳も飲みます。
What do you have against the kanji kai notice? Although I do have to admit, they could give me so many different kanji, but kai would be a very particular one, huh? Yeah. What would be one that I would like? Probably like arimasu. Aru and iru. Probably aru and iru. I was kind of thinking they would go through the predicates first, if you know what I mean. Japanese school children, no. Oh wait, you showed me that earlier. Mainichi? No, that's not Mainichi. The free? Oh, no, or lack of, I see. Oh, they have kanji, but they are most hiragana. Oh, no, yeah. Oh, they don't? Oh, interesting. So aru and iru don't? Oh, cool. Interesting. I didn't realize that. Or what I mean is they typically don't use it. Yeah. They typically don't use it. Oh, that's good to know. Then another word, what else would I say? What else comes up really, really often that I don't have the kanji for? What's a super common one? Do I have watashi? I do. I do have watashi. Do I know ski? No, I don't. Yeah, we don't have ski, but they don't use that really often, actually. They don't use like daisuki or any form of ski very, very often. It's like 20% of the time. They do. They kinda seldomly do. Yeah, sometimes.
The ones that they use, they already gave kanjis for. Like, oh, you know, oishi. Oishi doesn't have it yet. Usually they stick with oki, oki and chisai. No, I'm not saying if... No, I'm not saying I'm not saying if Japanese have it or not. I'm saying Duo's frequency of use in their unit. So we're saying what kanji comes up, what hiragana comes up a lot in Duolingo's exercises. But they're not using the high frequency and replacing the high frequency hiragana in Duolingo, not in Japanese speech. Just to clarify. Is oishi, I say 50-50 on kanji and hiragana. Oh. Huh. Okay. What else can I say that comes up a lot? Do they not have furugana? No, I remove. You can choose. You can choose. I don't use anything. I don't use furagana. I don't use furigana or romaji. You can turn it on if you want. But the way Duolingo teaches kanji, you will know the furigana well before the kanji. So you don't ever really need them. You'll know the kana pretty well before kanji gets replaced. Like before it gets replaced by kanji. You can't turn them on though. It's up here. So like if I turn them on. Oh. I think you have to go to the next unit first. So like
カフェ
晩ご飯は6時から10時までです。
Never mind. They don't. I think you might have to get out and start a new lesson with it on, but it doesn't really matter. Warui? 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 What does warui mean? Oh, bad? No. I still don't have the word for bad. Yeah, not good. Oh, I get it. Yeah, no. Lotus, you're overestimating. You're overestimating. It means so other things. Yeah, I imagine. Imagine explaining to a Japanese person what the word bad means in English. I'll let people stoop on how to define the word bad in colloquial speak to a Japanese person learning English. In terms of like emotional things, like subjective emotional phrasing, I think it's pretty universal that it's to be expected that those types of words have too many meanings or like incredible nuances, especially emotional ones, like subjective emotional emotionally favored words tend to be incredibly dynamic. But imagine learning the kanji for story of a building before learning the kanji for bad. Oh, story of a building. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, true. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, no, it's true. Now here's the thing, right? Let's do a little deep cut, Lotus. So far, I actually get very surprised when Duo introduces a phrase that would indicate something undesirable or negative. And you might be thinking like, well, maybe Duolingo has an agenda. But if we think about it in public, right, the phrases you want to use, do you prioritize saying something in Japanese that may consider not so great versus prioritizing things that are great, maybe okay or fine, and then move right along? If you think of, I'm just positing some rhetoric here, like proposing some rhetoric. Like if you think about it, right? I actually don't use the word bad very often in English, actually. Like even in English, when someone says the word bad is the most frequent time I say the word bad, or worse. Sometimes I say not good, but that is learning the word good and negating good, as opposed to saying the word bad, right? And so I've learned a lot more of negative speech from native content. Yeah. And people, what do we in the United States, right? The double negative, the negation of bad happens a lot, right? Maku-san, bye. Oh, hey, take care, Nadia. Good luck. Thanks for hanging out for a while. Good luck with your Japanese. I will talk to you later. That ain't so bad. Yeah, exactly. That ain't so bad. Triple negative, double negative, or like that's not so bad. That's so good, Lotus. That's so good. Well, you're not lying. English. Like very Americanized English, actually. You're not lying. Well, I'm not lying. Or you're not lying. It's like, so you're telling the truth. Like, well, no, it's not the same as telling the truth, but you're not lying. You're not lying. You're not wrong. You know, that's so common in American speech. Like, well, you're not wrong. I'm like, well, does that mean the person's right? Or are you saying you don't want to admit that that person is right? You're just saying they're not wrong. Like, it's the opposite feeling. And I think Japanese, in my opinion, humbly, in my opinion, Japanese exudes the other type of feeling. Like, they want to accept and respect and trust you at the expense of potentially looking rude and being looked upon as aggressive or inferring, right? So, however, in English, most of the sentiments deal with negating from the affirmative. And I talked about this a little bit. This is just slight tangent. No worries. The idea that if you want to present yourself as someone who's a little bit more charismatic, positive, affirmative, and like maybe a little bit confident, but at the same time a bit reassuring without necessarily going too hard on things. Sometimes when you say, well, you're doing pretty well, versus you're not so bad. That's not so bad. Oh, it could have been worse. Well, I did better than I thought. As opposed to, well, that went according to plan. Slightly disappointed. However, kind of thing. So like, instead of constantly phrasing it in a manner that is below negative versus above, like towards positive. So when someone says, yeah, I'm really excited. Oh, hey, that's very interesting. It's not quite for me, but I can see how you're enthusiastic. Versus, I don't care for that. Maybe it would convince me, but it's not interesting. We kind of talked about it earlier when I was playing Neverwinter, but I often find that people can come off as incredibly direct when using English a lot. And I love the Japanese language of the mannerism. But also having the word bad, it might be very hard to. What was the word bad? Warui. Okay. I have a feeling I won't be using warui much in speech as well, but we'll see. Right. And now I'm talking a little bit negative here. So anyways. Arigato gozaimasu. There you go. Arigato gozaimasu. Okay. Anyways. Moving right along. Toastを食べます。トーストを食べます。
食べます。
トースト。
トースト？
トーストを食べます。
チェックアウトは8時から12時までです。
チェックアウトは8時から12時までです。ありがとうございます。
パンケーキと牛乳をお願いします。
パンケーキと牛乳のお願いします。that's request. パンケーキと牛乳をお願いします。Pancakes and milk, please. That sounds lovely, actually.
昼ご飯は11時半から2時までです。
昼ご飯は10時半から2時までです。までです。2時までです。昼ご飯は10時半から2時までです。Just think and go along with it.
朝ごはんは6時から9時までです。
朝ごはんは6から6時。6時から9時までです。
朝ごはんは6時から9時までです。
9時までです。朝ごはんは6時から9時までです。The breakfast is from 6時9時までです。6時から whoops. Oh, did I say? Oh yeah, kara. Sure. Toast とサラダを食べます。トーストとサラダを食べます。
トースト
とサラダを食べます。
タオルを食べます。
Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. I'm like, what? That's what happens when you don't read.
チェックアウト。
チェックアウトをお願いします。お願いします。
お願いします。
That's what happens when you don't read your prompts.
トーストとサラダを食べます。
Okay.
Introducing the Duolingo.
Yes, yes, yes. I know. 2 weeks next time. Don't worry about it. Okay.
4回。
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 Yes. Rub it in, why don't you?
トースト。
トーストとトーストとサラダを食べます。食べます。
サラダを食べます。
じゃあ安い部屋を探しましょ
う。じゃあ休み部屋を探しましょう。探しましょう。
じゃあ安い部屋を探しましょう。
探しましょう。安い部屋を探しましょう。探しましょう。
じゃあ安い部屋を探しましょう。
探しましょう。Okay. Okay then. I will look for a cheap room. No. We should look for a cheap room, sure.
チェックアウトは8時から12時までです。
チェックアウトは8時から12時までです。Thank and go.
朝ごはんは6時から9時までです。
On another note, now that you know, 探します。You're dangerously close to understanding the lyrics for the One Piece opening song. Wait, which one? Are you guys telling, like, this is the third time someone brought up One Piece. Are you telling me that I should be watching One Piece? I'm gonna tell you now. I've watched the first 2 seasons of One Piece, the animated series, and I watched the Netflix live action recently. Alright, fine. I'll go watch One Piece after I finish the first season of Rent a Girlfriend for Indie-san. So I can talk to him about how he's a pep and he likes pandering anime. Alright, I'll make time. Jeez Louise, you guys in One Piece. Just listen to the song. Alright, is it the first opening? It's called We Are? Wait, are you saying that the opening song is We Are, or are you just pepping me right now? What is which opening song? You can't just be so non-specific.朝ごはんは6時から9時までです。Is that supposed to be a wa? Because I keep seeing people use wa instead of oo. So that's a we okay. Yeah. This thing, someone already explained to me a couple times that in order to get this diphthong, they use, in order to get this diphthong, they would use this as the W-ish, even though this is ooh as well. So now I've gotten used to seeing it a couple times from you guys when it ends up being a we instead of a we. We. And I get it because it kind of sounds like we and we and we are pretty close, if you know what I mean. I don't know if you say it, you can hear yourself saying it, like we versus we. We are, okay, we are. Oh, we are. Oh, okay, I got it. Okay, we are. I'll keep in mind. That's a fun name. That's a fun name for a song. We are, or we are. Actually, do you say we are in English? I'm actually kind of curious because we already talked about this today. Well, Indy and I talked about this. How katakana is getting coincidentally suspiciously close to like the neo American English, in a way where they like drop the consonants, like consonant sounds at the end of their words. So like saying we are, like we are one. We are one. You see what I mean? We are one. Instead of we are one. I would say we are one. We are one. Or we're one. That's kind of a little bit weirder, but we are one. We are one. We are one in the same. We are one in the same. Instead of we are one in the same. That's a funny thing. We are. I think Japanese is onto something. I'm just saying. Is it? You start wondering, is it Japanese that is influencing American English or the other way around? You know? You start wondering that. Like, is it a coffee maker or is it a coffee maker? A coffee maker. Because you could get away with saying that's a coffee maker. That's a coffee maker. I mean, some people might be on board with that. Maker instead of a maker. Gonna, woulda, shoulda, coulda, donna, gonna, kinda. Sorry. All right, I'm done. I'm done digressing. We're good. The asagohan. The asagohan. You were done. Ignore. Oh. Yeah, Japanese pronunciation is so precise. They can really call us out on our sloppy pronunciation sometimes. Indeed. The one that spawned most of it was desu, do-ran. Restaurant, right? Restaurant. I still say restaurant, like restaurant. I still say restaurant, and I talked about this a lot, like how desk. Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. Like, this is des. For all intents and purposes, this is to be. I don't think I've met. It's been a while since I've met someone that says desk like I do. Like, I have a desk. I place my computer on a desk. But it's more, most people around me say des. It's a des. Like des. Des. I know the Japanese word for, but That's not the point. Yes. They do be doing the deep cuts with cutting out consonants at the end of words. I think Japanese was ahead of our time, if you know what I mean, by cutting out consonants at the end of words. I'm obviously being very dramatic and generalizing for the giggles. I'm not passing it off as fact or anything like that. Hopefully no one got triggered by what I just said there. Okay. The breakfast is from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock.
自販機はジムの隣です。
自販機はジムの隣です。ありがとうございます。
部屋の番号は351です。
部屋の番号は351です。Right. The room number is 351. Yes.
花さん、5月2日に旅行しませんか？
花さん、5月2日に旅行しませんか？旅行しませんか？5月2日に旅行しませんか？いいですね。ネットでホテルを予約しましょう。Thanks, Geek-chan.
カフェは3階です。
までです。Right? までです。コーヒーは3階です。3階です。カフェは3階です。12月3日12月3日12月3日チェックインをお願いします。
チェックイン
をお願いします。
お願いします。
部屋の鍵。Oh, wait. No. I can't make a jab at Lotus, actually. That's too far off. 部屋の鍵はここです。部屋の鍵はここです。
部屋
の鍵はここです。You think you're weak? No, the link is too weak. I was gonna do like a Kiji. I was gonna Kiji you in the face, but Kiji hasn't come up enough. I was gonna say, it's a shame Kagi is not Kiji. It kind of sounds like Ki. I was gonna Kiji you. Like, take that, Lotus. It's Kiji. You got it? I can Kiji. I'll show you a Kiji. Wait, that actually kind of makes sense.
No. Kagi.
Kagi wa koko desu.
Wa koko desu.
Yeah, let's do some kanji. Where are we gonna go? We went up here. We did the hito. Kai. Let's do this.
Yama.
Okay. Yamada.
Yama.
山口、本、中山、山田、山田、
山田、
山田、
山。
Ew. I don't want to talk about it.
山、
山田。
7分。中山、山口、山田。
休み。
木曜日。
木曜日。
木、曜、月、月、日。
No one saw that.
やす、
やす。
み。
休み。
木曜日。木。曜日。休みます。900。買います。話します。木曜日。
木曜日。
休みます。休みます。
木曜日。4つ。2つ。500。500。休み。
休みます。
200。休み。木曜日。2つ。4つ。
木曜日。
Get more with
休み。
木曜日。
木曜日。日。休み。
休み。
木曜日。木曜日。900。木曜日。話します。買います。休みます。
木曜日。
休みます。休みます。
休み。2つ。4つ。500。木曜日。
休みます。
4つ。2つ。200。休み。木曜日。
木曜日。
卵。
卵。
Oh, I haven't wrote tamago
卵
in it's about what I imagine again.
卵。
卵。
Oh my gosh, my pen. Oh, maybe it's my pen that's doing that.
卵。
卵。
卵
I think my tablet's putting out. Nanyobi.
何曜日。火曜日。
Okay. 金曜日。 何曜日、火曜日、土曜日、月曜日。
火曜日、
何曜日、
何曜日、
火曜日。
B. I mean, yo. Whoops. 金曜日、何曜日、日本、火曜日、日曜日、木曜日。
木曜。
Okay. Oops. Oh, right. Yep, I missed the B.
木曜日、
木曜、
木曜日、
木曜日。
木曜日、
木曜、木曜日、
木曜日。
魚、
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 魚。
Wait, what was that? Kanji. Oh, not free. The left side, the left kanji of free. Yeah, it's like a
魚、
more grittier,
魚。
grittier sakana. A sakana.
魚。
Okay. More grits.
魚。
Let there be more grits.
魚、
魚、
魚。
魚、
魚。
魚。
木曜日.
木
Alright. Once again.
木曜日。
木曜日、
木曜、
木曜日、
木曜日。
木曜日、
木曜、木曜日、
木曜日。
Introducing the
Yes, yes, yes. I think we hit all. We have I must.
合います。
I must.
合います。
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 Someone showed me another
合います。
合います。
word
合います。
or phrase
合いま
that
す。
had this kanji in it.
合いま
And I
す。
don't remember which one.
じ、
じ、
何
何時、じ、6時、8時、じ、1時、何時。Oh, that. Yes. Yes, that one. Wait. Maybe not. Kaiki? No. Something else. Go again. Go again.
何
Oh, wait. Maybe it is. Because we had meetingu, right? Meetingu. That could be it, actually. Kaigi?
じ、
じ。
Yes. G. I hear ya. G.
何時。
1時、G。2時、3時、 Nanji. 9月。Wait. 9月。うん。月曜日。
月曜、9月。
うん。
9月曜、9月、9月、9月、月曜日。
月曜日。
月、
9月。日曜日。
月曜日。9分。9000。月曜日。
月曜日。
月曜日。何ですか？
何ですか？
7000。
7000。
月曜日。山口。9月。9月。9月。月曜日。
来月。9000。
日。9月。月曜日。月曜日。4時。4。12時。月曜日。9月。
Okay. Yeah, what was this? 9月。
9月。
来月。
来月。
Okay. 来月。Oh. います。900。900。900。9000。9月。
来月。
9月。
9月。
来月。
9月。来月。9時。7月。9000。I think we're good. Let's do our final review for the day, and then I gotta prep for tomorrow. All right. Oh, for company. Oh, yeah. Company too. Yeah. Kaisha. Kaisha. Oh, Kai. Interesting. That's a different Kai. Were you the one that tell me that's a different Kai? When I was saying like, oh yeah, hey, Kai. But not to be confused with Kai. I don't know if you were the one that said that. Someone said that too. Yeah, the aimasu kanji. Au. Is au just Wait, Lotus. Is it that symbol and then u? How do you write it in the plain form? Is it Yeah, it would have that and then u. Oh, that's interesting. What does the other one mean? The other one really does look like a house, though. It's getting closer and closer suspiciously to house. I mean, the kanji looks like a house. I don't mean it's the hiragana for a house or something like that. First is to meet. Second is to come together, according to Jisho. Okay. Oh, to come together. Oh, that's interesting. To come together. Oh. Ah. One's transitive and one's intransitive. One's transitive and one's intransitive. And it happens a lot, actually. When you go to meet someone, it's two people meeting together. But to come together is a passive event. Like if you happen to come together. Or maybe not. But the nuance is very felt. It's very felt. It's kind of like a not transitive and then intransitive. Yeah. But didn't mean to add that part. Non-transitive / intransitive. That's something else. Oh, okay. To come together to meet. Interesting. They mean different things, but I don't know if it's the same in Japanese. I mean, it's not transitive or not intransitive, but the nuances remind me of the nuances between transitive and non-intransitive, but not transitive and not transitive says intransitive. Oh, you're so the negatives. Okay, but when you meet to meet is not the same as coming together. Yeah, well, I know. I'm using you figuratively, like as an object. I'm using like, so I like you, it's so like you use it to say that some food meets your palate. Which one? Which one do you use to meet your palate? So in that case you use, oh, that's interesting. So you use the other one, the come together one, for meets your palate. Whoa. I mean, they could just, well, they don't have to make sense off the thing. I'm talking about like the contrast between to meet and to come together. Either of them could have been used to meet your palate. It would be an alternative use, if you know what I mean. Or, you know what I mean? Like, but if if one of the other meanings, the come together one, would be more or less likely to have the nuance of meeting someone's palate versus. So you're saying the second one is more like fulfilling a requirement or like meeting, satisfying. Wait, how do you say? Is that not also satisfying? We're getting too deep into this. Maybe when that's introduced in the future. What does I must? What does the left I must do? Are there any alternative meanings for the left one, the one that I learned, or is it literally people meeting and it's restricted to people meeting? This isn't the first time, by the way. So hajime versus hajima. They be pretty similar. Honestly, probably need a native speaker. Yeah. So hajimarimasu is the thing that they introduced, which is intransitive. Yeah. Hajime, no. Hajime, no. Hajimarimasu. One of them is transitive and one of them is intransitive, I think. For Hajime versus Hajima. And then there's another one that they only introduced one of them, and it's to open. They gave me the intransitive one. They're using the intransitive one and not the transitive one. And their difference is it's quite subtle, but usually it's not the same. It's not the same as your example, obviously. They're actually different. They're different words. But I really like those kind of things. Like they're really awfully specific, as opposed to like if you said the restaurant opened at 10 o'clock, right? The restaurant opened at 10 o'clock. You would use the intransitive one. If the owner opens the restaurant at 10 o'clock, then you would use the transitive one. Right. And when I was looking it up, I'm like, oh, okay, so Jisho kind of slides both of them in. I think the one that I got was yeah, the intransitive one was Aku. Aku was the time. And then Akeru is the transitive one, the one where someone has to act, create the something or some object or anything. Something has to create the result. Yeah. Wait, it's Hiraku? You used a potential form of Aku? I'm gonna slap you, Lotus. I'm gonna send you my virtual digital disappointment and you just suddenly confusing me. You're doing this on purpose now. Wait, it's no, now I'm confused. It's Hiraku? Hiraku versus Aku? I got Akeru. But then what does Akeru do? Wait, you're telling me there's another one? Oh no. We're straying off the path now. Oh boy, it's off the rails now. Oh, Hiraku. Wow, well, Hiraku can be both intransitive and transitive. Yeah, oh heckin', oh my gosh. Hiraku is holy. I was when I was using the verb conjugator, it was giving me akeru and aku, because they're very close, right? Akeru and aku are very close, but Hiraku, wow, Hiraku is massive. Holy. Yeah, specifically I'm talking more about the restaurant thing. The Aku was introduced by like a place opening up, like opening their doors, as in like, so to me specifically that's why I found those two, as opposed to like even more. It looks like Hiraku is a lot like of things, you know, like crazy. All right, the more you know, the more you have to look forward to, right? I honestly think all this talking doesn't even remotely scare me from being Japanese. Like, I honestly, like, here's my take. This is not a shade or anything. I think it's more about the psychological perception of things. When we get so used to our native language, right? Sometimes I feel it's difficult to continue appreciating how complicated your native language is. If you know what I mean. It has that little human condition where the things become less intricate. But when you learn another language, over time, it becomes less and less daunting because you, in my opinion, at least for myself personally, it has revealed I have equally, if not potentially debatably, just as much nuances in my native language versus the target language. So, humbly so, the more complicated Japanese becomes, doesn't really impact my dauntingness of its intricacies or my concern, because I have often always felt that I needed to improve my English, because the depths of the English, the appreciation of the English language, runs just as deep as my appreciation for Japanese language, even though I'm completely ignorant to a lot of Japanese things. The act of learning makes me feel less ignorant. When I stop learning English, which I do use a lot in my life, it makes me even more insecure. So I'm motivated to try to not be complacent. And because I want to say this is a lot of times when people say, oh, why can't this be as easy as this? Well, after the fact is, relatively speaking, subjectively easier. So I don't think it will be very honest to yourself or a very reasonable. It's cognitive dissonance. I'm going to use the phrase cognitive dissonance. I don't think it's unlikely. Oh, that's double negative. I think it's very likely that those who believe that learning a native language can be incredibly daunting because they are looking at the mountains of nuances, constantly juggling more nuances, like pitch accent. Just juggle more and more pitch accent, why don't you, while you're learning and stuff, can even compare in the moment to all the things you've already autonomously appreciate about your native language. And not to spill any spoilers, in English, because of all the nuances we talk about, Lotus, in Japanese, it only reminds me of what a Japanese person has to learn when they're learning English, right? Like, we're talking about open. So how do you differentiate? Like, now you ask yourself, how do you differentiate when you say the store opens at 10? Like, now think about the role reversal. Like, explain to a Japanese person what it means in English to say the store opens at 10. Like, what are you expressing there? How do you communicate to a Japanese person what you have expressed by saying the door opens at 10? Because I can tell you, I probably have a different interpretation than several other people when I say the store opens at 10. Somebody opened the store at 10, even though you said the store opened at 10, if you know what I mean, right? Because there's oftentimes it's inferred that it's transitive. A lot of times, I know, like, you might be thinking like, oh yeah, but in the actual grammar and stuff, it's like it's intransitive. It's like, well, someone opened the store. That kind of thing. And you have to explain that kind of thing. Like, is it not? Is it figurative? Did it just magically open? Like, it always opens at 10 even though no one's there? Is that what you're saying? So to me, I think that's pretty cool. I want to dispel the feeling that I don't relate a lot. I think a lot of the frustration about constantly learning a language is like, oh yeah, but there's more things, and then you get urgent. You get very urgent. Like people keep saying like, oh yeah, but that's not this. It's this. That's right. This is right. This is wrong. Like, oh, it's not this. It's not that. I'm like, okay, well, that's cool. Awesome. Maybe I'll get it in the future. Maybe I won't. I have no idea. However, whenever you're in a position of knowledge and comprehension, you can no longer assimilate, or like you can no longer firsthand resonate with someone who doesn't have that experience yet. So when you go around constantly adding more and more things to the plate, I get it. I get that most people are like, oh yeah, you know what, I'm just gonna quit Japanese now. It's too much things to juggle. And for me, I kind of run towards it. I like these. But at the same time, it's not like knowing them is gonna make time pass faster and make you more accurate. We already talked about the whole output versus input thing, right? If you're constantly inputting more, like I actually disagree with that. Where like, yeah, you can be very, very inclined to take in as much information as you can. Does that mean you'll execute on it? I don't know. To me, these things take time. And I'll do them with a smile, right? Freaking what is it? Hiraku? Oh my gosh, I don't even know how you use hiraku now. Like when do you use hiraku? Do you know hiraku, Lotus? Have you used hiraku?
Donna.
Donna. Okay. Donna. Donna hoteru. Hoteru. Oh. Sagashimashou. Sagashimashou ka?
Sagashimashou.
Sagashimashou.
Ka.
I can't wait to watch whatever you're referring to on the One Piece thing. And then now I'm gonna hold this against you for the rest of your life. Or at least for the rest of however we know. Sagashimashou. It's gonna be hard to forget Sagashimasu now that you've mentioned the One Piece thing. It's like encoded into my brain now. Donna hoteru o Donna hoteru o shikashimashou ka. Now help me out in pronouncing it in a way that I could repetitiously say it accurate, like say it consistently as opposed to caring about its accuracy. Sagashimashou. Sagashimashou.
Sagashimashou.
Sagashimashou.
Sagashimashou.
Donna hoteru o sagashimashou ka? Watashi no heya wa 3階です。
部屋？
私の部屋は3階です。3階です。クレジットカードとパスポートをありますか？ ありますか？ Let me try that again.
クレジットカード
とクレジットカードとパスポートをありますか？
パスポート
をパスポートはありますか？
ありますか？
クレジットカードとパスポートはありますか？ チェックインは12時20分です。
12時。
これは私の部屋の部屋の鍵です。これは私の部屋の鍵です。
あそこに素敵なホテルがあります。あのホテルに泊まりませんか？あそこに素敵なホテルがあります。あのホテルに泊まりませんか？
泊まり。
あそこに素敵なホテルがあります。あのホテルに泊まりませんか？
泊まり。
あそこに素敵なホテルがあります。あのホテルに泊まりませんか？
Oh, if you want to stay, yeah, 泊りませんか? That's new. 泊りませんか? このトーストは、このトーストは美味しいですね。
ルームサービスをお願いします。牛丼を一つとバニラのアイスクリームを一つください。
That's awesome. I order that too. Ordering some food. That sounds delightful. 4回 what? 4回 no 4回で OK 4回で会いましょう。
このホテルのスパは無料です。でもタオルは無料じゃないです。タオルは2000円です。高いです。
There are what is expensive? It's the towels at the spa.
このホテルのスパは無料です。でもタオルは無料じゃないです。タオルは2000円です。高いです。
Dang. Did they just say Nisen yen des? Holy, that's expensive. That is so expensive. They said that they went to the spa, but towels aren't free at the spa, and they said the towels are 2,000 yen. Holy, that's. Imagine paying 2,000 yen. Did I mishear that? Hold up.
このホテルのスパは無料です。でもタオルは無料じゃないです。タオルは2000円です。高いです。
So expensive. Yeah, that's some expensive towels.
すみません、スパはどこですか?
すみません. What do you mean? Don't you have super? Can't you just listen to all these prompts? Can you not just go to practice and listen to all these prompts, Lotus? Or is it like different? Can you not get those prompts? I figure you get like access to all the prompts. I think these prompts are great. I love listening to them. Some of them are really funny. I don't like the short ones. The short ones are definitely not great, but they're getting longer, which is nice. I like listening to it over and over again. すみません。スパはどこですか? It's in front of the lobby, behind the gym, around the corner, on the 3rd floor. Yes. That's my hat. That's what I like to say in the future without having to think about it, right? Spa wa poru, puru. Whoops. Spa wa puru. Puru. Yeah, spa wa poru no mae desu. It's the spa is in front of the pool.
パンはコーヒーメーカーの後ろです。
パンはコーヒーメーカーの後ろです。後ろです。後ろです。
パンはコーヒーメーカーの後ろです。
後ろです。パンはコーヒーメーカーの後ろです。The bread is behind the coffee maker.
朝ごはんは7時から10時までです。
Who puts bread behind the coffee maker? Sorry, I was totally distracted by the last what I just said there.
朝ごはんは7時から10時までです。
朝ごはんは7時から10時までです。までです。Okay. ピアノも弾きます。ピアノも弾きます。Thank and go along. ありがとうございます。
7月2日に旅行しませんか
？7月2日 right 7月2日に旅行7月2日に旅行しませんか？ Would you like to travel on July 2nd? Would you like to travel?
チェックアウトをお願いします。
チェックアウトをお願いします。Okay. Check out, please. We did it. We did it. Okay. Real talk though. We have some time. I'm going to look for something. Okay, it's official. I can confirm that yesterday Cozy said something about stories. I don't think stories are available without super, or it. Oh no, here it is. Holy, you have to get all the way down here? I won't even get to stories for another like 90 days. Excuse me? I'm so upset right now. I'm just kidding. Slow and steady. Okay. So you have to get to section 3, unit 21. Oh, I'm about to get cool grammar. Okay, that's fine. That'll make it up. That'll make up for it. I'm okay with that. Oh, past it. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, let me take a teaser first. Okay, past tense verbs. Short past tense verbs. Okay, express. Wait. Oh man. Okay, use negative adjectives. Oh, dude. Okay. Arrange what you. All right. Past tense makes plans to. Use past tense negative verbs. Oh man. Oh, that's so juicy. I feel like I finally left a tutorial, in my opinion. Use past tense adjectives? Oh, man. Okay, alright. The most I can get through between each review period is between 7 and 9 units. That's the closest I can get between every review. So maybe I should extend the length now. Oh, that's so cool. I am so excited. I do need to head off because I'm going to do some passive review, and that kind of defeats the purpose of this, right? I got to do some passive review so that I can be ready for tomorrow and try my best. Last time, just as a comparison, last time I did spend because of the 3-day super, right? 3-day super that landed on day 50. I spent an additional 3 days to go back and do Legends upkeep, and that provided a really solid review, and I could confirm that pretty much everything was still intact, right? Over 90. So then I did the review after, and that was fairly okay. I think I'm still okay at the end of section 2, largely because there's no gigantic leaps in anything that will be confusing. The problem now is I didn't review at all, not even anything. So we'll see. My guess is I'm gonna say it's probably lower. If I had to be conservative, I'm feeling more like 85% right now. I can definitely see gaps, or I can, by gaps I mean I know I learned it or I was exposed to it, but I can't recall it. And there is a chance that's going to happen. And also the difference is during the 50-day review, I made more mistakes. And you might be thinking, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. If you make more mistakes, you remember less. Actually, when you make mistakes, you practice more in Duolingo. And how that does is it force review, right? The thing is, even if you recall it and you happen to keep successfully, that's what I mean by, in my opinion, Duolingo actually moves too fast. Where Duolingo doesn't integrate things as regularly. However, they do try. Every 3 staggered rotations. So what I mean is, if you learn something at unit 1, for example, you might be able to encounter the same vocabulary or something related to it after the next, at a bi unit, maybe even a 2 units, and then 2 units down you might see the recurrence of a unit. But that's not enough, because it'll still go around 85%. Your percentage is dropping. It doesn't naturally review all of the things. So without use, some of them are going to be falling apart. So I am going to do some reviewing a little bit before tomorrow's review to keep upkeep a lot of things. It is going to be tough tomorrow, and I think I'm going to try to change up the way I format it. Maybe create some more meaningful thing out of the categorization. Last time at day 50, the difference between day 50 and 25 is I started categorization, right? Categorization. Now, and 25 was random. It's as much as I can recall with no organization, right? There's no organization. But now with 50, we ballooned up to 700. So I had to use categorization. For this one, my plan is probably, since we're at 1,000 plus now, we're probably gonna do scenes. Doing scenes, like painting scenes. So the categorization is gonna be subdivided into different scenes, and we'll see how that works out. It's a lot more specific, so that I don't have to feel like I need to cover all 1,000 plus words. That's absurd, and it's gonna only get bigger. So we're gonna think about very specific scenes, and then go with that, and then make it non-comprehensive, right? This is a scene that I feel I can comfortably talk about. Here are all the words that I can use to cover the scene. If I'm in this situation, I can cover all the words, and then go about it that way, as opposed to constantly doing the like robotic mechanical thing. So we're gonna try to organically, quote unquote, organically come up with organized scenes, and that would be probably my approach, to make it so that I'm not like sitting there for 10 hours trying to weave through my mind on how to connect back to all the words. And I want to squeeze in one lesson, this lesson, maybe not, so it will not be manageable. So I will have to think about how I'm going to compromise all that, because I still want to touch upon my experiences. So like psychology stuff, I want to talk about psychology stuff, like how my motivation is going, other topics like things that I've encountered, other things that I've encountered, maybe because for me this is the most important thing, the experience, psychology, motivation, encounter. The goal is not to master Japanese, is to make Japanese meaningful. There's a difference between knowing 100% pitch accent and sounding like a native versus being happy that Japanese breathes more value to your life. There's a very gigantic dissonance between these two things. A lot of times this type of thing is projected by other people, and often is a source of which I'm going to touch upon. That's one of the topics that I'm going to talk about tomorrow. It's a source of ambivalence most of the time, and it can depreciate and overshadow what it is that makes you wanted to start learning Japanese in the first place. People, in my opinion, stop doing something because of projected values of other people. When you become merely exposed constantly about what breathes value to what you're doing, you stop listening to yourself, and you tend to lose that perspective a lot of times. And when you lose, in my opinion, when you lose perspective of why you started in the first place, you're not reminding yourself of the things that bring you joy. For me, that could mean the same as, oh yeah, just wait it out. Just wait it out. Input, input, input. Wait it out. Wait it out. You have to make sure you're right before you get to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Like, participate in it, right? When you lose this, if your goals become so big and so like immeasurably like insurmountable, you stop participating in the enjoyment of doing the thing, right? Things like, oh, all right, I have to learn 15 words today. Okay, let's just get it out of the way. You know, at first it was like, oh yes, I get to learn 15 words because I know 0 words right now. It's like, oh, this is so great. Like, I practically tripled, like, infinity my Japanese vocab. And then once you get to the point of where I am, in my opinion, this is where it starts settling in, and you have to dig in a different perspective. When you start accumulating in this way, your progress will relatively slow down. right? It will relatively slow down. Your honeymoon period is over, right? But you have to still be somehow adjusting to that. Otherwise, you're not going to develop a lifelong relationship with these things. Like a healthy relationship with playing video games in moderation, keeping fitness, eating, finding your life colorful and happy, right? Sometimes you know what I've done. Here's one thing so that I don't spoil too much for tomorrow, is that if you are commuting, if you're someone that commutes to work or do something, you're commuting to work, right? And if I asked you, if a stranger like me asked you, oh, can you describe something interesting? I do this all the time as an exercise. Can you describe something interesting that happened during your commute? Right? It often comes out when someone says, oh yeah, I have to commute to work. You know, it takes me like 40 minutes to an hour to commute to work. And I'm thinking myself like 124, actually 1/12 of your day is commuting. And the person would say, oh, it's nothing special. I have to do it because I have to do that to go to work. Why? Why does it only have to be commute? And that's what I mean by learning languages. When you're doing language, like for example, people stop learning English. I'm gonna be real with you. Like the vast majority of people who use their English online, they stop learning English. They stop being interested in expanding their English. They stop practicing communication. If you can type it, why bother talking anymore, right? And then when they go to talk, that's when the stuff hits the fan, where it becomes very obvious. So a lot of times my thought is, if you can get someone to rediscover interest in the things they spend so much time doing, you don't have to tell someone how to enjoy their life. They will naturally enjoy their life themselves far more, right? Like, hey, have someone invest in saying, oh, what did you learn today? It's like, oh, I just drilled Anki. Okay, well, is there a word in that Anki you can teach me that you absolutely love? And then over time, I would say like, I will ask a couple more times, and at some point it will become autonomic to them. They would be like, oh, you know what? Maku's gonna ask me today, like, what word I'm gonna like. You know what? Let's go find it. Let's find an additional purpose for something that you already have to do. And that's where I'm getting at right now, going into the fourth wall. Oh, I don't know what you call it, the third wall of Duolingo. How do you keep yourself from telling yourself, I know all this stuff and I need to stop paying attention to it less and less? Because in my opinion, when something is trying to give you information, it is up to the person to receive and integrate that information. What is Duolingo not doing very well right now is probably dynamically, constantly changing it up periodically, right? It's not going, to me, it's great. I think it's too slow for a lot of people. I'm still excited. My excitement doesn't wane by the time I get to section 3. I think if I had to be super conservative, it's a great improvement on the many different ways they have engaged people. You're going to need a lot more than that to keep people engaged. And I get it. It's the whole thing where you could make the counter argument, well, you can teach people to be more patient and be more rigorous and committed. It's like, yeah, true. I understand that. But times have changed. Now people are incredibly dynamic, right? They take in lots of stimuli every day. At least make that stimuli productive to the welfare of their life and their health. And that's kind of what I want to talk about. How am I juggling the daunting task of someone telling me that there's like 100 things that I need to work on? Well, I will work on them one word at a time. So now I know that taberu is low, high, low. Taberu as opposed to taberu. But the reason why I thought it was taberu is I already described that I have a predilection for atamataka. And also I chose to take a risk because this doesn't come up. It only comes up once in one unit in section 2, and I had to remind myself that I even learned this word. But when I see this object, I know more than not knowing it at all. And now I know because Jiao is a very heavy pitch accent person, right? It's low, low, high, low. And so taberu, it's taberu, right? Or taberu, instead of taberu. So one word at a time, maybe 2 words, maybe 3 words. I'm not going to stop doing output because I like Japanese. And I like myself a lot. Like, what I mean is, I like to encourage myself a lot. If you spend more time on input, I honestly think a lot of times without output, you can't have tangible observation of your progress. Duolingo has done an abstraction of a way to give you feedback that there's tangible output, which means that this output is the most criticized. It is the most criticized. I would argue conservatively, this function of output is legitimately the most divisive, arguably the most divisive part of gamification, which is to give you an output to continuously motivate and encourage you. And that, to me, you cannot live that as a human being that is already competent. So once you learn Japanese, output becomes emotionally detached because you no longer struggle with needing to visualize and feel your output as you're gaining input. That's one of the, in my opinion, the one thing that no matter how great of a human being, unless you're one of the special human beings that have eidetic emotional memory, there is some beings out there. There's actually a content creator that I've was able to, someone shared with me a content creator who has a, I don't know what it's called, but it's a situation where they don't remember like specific, it's not like specific detail oriented things. They relive emotions. So when they go through and they get triggered by like scenes and stuff, their emotions are heavily encoded. So their emotions don't change as much dynamically, right? So it's very interesting. It's a very interesting phenomenon, but that's super rare. It's actually less than 1% of the world population. So most of the time, to me, this is the only time I will be able to convey these topics, and the rest is history. So in another 300 days, if I'm still doing this, right? I don't know what's going to happen in the future. But if I look back on this day, I can never feel like this ever again. As in, I'm going to use myself as a recording to describe best to myself in the future that, hey, you're going to end up, by human condition, gonna be naturally less attached. So the more Japanese I learn, the less and less I will be able to resonate and be compassionate to someone who's starting again. And that's kind of one of the things that sometimes the best advice is also the worst advice. I'll let people stoop on that, and I'll kind of expound upon it in the future. Like if you go to an expert who's like 6 or 7 years and you're asking them for learning advice, they might be the best advice, but also at the same time the worst advice, as they are no longer emotionally intelligent to your position, but they are sure as heck will be able to provide all the input you need. Not the psychological benefit of the emotional construct. I reckon there are some people out there who are much, maybe there are some exceptional people who can keep their emotional memory intact. But generally speaking, I don't think those people would be people who make content freely available or like be doing something like this in this context. So I like to genuinely remind myself that the more I learn about something, the less and less I can relate to someone who doesn't know it. And oftentimes I think to myself, there are things that I feel like I want to unlearn sometimes for the sake of my emotional benefit. But it's kind of like trying to overcome a terrible experience and you just don't want to make it into a positive experience. Then you start struggling with trying to forget the negative experience. So for those who are very good with their memory, that's often semantic memory. The harshest things that happen tends to be emotional, not the most rewarding things that you're consistent in. So if you're consistently successful, you will naturally, in my opinion, as a human being, find them less and less significant and much more progressively more trivial. Kind of like that person that says, "Oh, you studied Japanese for 7 days, right? For 7 days. Look at you. That's cute." Meanwhile, coming from someone who has 5 years experience, that's usually normal. Like, well, I'm not saying like you have to expect that. It's kind of human condition to expect that, because time dilates. Time really changes things. Like for now, I'm at 75, but vividly due to a quote-unquote negative challenge, I can sort of still feel that triviality that someone has aggressively proposed as some form of kindness or some sort of caring things, like, "Oh, don't worry, that's no big deal. Just wait until you spend 3 years studying." Like, well, that's what I mean. That's typically what I mean by that's the human condition. It's so tough to bridge this. And I don't know if, there's a clever way to do so. I constantly remind myself, because I can sound like a cold-hearted person if I delve in a position where I know a lot, right? I think I know a lot about something. It can become very emotionally unintelligible. As in, if a new person says, "Dude, why do you have to be such an a-hole about what I'm learning? Like, it takes time." That's emotionally unintelligible. The person that is is very well experienced and educated, they won't think it's insensitive. They won't think it's condescending. You know, it's very hard to channel that because they understand the hard work and the commitment that it's required to create that skill. So they're being compassionate in the way that they are able to be as a human being. However, that will naturally become emotionally unintelligible to someone who is starting the journey. And one thing that can be very humbling is seeing yourself actualizing. This video that I'm doing right now is a message to myself, in my opinion. And I did this at day 25. I did this at day 53. It's a message to myself to output this lack of emotional awareness that I will eventually feel in the future. I've done this many times. So, you know, I'm a skill collector, right? I'm not a skill master. I don't master a lot of skills. Like, I'm not a master of any, really. So I skill collect most of the time. So I'm a proficiency skill collector. So I've gone through this pattern of relating to beginners or relating to new experiences, and then suddenly see my shift, and then I leave because I like to stay a great teacher. I want to stay in a motivational point of view. So most of the time, once I get close to, let's see, like 80-20, right, I stop. Once I cross like a 80th percentile or something, I kind of usually stop, and it goes into the background, and I start all over again. I constantly start all over again. Why is that any useful? Is that skill useful to anyone? It is. The one that I find, in my opinion, that is very useful in understanding the skill of constantly starting over, reaching proficiency, is for anyone who gets stuck emotionally. So how do you get over changing careers, right? That might not be a very serious one, like changing careers. Death, like grief, right? It's an end. So how do you start again? Breakups. So these things are the things that I think, for my personal interest of constantly starting over and reaching proficiency, I have a lot of anecdotal experience that I can help demonstrate and navigate. So no, I'm probably only going to be like, modestly, I would say N3 is pretty modest. And guess where Duolingo goes up to? Most people would say, yeah, shy of N3. And then where am I going to go next? I'm going to Mandarin. And then Spanish. My life, if this is going to be a thing, I'm probably going to be that dilettante that doesn't advertise themselves as experts, but you're gonna see me smile and have fun and integrate all my N3s across the board to engage in the idea that you can always start over and you can always start new. It's never too late. You know, the cliche, it's never too late. That's my life. Where there's an end, there's a new beginning. If it never ends, you can still make new beginnings. The heck with the idiom, right? You don't need to end something to start something. You can choose when to start new things and when to give them a break, right? You take breaks. You don't end things and have to end things and then start new things. At least that's in my opinion. If it doesn't work for you and you're like one of those like completionist, perfectionist things, I can honestly tell you that whole like completionist, perfectionist lifestyle killed me. Like it was literally killing me physically, or it was literally or indirectly killing my health and my sustainability and my mental health. So if you ever feel like you're on a downward spiral because you're focused on completion, accuracy, and things, then maybe I can offer some word of wisdom by demonstration. You know, join me in a journey of starting something new or on a whim, and perhaps that could be the inspiration for letting go or changing things. Oftentimes, that lifestyle is not for everyone. But if it is for you, you know who you are, and you're probably the superstar of everyone's lives. And keep on at it. I'm proposing that that is not my lifestyle. So I have become exponentially happier when I've thrown away the consistent being able to be open to ideas, but not let those ideas project my standards of self, right? If someone says you have to be a native speaker in order to have conquered or be respected in the Japanese learning language, then you can keep your medal. That's what I would have to say to that. It's not going to stop me from trying, but you can keep your medal and stamp of approval. I will still be smiling and having fun with Japanese. The question is, are you having fun keeping your standards of Japanese and other language learning? If it's yes, I'm happy for you. If it's no, perhaps we can talk about how to lower those standards to make yourself happier, because I certainly am happy. I've learned to appreciate the simple things in life, along with things that I care about in great detail. I used to live a life where I specifically cared about all the intricacies of accuracy, consistency, because science requires that. And that controlling most of your life, I don't think humans are built that way. Perhaps AI, maybe go train a clone of yourself, you know, a deep fake of yourself. Perhaps that one would be sustainable. There's a little digression at the end. It's going to be tomorrow's main topic, by the way. So you're probably going to hear a lot of this again, but maybe with a little bit more detail and oriented towards Duolingo or Japanese, something like that. All right, folks. With that said, thanks for listening. You know, keep up the good work. I would love to hear something like if you go to your table, right? If you go to your table one day and I ask yourself, like if I ask you to ask yourself, break down what you do every single day. Start at the top of the list. The thing that you do that takes up most of your time in a day, what can you do to make it more lively? Nikiyaka desu. Sorry. More lively in those situations. When I had to work, I had to commute 2 hours to there and back. I read books. I actually learned an entire skill on the bus. Ask yourself where you can make those long hours more meaningful. And I want to hear about it, because if there's anyone that can convince you that there is someone in the world that cares about your well-being, well, I would certainly love to hear a story about how you made your commute and you decided to learn how to whistle while you're commuting. You know, I actually learned how to whistle during a bus commute. I'm for real, like during the walk to the bus stop and then back, I actually every single day I whistled a little. That's how I did it at the bus stop at school. Like that's how I like high school. And so I learned to whistle on the walk to the bus stop and then along back over and over again, and you piled it up over a couple of years, and that's how I learned how to whistle. So just a thought. Your life is, you know, everyone's life. People deserve to be happy, in my opinion. That's one of the liberties, right? All right, until next time, as always, stay safe, stay happy, or try to stay happy, both in mind and body. And as always, until next time, また明日。じゃあね。